It is, of course, reasonable to doubt the security of this hotel. It may be bugged or vulnerable to snooping staff. Only I own this place, you see. Naturally, I am certain of its safety." "Wait, since when?" asked Dorian. "My liege, you are gone for millennia on your runs. I do not garden and tea-taste for all that time. On occasion I venture out and ply my other talents, like combat or sculpting, or even, in this case, investing. I own a number of properties across the upper plains. This is one of them. It is a pleasant thing to have homes in other places." He sighed. "In another life, perhaps I would be a humble mortal running a quaint roadside inn. I would give it a cozy feel, I think, fill it with books and a crackling hearth, and sample the lives of passers-by like—" he fumbled for the words. "Like strains of tea." "Aw," said Sun. "Well, I think that's just lovely. I'm rooting for you, Mr. Gerard." Gerard blinked. "Why, thank you, Miss Wukong." "Please, call me Sun. Or Runt, or Child, or Monkey Girl. Anything, really. I'm not particular." Dorian didn't have the heart to break it to his manservant that mortals were not, perhaps, the quirky, traveling bards of his daydreams, and mortals coming off a long day on the road were almost certainly a great deal dirtier than Gerard could ever stomach, in body and soul. "Trust me, Gerard," he sighed. "Giving up power, starting a new life, retiring to a farm, running an inn, maybe, whatever delusion our kind get, it sounds pretty nice. Then, 10 minutes in, you realize just how much you miss disintegrating a mountain with a punch. I should know. Look at me now. Let me assure you, weakness sucks horribly." "I'm sorry about your predicament, sir, though I trust we shall go a long way to remedying it quite shortly." After much spiraling and staircasing, they got to a blank slate slab of a door near the top. Gerard removed his glove, got out a handkerchief, wiped a spot on the door, and pressed his thumb to it. For a second the door was veined with red chi. There was a click-click-clicking of gears working their teeth within, and then one last click, and it swung open. "Off to you," said Gerard, gesturing inside. The room was one of the penthouse suites. If there had been a window, it would have offered a sweeping view of the city. From up here, they could undoubtedly see the marvelous spoke and wheel structure. But there were no windows to be found. Here was what Dorian had been expecting from the beginning. Reinforced steel made the walls, chi lamps studded the ceiling, every other inch of the room firmly sealed and plastered with defensive arrays. Impenetrable. The room itself was fairly bare. On a wall there was a board, with labeled nails driven into it in perfect rows, and on those nails hung interspatial rings, color-coded. Stacked against another wall were crates, square corrugated metal, one atop another, again in neat rows. "Might those be our gifts?" said Dorian. An understated aura of power sizzled atop the steel, as though they muffled something far more powerful beneath. "No, those are bombs, my liege." "Seriously, though," said Sun. "Those are bombs." "Bombs?" "Bombs. Rule of thumb," Dorian jumped in. "If Gerard says something, unless he explicitly follows it with, 'I am joking,' which he very rarely does, he is not in fact joking." Sun took a nervous step away. Dorian took an eager step closer. He inspected the aura radiating off the crates, nodding to himself. "I assume you mean to plant these in the city?" "Indeed. Fate pulled some strings of fate, that is, so I could escape the collapse of the unstuck space. It is only polite I repay the man." Gerard's eyes narrowed. For a second, repressed beneath the mask, was a certain neatly restrained fury. "And after what Jez has done to you, my liege, and my lotus gardens besides, and my tea collection, and my statues, and frankly every memento in this life I hold dear, I ought to repay him in kind. Don't you think?" His eyes shivered in their sockets. Veins stood out furious purple like tree roots against his neck, and his lips made a bleak line. Then in a flash the look was gone. The veins receded. The lips softened. There once more was the mild-mannered butler wearing calmness on his features like an ill-fitting mask. It was easy to forget that this Gerard was the same legendary beast, the Midnight Rock who'd terrorized half the upper realms in a mindless rage before Dorian, as Salus Godhunter, brought it to heel. Gerard could glove his hands all he liked, but he would never rid himself of their calluses. Those were hands that knew the hilt of a blade with a lover's intimacy, however delicately they grasped at flowers now. Gerard would not hesitate to detonate these bombs. But fate? Explosives, mused Dorian. I didn't think fate had it in him. He does not. Those are not true explosives, but chi bombs. They destroy all objects with chi in their vicinity. In other words, they target artifacts, weaponry, armor, ideal for crippling missile silos and weapons depots, while sparing lives. Now that sounded more like fate. But such a weapon might also destroy array formations, wouldn't it? A wicked little idea was taking shape in Dorian's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more he liked it. Surely fate wouldn't mind if we liberated just a few for another purpose. Gerard eyed him over the top of his glasses, brows drawn. Pardon this insult to your intelligence, sir, but you can't mean to imply stealing from the royal auction of Ur, can you? It was Sun who had suggested it first. Of course, Dorian had shot it down. But now, had it been fermenting in some dark alley of his mind all this time, waiting for the right puzzle pieces, resources, manpower, and the like to come along? A dangerous idea, and oh so risky, yet... I can, and I do. Dorian held up a hand to forestall Gerard's protests. Hear me out. The hard part of stealing from the royal auction isn't getting in, it's getting out. They've got such ridiculous tracking and verification spells on all their wares that switching them with fakes is nigh impossible. The moment we snatch one, they'll know. The city will be locked down in an instant. I feel you're underselling the difficulty of getting in, muttered Gerard. Which is, to my knowledge, also nigh impossible. But please, go on. With these bombs, we have a way out. Dorian's eyes twinkled. Fate wants to wreak havoc on the city, right? Plant these in the right places, and we can do just that. We can blow a route straight out. It'll be a beautiful, chaotic mess. Just my specialty. In one stroke, we can get what all of us want. The best foodstuffs of the auction for Sun, its most powerful cultivation treasures for me, and finish off this errand Fate's given you. It all fit together so well. My liege, said Gerard, hesitant, I must point out all that is much easier to say than to do. Simply planting the bombs undetected, then setting them off will be enough of a challenge. And Fate's armies will arrive at this junction in but a moon's time. Our window of opportunity is quite brief. If we've not crippled Ur's forces by then, a moon's plenty of time. And now that I have you, Sun, and this, he gestured to the bomb crates, I suspect our odds are much less dire than they may seem. All we need is to do some solid preparation. Gerard looked to him, then Sun, then back again. He sighed, and at last he bowed. I've voiced my misgivings, but you ought to make the final decision. I trust your judgment on the matter. Infiltrate an impregnable auction, steal its treasures, and then explode your way out of the city. I suppose it does have the shape of a plan. It does, doesn't it? Dorian grinned as he turned to Sun. You get us in. And yes, you get to do the planning for this bit. Plan, pending my final approval, of course. She seemed very happy at that. A little wobbly, but happy. I will get us out one explosion at a time. And Gerard here will fill in the gaps. Got it? Yes, mostly, beamed Sun. My hearing's going a bit. I think it's the last several hours and a great deal of toxic waste catching up to me at once. Oh dear, said Gerard. Please repeat that last bit to me in 13 hours or so. I think I'm about to pass out. Good night. Sun's prediction promptly came true. She hit the floor face first. Anyway, Dorian turned back to Gerard. Exciting stuff, and I'm sure we'll get down to it soon. A cache of giant bombs has a strange way of seizing the attention, doesn't it? But I believe we got sidetracked. You were saying something about a gift? Ah, yes. Though not from me. My resources are mostly financial. This is a gift from fate. Dorian groaned. Oh, heavens. Lay it on me. What is it? Words of wisdom, perhaps? A hand-knitted scarf? Gerard tapped his interspatial ring. Out dropped a steel barrel. It looked like the sort that might store toxic chemicals. It leaked nothing, but there was a cap at the top. Oh? Dorian reached for the cap, then stopped with his hand resting on the handle. Please don't tell me it's another bomb. You're safe to open it, sir. He did. It felt like he'd been slapped in the face by a strong gust of wind, except it was all chi, blowing back his hair and stinging at his nostrils. In an instant, the room was choked with a peachy smell. What? Dorian took a sniff, and his expression froze. Wait, is this? Fate sees you as a great asset, said Gerard, eyes wrinkling joyfully. Others may possess raw powers, but it is your mind that is your strength. He says your destructive proclivities make you especially useful. When paired with power, they make for some combination. Destructive proclivities? Dorian didn't know whether that was insulting or praise. He could hardly deny it. Just this run, the tribes, Azcan, not exactly in stellar shape after he left. So fate figures he ought to invest in you and set you loose on our shared enemies. And none of us have the time to wait a few centuries for you to make Empyrean, much less God-King, on your own. This is a drum of black chrysanthemum elixir, said Dorian faintly. One of the highest-grade raw chi elixirs in the multiverse. Drink one vial, and a mortal could reach all the way to sky. How many vials were in this hulking thing? And that is only for chi, intoned Gerard. Gerard tapped his ring once more. 211. Boost 3. A lotus unfurled, budded with crystal blue dew, hung in a halo of pink light. Chi drifted off it like warm breath on a frosty day. Gerard plucked it gingerly out of the air and presented it to Dorian with a bow. The divinity lotus. Fate had but 2 remaining in his possession, and 1 is now yours. Saints, breathed Dorian. He took a moment just to breathe in the crispness of the lotus's aura. Just a whiff, and his thoughts all seemed to sharpen, clear up. The world of his sensations zoomed in and brought to fine focus. It was like the volume of the world had suddenly been turned up in his brain. If that old fart's breaking out treasures like this, muttered Dorian, he really does have faith in me. Possibly too much faith. This divinity lotus has been maturing for 4 millennia. It is perhaps the most valuable gift he could give to the current you, sir. It would not be out of place on the top shelf of the royal auction. I made certain to thank him profusely. 4 millennia? Dorian ran the numbers. That's, what, 16-fold then? Thereabouts. A 16-fold increase in comprehension speed. If it would have taken me 160 years to go from god to god-king, it would now only take 10. Fuck! His fingers were electric where they met the lotus's base. Holding this treasure, by all accounts a legendary treasure if there ever was one, Dorian felt strangely conflicted. It must be some holdover from his speedruns. Truly an embarrassment of riches. Even as the rest of him wished desperately to swallow the lotus in a gulp, some tiny part of him felt awkward, which made no sense. He frowned at the lotus and the drum. Was it that accepting this and the drum and whatever else lay in Gerard's ring would make him beholden to fate? But that was ridiculous. Fate, silly as the old fool was, should know better than to trust Dorian. Unlike Gerard, Dorian had no hang-ups about repaying others for kindnesses, only cruelties. As far as he was concerned, investing in Dorian should be like throwing coins down a wishing well. You had to assume that shit was gone, and if something good comes of it, it's likely entirely coincidence. So what bothered him? It might just be pride, which also made no sense. He had so little pride, he gladly licked mortals' toes to get ahead. And yet, if there was one thing in the multiverse he had some pride about, it was his runs. And up till now, you could think of this as a run. It still had some integrity. If he took this, no more. This drum and this lotus would boost him tremendously. They were gifted with the hopes of boosting him tremendously. Why, with these in the auction, he might be nearing Empyrean by the time he left Ur. This would save him centuries. It almost felt like cheating. He paused for exactly 3 seconds, and then stuffed the lotus in his mouth, and swallowed. It was halfway dissolved before it even met his throat. By the time he felt it down his neck, it had melted into a stream of piercing frost chi, like freshly melted glacier water trickling all the way up and down his body, and into his mind, into his soul. Spirit bond formed, divinity lotus. It appeared fleshed as an image in the eye of his mind, a lotus settling into the soft ground of Dorian's soul and binding there, symbiotic. Now he had 2 soul treasures, the javelin and the lotus. Ah! The sound rose unbidden from his mouth. He felt his body go limp, all his muscles relaxing at once. His grin was ear to ear. There was a fact he had to face. This was no longer a run, not by his usual standards. It hadn't been that way since the beginning of Jez's tampering. His quickest runs took centuries, and fate had a point. Centuries was simply too long. He wasn't the speed-running God King Dorian right now. He was scrabbling low God Dorian, and he'd hardly let a little pride get in the way of a lot of power. "I expect," Gerard was saying, "the best use of the lotus will be in conjunction with other Tao-boosting treasures, to magnify their effects. Elixirs, perhaps, or—" "Tao fruit," Dorian cringed. "Shit. Sorry. It's nothing, just unlucky timing. If only he'd had this lotus before he ate the Tao fruit. In one fell swoop, he might have gone from demigod to near Empyrean. But such was fate. Meng's fruit took millennia to cultivate, and sparing 3 for their little picnic was already a test of her patience. The chance was past. Gerard moved on. "Such Tao treasures can be readily purchased at the auction, sir." "Then I'll add some to the heisting list. Is that all for the gifts?" There was no indication on Gerard's face, but Dorian could tell he was faintly amused. "All? Sir, these 2 gifts could bankrupt a lesser kingdom." "Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm very satisfied. What to do? Test my new comprehension with a technique? Perhaps some meditations on the Tao? So many options. But let's try the drum first. I swear the smell's calling to me." "Whatever suits you, sir." "Drum it is." He unscrewed the lid, set it to the side, and let himself marinate in the elixir's peachy aroma. Initially, he hadn't planned on bolstering his chi much. With his star system, his chi ceiling at God was astronomical. What sense did it make chucking a few chi elixirs into that vast emptiness? But this... His hands met the steel at either side. He might have been holding an ocean in his arms. With the amount of energy held in this drum, it was practically a bomb itself. "Fate expects this will elevate you to the limits of God, and more still," intoned Gerard. "Within lies enough chi to crown an Empyrean." Fuck. The opening was the size of his head. Pink liquid bubbling with chi swirled milky below, and in its glassy reflection he saw his face, lean with shining eyes, almost manic, and a grin naked with wicked desire. He looked like a villain out of a children's fable. Was this how he always looked when he lighted upon a treasure? Huh. Anyhow, hand me a straw, will you? Gerard looked so disappointed in him. Sir. His servant tapped his ring, and out popped a tea set on a plate. A kettle was set to boil, and teacups were stacked neatly atop it. Gerard offered an empty cup to him, with pinky up. Dorian snatched it, sloshed up a cup, and swallowed it in 3 chugs, and then scooped up another and downed it again. A little liquid dribbled out on the floor, which drew an audible groan out of Gerard. But the bulk of it went down his throat, straight into his eager core. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 85% to 90%. Level up, Fire Planet, Moon, 78% to 83%. He threw back another cup, and another. To his side, Gerard sat on a steel chair. He'd magicked out a table and was sipping tea in lazy contentment. You needn't rush, sir. A case can be made that slowing down is advisable, even, to let the chi settle. Oh, dear, sir. Dorian had thrown aside the cup. Far too slow. Gerard, he sighed as he climbed onto the drum's top. You ought to have learned by now. Try as you might, you'll never make something civilized out of me. Then he dunked his head into the hole and started chugging in earnest. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 90% to 95%. Level up, Fire Planet, Moon, 83% to 88%. He came back up only for air, then ducked his head back in. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 95% to 100%. Level up, Fire Planet, Moon, 88% to 93%. Oh? He felt within himself. His dark star was acting up. On the surface, it seemed same as it had ever been, except larger now he'd packed on the extra chi. But he felt a spark at its very center. The core of the star was getting so dense, so hugely pressurized, his chi was starting to undergo fusion. As he packed more chi in, would the rest of the star fuse too? He had more space to fill than even he'd expected. It was a thing at once good and bad. The bad was that it would take far, far longer to reach his chi threshold for Empyrean. The good, however, once he did max out his chi, it'd be inch for inch, pound for pound, one of the most potent in all the multiverse. Or so he expected, and dearly wished. Level up, Star Realm, Sun to Red Giant, 0% to 1%. He winced at that. There was much chi left to drink, but hell, growth slowed fast. Stay alive long enough, and most every demigod could conceivably become a god. But it took something special indeed for a god to ascend to Empyrean. Level up, Fire Planet, Moon, 93% to 98%. Level up, Star Realm, Sun to Red Giant, 1% to 2%. Level up, Fire Planet, Terrestrial, 0% to 3%. The hours trickled on. So did the levels. Until at last, Dorian found himself in a strange predicament. Level up, Star Realm, Sun to Red Giant, 14% to 15%. Level up, Fire Planet, Terrestrial, 28% to 31%. He came back up for air and paused. Ah, shit. Then, with the greatest reluctance, pulled himself out. Is there a problem, sir? Gerard sat cross-legged, tea in one hand and a huge leather-bound book, Gretton's Encyclopedia of Flora and Fauna Native to Amarkand, said the cover, in the other. It appears I've hit upon my body's physical limits. You've hit the chi bottleneck to Empyrean? Already? No, I need to piss. Ah, where might I find a restroom in this lovely establishment? I shall escort you, sighed Gerard. Wait, first, he tapped his own interspatial ring and pulled out the ranking crystal he'd bought but a few hours before. Pouring in some chi, he gave it a light shake. An unseen eye raked every fiber of his being. A pause. Assessment complete. Updating profile. User Tao level, God. User rank 184 to 138. User percentile 99.998% to 99.999%. Nice. 212. Boost 4. You know, Gerard, said Dorian as they strolled down the long, winding stairs, it occurs to me we've been all business since I got here. How have you been these past few... hells, has it only been a few months? I'm fine, said Gerard with a little nod, the picture of courtesy. Thank you kindly for your concern. Really? After all that's happened? No, Gerard sighed. I miss my magnolias desperately. I am grieving. Honestly, I am unwell. There was a tightening to his face. The muscles of his lips, the corners of his eyes, like he was carefully holding his mask of calm in place. I am furious, sir. I figured. They went down another spiral. How far gone is our estate, anyhow? It was buried deep in the unstuck space, then severed from the rest of the multiverse along with Zenith. It is erased from our conception of existence, I am sorry to say. Dorian grunted. He'd figured that too, but it still irked him to hear it spoken. Another spiral. Noosa, are you well? Said Gerard. What an excellent question. Dorian took a few seconds to ponder it. I don't know. Probably not, but I never was well, was I? No, sir, I don't believe so. Gerard looked profoundly sad at that. If it helps, I'll be much more well once this nonsense is over, once I wipe that watery smile off that smug little meddler's face and reclaim what was once mine. Another dissent. What will you do after our business here is done? Said Gerard. Get my old life back, I imagine. Rebuild an estate. Achieve God King. Start on runs again, that sort of thing. Why? I'm not sure. Gerard sounded wistful. I should like to see Jez crushed, true enough. It was quite traumatizing to see our home rent apart, but I also found its loss oddly clarifying. Perhaps it is not the plot of Zenith Land, nor the peerless strain of flower which makes gardening special to me, as I had once presumed. I should be happy growing anywhere, I think. Dorian shook his head. What is it with you retirees and gardens? Like Meng. Gerard in his day was a menace, a merciless slaughterer whose name even devil kings dared not invoke, albeit one every bit as meticulous as he was now. When Gerard's sword cut through a god, it went out the other side without so much as a fleck of blood on the blade. I'm not sure. Perhaps I tire of destruction, said Gerard, brows furrowed. Perhaps I find creation more nourishing for the soul, as it were. They'd wound their way to the lobby, where a bathroom sat in the corner. Well, you'll never catch me gardening, snorted Dorian. That I can promise you. I dabble in only one kind of cultivation. Back at the safe house, Sun hadn't moved an inch. She was still face down, snoring loudly. A small puddle of saliva spread around her face. Shall I flip her over? Said Gerard. She seems plenty happy where she is, don't you think? Sun snored her agreement. Dorian rubbed his hands and eyed the barrel once more. Still 2/3 to go. To it, then. Gerard tapped Dorian gently. One moment. Eh? He handed Dorian a straw, a metal tube long as an arm, gleaming in the pale lamplight. I made a requisition of our kitchen staff. Gerard, breathed Dorian. It's beautiful. It is a metal tube, sir. The metal tube plonked into the elixir, and Dorian was at it again. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 15% to 16%. Level up, Fire Planet, Terrestrial, 31% to 34%. A torrent of chi gushed into him, packing into his star and planet like clay on a sculpture. And with each addition, that little spark of fusion at the center of his star grew hotter. At some infinitesimally small level, 2 iota of darkness chi were making one. Again and again and again, faster and faster as he sucked in more chi. Hours passed. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 24% to 25%. Level up, Fire Planet, Terrestrial, 69% to 72%. He floated amid a white-watered river of chi, letting its currents flow through him, crash into him, tug him to and fro, his body but a hollow vessel for the whims of the multiverse. Cultivate this intensely, and there was a sense of dissolution. The boundaries of his body, that liminal edge, of skin, of flesh, of mind growing porous, of becoming one with the multiverse, of strands of his identity fraying at the edges, woven instead into that greater tapestry of existence that stitched together all things. He giggled. Cultivation was a strong drug indeed, not merely for its sinful addictiveness. At high enough doses, one could get quite drunk. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 30% to 31%. Level up, Fire Planet, Terrestrial, 98% to 100%. How odd. He frowned. His fire planet was not getting any bigger. Had he hit the maximum chi it could store? But that hardly seemed right. There was a problem with this arrangement of powers. He felt it first in his soul, a natural disharmony. His Tao now was the great Tao of the eclipse, fire law and darkness interwoven. Yet his core still kept fire and darkness separate. There was this strange dissonance, a dissonance his body seemed to sense, and start to address. Chi no longer flowed to the fire planet, instead rushing full-fledged to his star. Was it simply that eclipse was more parts dark law than fire, that it needed a more proportional balance of chi? Still, Dorian felt like he was missing something. He probed his innards once more, frowning. It bothered him. There was an offness about the picture, something but a few degrees out of place, the difference so minute that he could just about sense its existence. Only he hadn't a clue what it was. Frowning deeper, he waited and drank. Another piss break, chewing on the issue the whole way there and back. Gerard simply nodded as he went by, nose still buried in his encyclopedia. Sun was still asleep somehow. The puddle had gotten bigger. Dorian bent down and flicked her head. She didn't stir. It occurred to him that she could have been dead 5 hours and he wouldn't have known. "Hello," he said. He shook her. "You still there, Runt?" He pressed a hand to her neck and was relieved to find there was a pulse. She did seem quite badly eviscerated after that last bout of sludge. "Gerard, get her a cot, will you?" said Dorian. "And some healing elixirs. It would be quite the inconvenience to our plans, if nothing else, if our Wukong heir here were to die." "Of course, sir." When he glanced over, he found Gerard already had a score of bubbling blue elixirs balanced on his little table, just next to the tea kettle. "I was wondering when you'd ask." "How is it you always seem to have the right thing ready at the right time? It's sorcery." Gerard blinked, like he hadn't a clue how to respond to that. "Sorcery? I hardly think so. I try to consider the needs of others. It's a fairly common practice, as I understand it, sir." "Sounds exhausting." "Perhaps at times, though it is fulfilling at others. I shall fetch the cot." Shrugging, Dorian went back to sucking. It took another hour before Dorian seized hold of it, the core issue. The size of the planet and star, the slow, pleasing undulations of their boiling surfaces, the way law wove through them, steamed off them, even the way his fire planet orbited his dark star, all unchanged. Only 2 variables were off. The first he was aware of. His dark star was packing on mass and condensing in on itself. The second, they were getting closer. It was greatly obscured by the orbit of the planet. It was not a perfect uniform ellipse. Even so, the deviations were now plain. The more massive his star grew, the faster the two seemed to inch together, tumbling into each other's gravities. What would happen when they met? Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 41% to 44%. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 47% to 49%. It was an inevitability now. Even if he stopped taking in more chi, they fell toward one another as though down a whirlpool, destined to meet at its heart, the center of his core. His main worry was that when they met, there would be an explosion, of the fatal variety. His gut instinct was that was exactly what was going to happen. His logical mind was coming round to it too. When two unstable objects of great power were brought violently together, the result was not usually a friendly handshake. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 54% to 58%. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 66% to 69%. Since the start of his drinking, his Stark star had nearly doubled in size. It was hard to fathom. How high was he in the godly rankings now? 80s, 70s even? From 100 to 90 should have been a seismic leap. It had hardly felt like a hop for him. All that cultivating effort, all those great treasures, all those elixirs brewed and hours spent meditating, matched by half a barrel of drink. Such was the vast unfairness of power in the multiverse. Those who had power very rarely deserved it, in Dorian's experience. There were all too many young masters who couldn't rub together two brain cells to make a third, yet they were gods, because they were born in long heritages. Their parents were god kings, or the King of Ur, a recent case study. It was not any different than in the lower realms, in principle. At the top, the god kings, elite gods, elite Empyreans were more vicious, wilier, crueler than any experts of the lower realms. True enough. But mediocrities plagued every realm in equal measure. Dorian could hardly cast judgment on those gifted undue power. He was practically suckling at fate's teat with this barrel, a distinctly unpleasant mental image he instantly scrubbed off his brain. Back to the task at present. His possibly imminent demise. Probably not. Surely not. What kind of cultivation scheme had an inbuilt self-destruct scheme? But as he watched his dark star tick higher and higher, level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 73% to 77%. He couldn't help but wonder if there was perhaps a very good reason he hadn't heard of this solar system setup before. The star and planet danced about each other like two nervous sides of an arranged marriage, but a step from the altar. His hope and his expectation was that these two would fuse, that his new scheme would mirror his Tao and thus achieve harmony. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 84% to 88%. So close now they were starting to distend, their gravities stretching each other's edges. Black, blurred red, blurred black. Gerard, said Dorian. Gerard quirked a brow at him. You know the basic principle of sound cultivation scheme design for multiple laws, yes? Separate loci of law and chi, no intermingling? I'm familiar. Branches and fruits, sky and clouds, and the like. Do you know of any schemes that purposefully put two loci together? My understanding is that they are quite uncommon, sir. Most such attempts seem ill-advised. Which just about matched Dorian's grasp of it. He'd seen shoddy schemes before, had seen whole cultivation bases cannibalizing themselves. But as far as Dorian could tell, the architecture of his solar scheme was sound. The star and planet weren't lashing at each other, butting heads. They seemed to wish to come together. I need you to perform a spatial lock on my position. Something very strange is about to happen, and, well, let's put it this way. You don't want me next to those bombs. 213. Boost. 5. May I ask what it is you intend to do, sir? Asked Gerard. His eyes flickered down to his tea table, on which 3 teacups, a book, and a porcelain plate of biscuits were neatly balanced. Should I be nervous? Probably not. I might explode a little, but it'll pass. I see, said Gerard. That sounds rather messy. I suspect it will be. One moment, if you please. One by one, he put his tea set, biscuits, and book into an interspatial ring, as gingerly as if he were handling sacred texts. Then, brushing a crumb off his collar, he stood. Sir, the formations wrapping this city were made by a god-king. They suppress any large-scale manipulations of space, teleportations, pocket universes, and the like. Oh, I don't mean anything serious. Covering me briefly is all I need. That much I can manage. Gerard held out a hand. Pale fingers, nails trimmed to sharp arcs, skin blemishless, every line clean as if sculpted out of marble. Then the nails sharpened, lengthened, curved, thickened to wicked sickles which gleamed like cut gems at the tips. Tiny black scales erupted up and down his hand, dark wisps streaming off them like incense. In a flash, his hand was the hand of a midnight rock once more. How long would you like the lock, sir? Give me an hour, to be safe. By then, either he'd be dead, or the worst of the explosion would be past. These things tended to go quickly and violently. As you wish. Gerard stood, flexed his fingers, and their tips smoldered with law, the laws of space. Each law announced its presence a little differently to the spiritual sight. Dorian's own fire cackled and spasmed, all sharp edges, while darkness was slow-moving and stringy. The wisps of law curling at Gerard's fingertips were flat lead circles dissolving in air. Laws of space. Gerard knew the laws of space nearly as well as the multiverse itself did. He knew how to make space, how to escape it, how to traverse great distances in a flash. But he was not the only Empyrean who knew these things, and there were others who did them better. But no one could match Gerard in space's destruction. The claws flared. Gerard prodded the air. A jagged hole appeared in the fabric of reality. Then he picked at it, made it wider, and sank all his fingers deep in. He started walking in a tight circle around Dorian, trailing giant gashes in space as he went. The spatial lock was simple. It was a miniature, temporary version of what the most sophisticated godly prisons made use of. A deity, Empyrean or God King, condemned the space around another being. In this way, they were locked in a sphere of void, a tiny prison. Temporary locks like this weren't airtight. The multiverse had an instinct to self-heal. It would mend its wounds, unless, as in a true state-of-the-art prison, there was some powerful, constantly fueled array formation which held it in stasis. The lock that Gerard was finishing up now would likely handle the brunt of the initial outburst. Whatever remains filtered through as it degraded would be pale shadows of themselves, hardly enough to breach the bomb's casings. Look at me, said Dorian with a grin. Making safety a priority. I'm learning. I'm proud of you, sir, said Gerard. Thinking twice before setting off explosions next to a bomb silo. By your standards, that is uncharacteristic prudence. Very funny. That was not a joke, sir. There was a ghost of a smile on Gerard's lips, and then he stepped behind a rupture in reality and was gone. Minutes later, all done. All that Dorian could see now was darkness. Darkness in a cylinder around him, pure dark. It was fascinating to see. It was not like the darkness behind one's eyelids, where spectral static shapes still flickered out of the gloom, nor was it the darkness of night, nor a room with no light, all tainted alloys. This darkness had the shape and color of emptiness, true void. Good. There was a bomb nestled in his body, and it was time to set it off. He put his mouth to the straw and lit the fuse. Level up. Star Realm, Red Giant, 94% to 96%. Closer and closer they edged. In 3 revolutions, fire and darkness would meet. The fire planet circled once, and the tongues of chi streaming off it laced with the dark star's flares. They hissed at each other, rushed at each other, and where they met, it was like two great waves crashing, wild chi scattering in a frenzy. Another revolution. The fire planet grew restless, its flares leaping higher, its surface bubbling feverishly, law spasming about it in a furious corona. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 96% to 98%. A third revolution, and fire and darkness met. Bang! Shockwaves ripped through Dorian's body. The fire planet sank into the belly of the star. And then Dorian opened his mouth, face reddening. He hacked out a mouthful of blood, but more was coming, and fast, boiling up his throat. Fire and darkness screamed out into the world. A flood had broken out of the dam that was Dorian's body. He couldn't see. He touched a hand to his face. Was that blood or tears? His inner world was in turmoil. The star blew out to nearly twice its size, stretching, shining red beams piercing the gloom of the star. For a second he feared it was done. The star would be stretched too far, its binding seams snapping one by one. Dark law ripped up from the inside, and then it reversed. The star pressed in. His jaw was locked. Untold reams of chi spilled into the world. There was blood on his hands, blood on his face, blood leaking out of his mouth, but his mind's eye was focused squarely on that star. A star slowly shrinking. No, not quite. Compressing. He still saw flashes of crimson through the black as the thing within bucked against it, lashing out like a caged animal, all heat and fury. But slowly, methodically, the darkness brought its great heft to bear, choking it off, sealing the gaps, blotting out the light. And it was over as fast as it had come. The fire planet gave one last gasp. A brilliant beam tore free before it was swallowed up, and darkness reigned once more. Turning, spinning slowly, that bleak sphere went like it always had. But it was not over. Something special was happening within. Fusion! The planet had settled, but it was a planet no more. It was now a core, red, covered, eclipsed by the black. Just then, streaks of subtle redness started to surface. As tongues of dark chi rose and fell, they were edged crimson, as though stained with blood. The star was settling, the two celestial bodies negotiating an equilibrium, coming slowly yet surely to terms, making something new. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 98% to 100%. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant to Super Giant. Super Giant indeed, for this black-red spectacle dwarfed its previous red giant. It was nearly double the size, and it made his old sun chi seem comical by contrast. The question is, thought Dorian as he wiped the blood from his face, licked the blood from his bloody grin, just how much stronger is it? The spatial lock had served its purpose. Little seams had started to creep up its edges, and its emptiness hardly seemed as deep as before. How long did he have? Half an hour? A quarter? No time to waste. Back to drinking it was. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and he frowned. He was still drinking. Where was the level up? He resolved to go faster, even as his bladder began to strain. What the hells? Just when was this supergiant? Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 0% to 1%. Finally! He hadn't a clue what this level of chi mapped to by conventional standards. It had to be far greater than your typical god. Peak god? Perhaps early Empyrean, even. Or was that too much to hope? He kept drinking. The lock about him kept unraveling. It was nearly gone now, and Gerard's frame was a ghost through an opaque film. His voice warbled in. "How was it?" "I yet live," crowed Dorian. "A tragedy for the multiverse as a whole, to be sure, but at a personal level, I'm rather pleased about it." Soon he would be out. He could see the slivers of the outside world leaking in already. A patch of soot there, a slice of stone floor. He froze. What the fuck? He had been awaiting that sweet, sweet level up, supergiant 1% to 2%, but a far nastier surprise awaited him at the other end of his straw. It was filled with only air. He'd sucked the drum dry. He sighed as the lock dissolved fully, and he came face to face with a frowning Gerard. "Sir," Gerard said uncertainly, "you look, for lack of a better term, like shit. Are you quite all right?" "I'm dandy, actually, besides a pressing need for a toilet." He hacked up a gob of black blood which hissed like a pool of acid on the floor. They both stared at it. "Let me rephrase," said Dorian. "I am fairly certain nothing permanent has been done to my internal organs, though it is true that any chef would be fired on the spot if they burnt a liver as badly as mine is now." "So I suspected." Gerard looked unimpressed. "I have healing elixirs at the ready." Sure. First, though," he brought out his ranking crystal. "Assessment complete. Updating profile. User Tao level, God. User rank 138 to 18. User percentile, 99.999% to 99.9999%. Saints! "What is the rank?" said Gerard. 18. "You needn't joke with me, sir." "That was not a joke, Gerard." 18? "Yep. And you've not even hit your bloodline ceiling at God yet, nor your Tao. Actually, my chi ceiling's still a way off, too." Gerard just stared. "How much of the drum remains?" "It's all gone." "That drum should have been enough to last a god well into Empyrean." The way Gerard was staring, Dorian thought he'd seen a monster. 214. Boost. 6. 18. The number was surreal. Out of millions, 18. The top 20 gods in the multiverse were legendary creatures, carved out snug spots in drinking songs across a good dozen languages, and had far more tales of their feats whispered around campfires across the upper and middle realms. Each one could down the typical Empyrean. In fact, most all of them were peak gods, usually old monsters who'd failed the bottleneck to enter Empyrean and had built up deep wells of power nonetheless. 18. "What is this scheme you've drawn up, my liege?" said Gerard. His eyes shone with awe and curiosity. He approached Dorian carefully, as though he were a species previously thought extinct. "Rather silly." Dorian opened his mouth to tell Gerard off, something like, "Oh, it's nothing that extraordinary," but then frowned. It sort of was, wasn't it? "It's a slight variant on the typical schemes. Call it the solar system scheme, or sun and moon. It's counterintuitive, you see. You need the right Taos, the right bloodline, and also a healthy disregard for your own well-being. One does not create a star in the middle of one's body without running the risk of, well, exploding." The odds of that happening to him just now were, in retrospect, far higher than even he'd anticipated. That moment where the star bulged, if it hadn't been so damn dense, so damn heavy. "What marvelous potency," whispered Gerard. He got out a notebook. "This ought to be investigated. We must test this, unfurl its true nature. I'm in the midst of a lively correspondence with Gretton of the Sixzil Academy of Natural Sciences. I suspect he'd be most intrigued." "No need for that," said Dorian hastily. Gerard had two traits that synergized to make him a most heinous bore at times. He had a collector's fascination with rare things, and he was an incorrigible nerd. The man read and wrote encyclopedias in his spare time. Dorian had seen him peruse whole volumes of reference texts on flora, then leave on a 10-year expedition, only to return with one mildly intriguing rare flower to plant in his garden. The lengths this man went to attain a 37-leafed clover. Dorian felt no pressing need to be the subject of a 3-volume treatise. "I've still got the same amount of chi, mind you," Dorian said. "It's only that my ceiling at each power level is raised, I think. This way is simply a much more efficient, if also much riskier, way of doing things. There are drawbacks, too. It's much slower. For instance, with a sky and cloud system, I'd be at Empyrean by now. Why, without a truly mind-boggling amount of chi, I'd never make God King. True, said Gerard. Though it should also make for a more robust foundation for God King, should it not? When you ascend, you may leap to top ranker status, sir. You may outdo your rank as Salus Godhunter. Top 10 may be in play. Maybe. Dorian liked the sound of it. I've always wondered how certain old monsters, Nuwa comes to mind, seem to have infinite chi, mused Gerard. She's always kept it a secret. Perhaps the mechanism is something similar. Just then, a new voice popped in. What's going on? Sun sat blinking. My head feels like it's been split down the middle, she announced. She sniffed. Is that burning? Did I miss something? It's a long story, said Dorian, ending with my being among the top 20 strongest gods in the multiverse. Oh, good job, said Sun, the way you might congratulate a child for winning a participation trophy. I'm hungry, to Gerard. Do you have a cookie? Gerard had one at his fingertips in an instant. Thank you. She started happily munching. By the way, she said through a mouthful of dough, weren't there supposed to be gifts from fate or something? In a sense, said Dorian. Fate is a wise old fellow. He's not really one for such crude things as material possessions. His gifts to us were wise words. Live every day as if it were your last. Though I believe he also included a pair of hand-woven mittens. Sun frowned at him. Then she frowned at the empty drum lying on its side, then back at him. You owe me a snack, mister. A good one, she declared, squinting at him. Fine. Moving on. Dorian clasped his hands together. We have much to do if we are to heist. They all sat around a tea table, each of them with a tiny porcelain cup. The tea was, as always, marvelous, which was also why Dorian didn't buy Gerard's whole retire-to-the-countryside fantasy. The man would be crying real tears within a week without his Dragonheart teas. Here's the basic plan, said Dorian. I will spin up a few distraction techniques. Stuff to stun the crowd, clear them out of the way, make chaos on top of what the bombs will do. Plus a few offensive movements and qigong techniques to shore up my base. Gerard is in charge of planting the bombs and fending off any heavyweight tails we might pick up. If the King of Ur and his royal guard come for us, you'll buy us time to escape. Done, said Gerard. And you, Runt, you're in charge of the cloaking and the infiltrating. You get us in. Got it? Yep. How far are you from minor shapeshifting? Insects? I believe it's the 30th transformation or so. You'll need that to get in the vault. After the fruit, I'm about early god. Sun scratched her chin. I think mid-god is when I get it, so 2 weeks of cultivating with some really good elixirs. I have a few brews that may be of use, said Gerard. Awesome. But one more thing. She stood. I'm going scouting. Now? Can't help it, she said with a shrug. You can't motivate me to sit on my ass and meditate for 2 weeks straight. Unless I know for sure there's a really juicy reward on the other end of it. So, I'm off to take stock of just what that auction's offering. Also keep an eye out for bloodline treasures, said Dorian. It was most of why he'd come here. They've always got a batch or two of top-shelf bloodline boosters. Yeah, I'll do some scouting of the premises, too. Be back soon. She turned to go. Oh, almost forgot. She turned back. Mr. Gerard, some money, please? Whatever for? She pointed at her open mouth. Hungry. Gerard shot Dorian a questioning look, and he sighed. Give her a pouch. Sun weighed it thoughtfully. Then, embarrassed, a little more? Pretty please, she said with big, pleading doe eyes, the same eyes she'd turned on Meng. Had it cocked and loaded at all times, apparently. Gerard looked thoroughly impressed. "That is more than enough for a meal's worth, Miss Wukong." "Mr. Gerard, I once got the whole Wukong clan kicked out of the Stork Emperor's wedding because his chefs couldn't keep up with my mouth." "I keep wallets on the wall. You may grab one of the gold-banded interspatial rings." Happily, Sun snatched it and left. "Do you need me to take care of anything else before I go, my liege?" Gerard wore an ebony ring edged with silver runes, a custom interspatial ring made to transport chi-dense objects. The pocket dimensions inside most rings would collapse if you tried throwing in such energy. "I'll be fine. Go on and plant them. Let's regroup soon, eh?" "I will see you tonight, sir." "Oh, and next time Fate calls, give him my thanks. And do ask him if he's heard anything about Jez's movements. The bounty's not the only thing he has hanging over me. He's sent out a few strike squads, too. We had a nasty run-in with the nine-tailed fox outside the swamp." "Nuja?" Frown lines marred Gerard's temple. "That is most distressing. How are you still alive, might I ask?" "We shadow-jumped. Sun's cloaking has gotten just good enough to fool the wraiths. Not an option in this city, obviously." "When next fate calls, I will mention this. He has a mole high in Jez's camp. Perhaps they have an inkling of what else Jez has planned." "Till tonight, then." Gerard bowed to the waist, then, with a flourish, stepped out. It was just Dorian once more, licking his lips. The auction was in a moon's time, or thereabouts. He could hardly expect to make a dent in his slog up to Empyrean for chi. The most fruitful he could do for the next month was technique work. Pick up or make up some nasty surprises. Sowers of chaos. Techniques to stun, techniques to blind, techniques to panic crowds. It was time to visit the Marshall Street and its technique shops. His new supergiant chi was burning a hole in the middle of him. A fresh forged blade, just waiting to be unsheathed for the very first time. His requirements were simple. An art that suited his bloodline and his Tao both. And if he couldn't find one, he doubted one would fit him exactly, all he needed was the seed of one, something to jog his memories till he could craft one that fit. Ah, Technique Street. Dorian breathed in the air, which smelled of rotting eggs and sulfur. It roused a strange nostalgia in him. How long had it been since he'd been back? He recalled not liking this place, but he couldn't for the life of him recall why. Hordes of monsters of all stripes streamed to either side of him. To his left, a pack of werewolves tried to carve a clear path through the choked street. To his right, a lizard man yanked a bucking drake about on a chain. "Heel, you dumb brute! Heel!" There was plenty of berating, dirty glares all around, and every second sentence spoken seemed to be a threat. Monsters were a fractious bunch at the best of times, but squeeze them all together and they got downright unhinged. Everyone screamed at everyone. Duels to the death were issued at the bump of a shoulder. But threats were all anyone said. No one dared actually fight on Ur ground. It was the most civilized place in all hell. Which still meant that Dorian was pickpocketed close to a dozen times just jostling about the crowd, wading his way to Technique Street. The pickpockets found nothing. He kept his interspatial ring under his tongue. Technique Shop Number 1. He frowned at the sign, a gaudy explosion of gold font, with a crudely drawn fist tacked on at the end. Master Thunderfoot's Secret Techniques. Oh, dear. Beneath, plastered onto glass windows, were a mass of posters. Heavenly 10-finger heart-exploding technique, 5 mid-grade spirit stones. God King Even's Super Demon Fist of Heavenly Justice, 10 mid-grade spirit stones. God King Even's face winked at him beneath the lettering. Dorian squinted down the street. Every shop he looked at seemed determined to outdo its neighbor in trashiness. The fonts got louder, the lettering got bigger, the names got wackier and wackier. Never mind a quality technique. It'll be hard enough finding a manual that isn't a straight-up scam. 215. Boost. 7. Hell sure had a fascination with heaven. These technique shops found a way to squeeze the word into the title of nearly every manual. Heavenly this, heavenly that. Dorian strolled past grimy windows crammed with display cases, all variants of the same sleazy design, each shoddier than the last. A fake gold stand which held up books with fake gold letterings atop fake leather covers, all polished to an oily shine, all boasting heavenly power, or secrets of the top rankers, or 6 months to Empyrean or your money back. Though Dorian had a strong suspicion money flowed like a waterfall here, quickly and in only one direction. It nearly offended him. Dorian was a scam artist, and scamming was indeed an art, no matter what anyone said. It required a certain subtlety, a certain guile. All these shops screamed their fakery, yet they bustled with action. Wide-eyed, lolling-tongued demons poured in and out. Most looked quite pleased, walking out one thick tome heavier and a chunk of change lighter. These were tourists, probably, here to trade and gawk. They seemed eager to cross over to Jim Street and test out their shiny new toys, happily oblivious. Jim Street. You'd think it was a street full of alchemists' workshops, with all the bangs and outbursts and shockwaves rippling over it. It was where the techniques sold on Technique Street performed their purpose, making bright lights and loud noises. They were more concerned with seeming impressive than being so. And why not? There was no real fighting allowed in Ur. Even hard sparring was banned. Flashiness was the currency. Only once these monsters got out of Ur and tried their new wares in life-or-death battles would they realize they'd been scammed. And then they'd be too dead to tell anyone about it. As grifts go, it was pretty good. Dorian would give it that. He strolled into a store at random, smaller one, squeezed between two big booksellers, though it felt the need to make up for its lack of stature with sheer loudness. Every inch of its front face was crammed full of eye-watering displays. There was only one shelf and one desk, and a supremely bored-looking goblin sitting behind the desk. Didn't so much as glance up as Dorian came in. The shelf was lit up like a holiday light show, certain spines glowing hot pink and stark red. Dorian strolled past a stream of bold names and hit upon a vaguely promising-looking title. He recognized the name. It purported to be a fist technique of the top-ranking Empyrean Ronan the Executioner, the most legitimate collection of syllables here. He knew Ronan. Damned good fighter, all told, a veteran of Spirit Pavilion duels. Golem, rank number 10 Empyrean by raw power ranking, but his combat ability vaulted him a few ranks higher in practice. He'd held the Spirit Pavilion champion titles for 12 years. Shrugging, Dorian slid it out and thumbed through a few pages. Sighing, he slid it back in and promptly left the shop. That mess was most definitely not what Ronan the Executioner used. Ronan the Executed, perhaps. He tried another store, picked out a few titles at random, and found not a hint of genuine technique in them. It wasn't even that they tried to be powerful. These were deliberately bad. They were specially engineered to use 90% of their chi for flashiness and only 10% for any semblance of force. He tried a third shop and was met with much the same dross. Hands on hips, he squinted down either side of the street. He hardly needed to check the rest of them. He was trying to find a rock egg in a worm's nest, simply looking in the wrong place. Where was the right place? Perhaps Gerard had some contacts in Ur's upper crust who might know. A little slow for his taste, though. Surely there was some place he could scour now. Oi! A screech pierced the street. It's Dorian! Get him! Dorian went utterly still. The crowd halted in its tracks. It seemed to him that every head and every eye was turning, staring. Slowly, he turned too, eclipsed chi pooling in his hands. But they weren't looking at him. They were looking behind him, where a Jiangshi was pointing a quivering finger at a confused-looking drakekin. This drakekin had 2 chins, watery, droopy eyes, and a hair like a dried bush. He gawped. Dorian gawped. How could they possibly... But then again, he could hardly tell one rock from another if they seemed about the same size. Distinguishing by facial features was an intraspecies thing. Me? The poor sod raised his hands in a panic. Hold on, I'm not... Then the crowd was on him. I saw him first! My hands are on him! He's mine! That bounty's mine, you hear? Fuck off! Out of the corner of his eye, Dorian spotted a startled lizardman guard speaking urgently into his hand. There was a punch, an indignant cry. Then the clamor grew louder, the crowd pressed in tighter, and it all jumbled in a blur of hot noise. Anger and eagerness boiled in the crowd, rising quick to a fevered eruption. There was a crack. A point of harsh silver light drew a vertical line in the air. Then it opened like a glaring eye, exposing a rift in space. And out stalked a silver-haired girl with a silver eye patch, familiar-looking, next to an even more familiar-looking 3-legged white tiger, limping, growling into the light. "Halt!" roared First Princess Senna of Ur. "Cease this madness at once, by order of the Kingdom of Ur." Nobody paid her the slightest attention. If anything, the crowd grew rowdier. "I said, cease!" And this time she held up a badge bearing the emblem of Ur. It glowed deep purple. The sky changed faces. It was your typical hellish sky, coal clouds, ghostly streams, all gone the next instant. In its face was a total blackness, veins of deep, pulsing purple splayed across it, stretched out to every horizon. Suddenly they all felt frighteningly small, trapped under a giant fishbowl. But Dorian knew its true nature, knew it better than nigh everyone else here. That was no false sky. That was no normal array formation. This was a giant portal to the shadow realm. There was an instant of shocked silence. Then a few grumbles still rippled up the crowd, of the "who the fuck are you" variety, chiefly, with a few fuck offs and the like. And then the eyes opened. From the blackness came spheres of white, slitted with bright, staring red irises. Wraith's eyes. They dotted the sky like perverse stars, and there must have been thousands, some big, some small, some rolling about in their sockets. So many Empyreans. Their collective aura hung over them like an executioner's blade. That shut everyone up. Good! The princess marched toward the fake Dorian, and the crowd scrambled over one another to get out of her way. A beat. Fake Dorian gulped. What? She frowned at him, then turned her frown on the rest of them. This isn't him, idiots, she cursed. Then she spoke into her hand. False alarm, 4th fucking time this week. Without so much as a parting shot, she stalked back into her spatial rift, angry as when she'd first come out. It closed behind her, and the blackness above melted away. There was one blessed beat of sheer, stunned silence. Then the crowd went back to its jostling and cursing and threatening, as though nothing had happened. Dorian scratched thoughtfully at his neck. How illuminating. Is that their last line of defense? Something to keep in mind as they planned their escape. Then Dorian, too, went back to his business, trying to find a real cultivation technique in this dung heap. He'd have better odds looking in an actual dung heap. He tossed the idea about in his mind. He wouldn't actually go dumpster diving, but he did like the idea of unearthing hidden gems. Creatures died at astounding rates here in Hell, and items changed hands with astonishing frequency, including technique manuals, and often their new owners hadn't the faintest appreciation of their value. A fair number of folks stopped by Ur after a fruitful season of raiding to offload their ill-gotten goods. The knickknacks they didn't know what to do with ended up in some of Ur's seediest establishments, its pawn shops. The pawn shops did not have their own street. There was not even a sign announcing their presence. Instead, they clung to the walls of Ur's less respectable back alleys, and for Ur, that was saying something. Like barnacles. I dearly hope their insides are more promising than their outsides. Dorian strolled up to the first shack on the dingy, moldy, fly-infested alleyway. Old Lockjaw's Famous Goods. The shack was made of stone and steel so old and weathered you could hardly tell which was which. It looked like its plans had been drawn up by a blind architect and then built by a worker suffering from a debilitating case of arthritis. "You!" The voice, high, young, accusing, came from within the hut. Dorian blinked, glanced to either side of him. "Yes, you!" An Ifrit boy, humanoid, ram's horns, thick gray skin, stalked out, arms crossed, and stared down Dorian like he owed him money. "Dragon Man, you want to buy something?" He hacked out a gob of phlegm and spat it. Then he bent over in a coughing fit, and Dorian got the impression it was the boy's first time trying the move. Dragon Man? Then Dorian recalled this body had horns and a tail. He'd gotten so used to his chi techniques and his javelin that he forgot all the nasty close combat weapons this body had, weapons the right manuals would make deadly. "Sure, I'll have a browse around," said Dorian, amused. "Come on in, then. What you waiting for?" The Ifrit boy sprinted back in the same breath. "And don't you steal not a crumb, you hear? I'm watching. Always watching." The boy's face said he was barely pubescent, yet for some reason he spoke like an old curmudgeon, like a child trying on a grown man's suit, only it didn't quite fit him. The room had just 3 things: the Ifrit boy behind his counter, stairs in a corner going God's knows where, and mounds upon mounds of motley knickknacks. One appeared to be of books. Cultivation manuals, technique manuals, cookbooks, history books, encyclopedias, and test booklets all heaped together. "Who the hell's is down there making all that racket? Is that a customer?" screeched a rough old voice from up the stairs. "Yeah, you old fuck," shouted the Ifrit boy. "You reeled in a customer?" A sound like someone upstairs was hacking a gob of phlegm, a sound like spitting. "I'll be damned! Maybe you're not such a sorry little shit after all." "Shut the fuck up, Gramps," the Ifrit boy cringed. "I'm trying to work him." "Ha! You couldn't sell water to a Burning Man." "Fuck you!" "Fuck you!" Humming to himself, Dorian went digging through the books. 216. Mini Training Arc 1. Dorian's sorting process went something like this. Flip open a book, usually stained with grease, oil, food, or other such grime, and skim. And then, about a quarter of the way through, sometimes less, he tossed it aside, picked out another, and started over. He did not expect to find the sort of manual that might adorn the shelves of a top-ranked God King's private collection, the sort that had been edited and re-edited and revised every century to squeeze in new martial innovations. What he was looking for, hoping for, were mad ravings, some lowly, unknown, god-level writer endowed with but one shining light bulb idea in their miserable life, who had the wherewithal to scribble it down before they expired, whose work was condemned to the dustbins, or indeed the pawn shops, of history. Rare, but it happened more often than you might think, and Dorian only needed a spark to jog his memories. In practice, his thoughts went something like, shit, flip, 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 shit, flip, 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 shit, eh? Then, upon close inspection, never mind, shit, over and over, shit, 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 ooh, wait, decent, but not for my Tao, shit, 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 shit. After about 10 minutes of this, the Ifrit boy stomped over, hands on hips. "You gonna buy something?" he snapped. "Or are you just gonna waste my time, you fat-tailed fuck?" Fat-tailed? Really? The boy gave him a glare he suspected was meant to be menacing. That the boy had to stand on tiptoes to reach Dorian's eye level rather ruined the effect. "I'll buy," said Dorian gently, "but I have a process. Let me get through it, all right?" "Humph." The boy waddled off. Shit. Flip, flip, flip. Shit. Flip, flip, flip. Shit. A good half-hour passed before the boy waddled up again. "That's it," he cried. He crossed his arms, frowned mightily, and jabbed his finger at the manual in Dorian's hands, which must have been nearing the 100th he'd tossed aside. "No more looking. My patience is at its end. You're buying that one. That's that." The Ifrit boy stuck out his chin. "I am?" The Ifrit boy got up real close. Dorian got the impression he thought he could compel Dorian to do his bidding by sheer conviction. "You are." "No." The boy looked genuinely shocked that Dorian had, against all odds, managed to resist his glare mind control. He dashed for the staircase. "Gramps! Gramps!" "What?" "He's not buying." "Then make him, idiot." "He said no. What do I do now?" "Try harder." The boy waddled back up. He cleared his throat. For a few seconds they stared at each other as the boy grasped for things to say. "Please?" "No." The Ifrit boy looked near tears. Dorian went back to his browsing, this time with the slightest of smiles on his face. Truly, bullying children was one of life's greatest simple pleasures. Somewhere in the mid-hundreds, Dorian struck gold. Well, hard to say for sure until he really got tinkering, but it certainly had the shine of it. The technique was missing half its pages. Its name was very simple: one-punch kill. It was a ground Dao technique, but the principles seemed transferable enough. The way it routed chi was remarkable. Rough, but quite a neat idea. It was as simple as its name. One all-out effort. It would do nicely to augment his Fist of the Falling Star. With some upscaling, it could even be an Empyrean's life-saving technique. As it turned out, it was the only technique worth keeping in the shop. Another half an hour, and he was done. The boy sat there, face down on his receptionist's desk, a picture of defeat. "Hello," said Dorian. He rapped his knuckles on the desk. The boy sprang up. "What? Oh, you! You're still here?" "I'd like to buy this book." "You do?" The boy blinked, and Dorian saw the thought go from one end of his head to the other in real time. "I mean, of course you do. Why wouldn't you?" He leapt to his feet. The fire was back in him. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones." Dorian sighed. "Listen, kid, I just wanted a memento from my trip to Ur." "Guess not." He dropped the book and went right out the flimsy metal door. He hadn't taken 2 steps before the kid stumbled out behind him. "Wait! Wait!" "What?" 5,000. Dorian kept walking. "Stop! Stop, I said! You... 1,000. "It's over, kid. I don't want it," sighed Dorian. And it was true. Nifty technique, but not 1,000 high-grade spirit stones nifty. He didn't even have that much. 50! The kid was nipping at his heels now. That gave Dorian a little pause. 50 he'd go for. It was still a ludicrous amount, but it was Gerard's money. Still, he kept walking. He had a feeling he could squeeze this just a little more. "Free! I'll give it out for free! There!" Dorian halted in his tracks. Even he hadn't expected that much. "Really?" As long as you come back with me to the shop," the boy sniffled, looking very much aggrieved. "And pretend I got 50 high-grade stones off you. Just talk loud enough for Gramps to hear, all right?" He looked down at his goat's feet. He's getting up there in years. I'm supposed to take over the shop after he's gone, and I just want him to be proud of me." He couldn't meet Dorian's eyes. "Fine," sighed Dorian. "I'll do you this favor. Just this once." "Really?" The kid looked unusually ecstatic for someone who'd just given out a technique for free. "Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir." If only all Dorian's victims could be this happy when he scammed them. "You want to buy that technique, ya punk?" said Row Owl, the Ifrit boy's name, which he had learned on their lively conversation as they strolled back to the shop. "Yeah? And what of it?" "That's a real good book you're holding there," Row Owl sneered. "That's one of our best." "Oh, but I really want it," moaned Dorian. "Then I'll give you a deal. 51 high-grade spirit stones." 51 high stones, gasped Dorian. "Sir, you mean to rob me. I don't even have that many stones. I'd starve on the street. 49 and not a stone higher." 50. "Grrr," said Dorian out loud. "You drive a hard bargain, kid. 50 it is. Guess I'll have to accept." "Attaboy!" croaked a gruff voice from upstairs. Row Owl had tears in his eyes. Dorian was quite pleased as he left the store one fist technique heavier. Sometimes he guessed it did feel good to do good, provided he got adequate compensation, of course. The second shop he went to was built from the corpse of what seemed to be a butcher's shop. There was a faint smell of rotten meat all over the place, and goods were stacked in boxes all over the place, some in bins, some over a dormant stove. This proprietor was a much nicer, if slimier, fellow, an elderly Jiangshi with black hair slicked back and a grin that Dorian suspected was meant to be welcoming, but the unfortunate positioning of the man's molars, hook nose, and weak jaw instead gave it a vaguely pedophilic air. "What is it you seek, sir?" he groused. "Whatever your heart desires, we at Mastro's have it. A wishing ball, a potion of unlimited growth, a heavenly elixir." "Show me your technique manuals." "Right this way." The proprietor led him to a bin filled with 100 or so books. A third seemed so badly burned they weren't even legible. The proprietor looked at him nervously, like a dog who'd peed in the house and was hoping its owner wouldn't notice. Even for a pawn shop, this... "Do you have any other techniques?" "Sir," squawked the Jiangshi, "you will not find a more robust collection of manuals than—" Right. Dorian started to browse. Shit. A few more dozen shits later, Dorian was starting to give up hope. Then, shit. Ooh. He held a diagram up to the light. Interesting. A movement technique. He was in the market for one, and this wasn't like his shadow walking. Excellent at teleporting, but hardly a substitute for true footwork. The idea was that a user of sufficiently vigorous chi, say a fire law god, could channel high-intensity bursts of energy to their feet, set off tiny explosions, propelling them any which way they liked at blistering speed. In practice, it didn't work at all. Try it as it was now, and he'd lose 2 limbs. But it had its heart in the right place. He could work with this. "Has something caught your eye?" said the Jiangshi. "Perhaps," said Dorian. "Ooh, honorable eruption steps, eh? That is among our most powerful techniques. My personal favorite, to tell you the truth." "Isn't it heavenly eruption steps?" "Ah," the Jiangshi squinted at the title. So it is. "So, how much?" The Jiangshi took the measure of him. "For such a fine piece, 15 mid-grade spirit stones." Dorian sighed, shelving the book. "Listen, friend, I just wanted a memento for my trip to Ur. Guess not." And he turned on his heel. He couldn't get the Jiangshi down to 0, but he did get damn close to it. This shopping trip was proving surprisingly fruitful. He was whistling as he walked the long center strip of the city of Ur. Now all he needed was to seek out a third dark alley, squeeze a third half-finished hidden gem out of a third poor lower-class business owner just trying to make a living. The very thought warmed the cockles of his heart. Preferably he'd come across a technique that stunned and distracted the enemy. Something explosive, flashy, loud. Something to cause a diversion. Bang! Bang! Like whips cracking the world. He groaned. It was Gem Street, at it again with its useless, purposefully explosive, flashy, loud techniques. Wait a minute. His second visit to Technique Street, his strategy was totally changed. This time, he sought out the loudest, gaudiest, sleaziest, most best-selling, clearly garbage technique there was. He found it in a shop smack in the middle of the street. The shop was an obese temple in dire need of a new paint job, built squat and slightly tilted, and its bestseller technique, right there in the window. God King Hu Yi's soul-destroying, liver-obliterating 99 heavenly fists. On its cover, a handsome, suave, bearded man with a winning smile, two absurdly well-endowed ladies giggling up at him on each arm. Dorian was speechless. This is the one. 217. Mini Training Arc 2. Dorian worked his way through the drooling crowd, wielding his tail as a wedge. Remarkably nifty thing. He'd had little use for it thus far, since he hadn't had much in the way of close combat. But in time, once he began tinkering on that skill set in earnest, maybe he'd pick up a tail technique. For now, though, God King Hu Yi's soul-destroying, liver-obliterating 99 heavenly fists was his prize. It was only 50 low-grade spirit stones, which was just about what your typical bottom-feeding monster of hell might rob, murder, and loot their way to in a week's time. A perfectly calibrated price, just high enough to be affordable for the poor, hopeful masses, and naturally, Dorian, too. He got his hands on a copy with little trouble, and his grin only widened as he flipped through it. He'd seen some shit techniques. This was a real steaming heap. So much flash, so little substance. It took some skill to engineer a technique this aggressively awful. As a punching technique. Now, as a flashbang, on the other hand, it was excellent. And it'd only get better when he put some tweaks in and supercharged it with his chi. By the time he left, the sun was getting low. The spirit pavilion on the other side of the street called to him. It'd serve as a wonderful testing ground for his techniques. Tomorrow. Their little trio was regrouping to discuss strategy at sundown. Reluctantly, he turned away and set off for the hotel. On the way, he noted a tunnel of smoke rising above Food Street. Screams and shouts. There seemed to be a fire. The sky flipped to shadow, those 1,000 sentinel eyes glaring at some unseen enemy. Not my problem. Back to the hotel he strolled, whistling cheerfully. All in all, he was having a pretty good afternoon. All in all, Sun was having a pretty good afternoon. The goods were scouted, the info was heisted, and all she'd given up for it was a fucked-up tail. It was the one part that had got stuck in the electric mesh and now looked like one of those fuzzy things you use to scrape the insides of pipes. She was pretty happy about it. Usually she got fucked up far worse by the end of one of her schemes. She was practically humming as she bounced down the city's center street. Visions of roast meats, browned to a gleaming gold crisp, swam before her eyes. Was she hungry again? She frowned. This was getting out of hand. The stronger she got, the hungrier she got. Now she was God. She had to be munching on something half her time awake. It was part of why she never really bothered with cultivating. She'd probably never spent more than 2 consecutive hours with her ass on a mat, no matter how hard Grandpa's son tried to force her. Her head whipped violently to the right, like a knee-jerk reflex. She seemed to be looking down Food Street. Eh? Then she realized what had happened, like whiplash. She'd smelled something utterly delectable, all warm and doughy. Before she knew it, she was walking toward Food Street as though tugged by an invisible string. Her mouth was watering up a pond. Was that bread? It was. A few stalls down, great big gorgeous stalks of uncut bread sat in a glass display case. Crispy light brown, just a hint of its gooey insides leaking down the middle. Her brain was melting inside her skull. It looked so good. If she could have that, if she could sink her teeth into that big loaf, all would be right in the world. Suddenly she felt very confident in that. She had a loaf-sized hole in her heart. That bread would make her whole. She had to have it. But she patted her interspatial ring and sighed. All of it. Gone. She frowned. She supposed she'd just have to steal it. But this was a merchant's city, and there were guards posted at every corner of the market, and the bread was, very inconveniently, placed in a locked glass display case guarded by a very large minotaur. Sun began to think. She stared at the scene before her, soaking in every detail, every angle, ideas popping off like firecrackers in her brain. The curved slope of that rooftops. Escape? Funnel for distraction? Liquid? Oil? Plenty discarded oil lying about, stalls arranged in a maze. Optimal path: climb on top, hop from stall to stall, swing off hanging drake tongues, topple kebabs, smash coals underneath for smokescreen. No, too far-fetched. 10 minutes passed before she had it. It was 9 steps in total, a lot of running, 4 bananas as projectiles, 6 banana peels as mines, countless knickknacks from the surrounding stands, that fat minotaur snack vendor standing over there with a half-broken horn. That horn was the key to all of this, and a lot of grease. A lot of grease, which she'd seen that orc dumping in a bin. She saw it clearly as a painting in her mind. All there, all worked out, and she knew it'd work. It was a double-edged thing, planning like this. Everything had to go just right. It was when she got caught with her trousers down, so to speak, that she got in trouble. But who knew? Maybe not anymore. That swamp had been a crash course in ass-pulling. She licked her lips. The only thing stopping her now was that horrible pit of fear in her gut, like always. But fear was an old, familiar foe, and she knew how to beat it down. There was a time when she didn't know, when it made her a prisoner in her own body. Long ago, she'd spent a horrible night hiding in the Wukong Conclave's ancestral cave, shivering, whimpering, listening as Grandpa's furious roars faded to dull croaks, as Uncle Yu's curses turned to death throes, as the triplets, younger than her even and not half as talented, frightened out of their fur, charged to their deaths, all in defense of the Conclave. And where was she? Here, alone, clutching at her knees, feeling the cave's damp, sickly walls pressing down on her, like she was caught in one giant clenched fist, except there was no fist, only the air, the heavy, damp, dry air, so heavy it hurt to drag in a breath, except now the heaviness had gotten inside her, under her skin, wrapping around her heart and squeezing. She choked back a gasp, blinked back tears. She was alone. All her uncles and aunties, brothers and sisters, Grandpa's son, broken against the rocks. But what could she have done? She'd just have gotten herself killed. She wasn't a fighter. She was a coward, like Grandpa's son always said she was. And cowards hid and whimpered and cried at how useless they were. The next few hours and the silence that filled them were excruciating. She was still, so still she could have been dead. And then, hours, maybe days later, it was hunger that moved her again. Go figure. Hunger dragging her to her feet and out of the mouth of the cave, looking down at grasses stained red and the corpses that gave the paint. It was a silly thing, Bodies leaking, somehow unreal. Grandpa's son was leaking. His eyes were leaking. She still had these very angry spikes when she thought about that night. Anger she didn't think she had in her. And she was angry mostly at herself. She'd remembered when she used to go up to Grandpa's son, full of feelings. He had this way of reducing them to answers, mostly, "Shut up, idiot child," and "Stop crying, idiot child. What will the neighbors think?" He had this magical way of making big things small like that. So long, long ago, Sun took that night in the cave, a night so big her mind felt like it was cracking just trying to wrap around it, and made it small. A neat little life lesson, something easy to grasp, a vow, cute and simple. She'd be damned if she was letting fear stop her from living. There, wasn't it all better? Fear still lurked in her mind, reared up like vomit and seized her up when it got really bad, but only sometimes. Most of the times she was fine. "I will never let something as silly as fear stop me from living my life however I damn well please," Sun declared. It was an attitude she had to take in all things, even toward something as silly as a loaf of bread, especially something as silly as a loaf of bread. If she couldn't beat fear in the small things, how could she possibly beat it in the big things? She went forth like a general venturing into battle. That loaf was hers. By the time Dorian got back to the safe house, Gerard was already there, calmly reading, legs crossed and teacup in hand. A plate of hot buns steamed on the tea table, ranged in a neat grid. "I've finished planting the bombs early," Gerard said. "I had a pleasant time strolling the city in the meantime. Did you know there is a small but vibrant conclave of refugees over the other upper realms, come to seek shelter in Ur? They've set up a number of cafes. Spectacular steamed buns. Would you like one, sir?" "Thanks, but I'll pass." Then Gerard caught a whiff of him. He grimaced. "Sir," the tone a parent might take with a naughty child, sad with just a hint of disappointment. Dorian had heard it many a time. "I've been mucking about in grime and oil all day, but I came out with these little nuggets." He tossed his 3 manuals on the floor. "A day well spent, I'd say. Technique manuals. Techniques is generous, but not to worry. Once I'm through with them—" The door flew open. A demon burst in, streaming ash. Dorian was halfway to his feet before he saw it was Sun, head to toe in soot and so greasy she was slipping over her own 2 feet, a loaf of bread snatched between her teeth. She fell over, lunged for the door, fell over again, tried scrambling to her feet, fell over a 3rd time, spat out her breadstick, and yelled, "Close the door!" Gerard slammed it shut. "What's wrong? Who's chasing you?" he snapped. "No one, I think," gasped Sun. "I hope. I'm pretty sure. If the oil spills and the tarps worked out, and I think they did." "What did you do?" "It's a long story. Had a jaunt in the market." Dorian recalled the screams, the Shadow Realm eyes, the column of smoke on his way back. "That was you?" "If you mean the explosions and the burning and stuff. Yep. We may need to change masks from now on." She winced. "On the bright side, I did scout out all the auction's best treasures. Oh, and I also stole these." She tapped her interspatial ring. A set of blueprints fell out, unfurled. Floor plans to the royal palace. 218. Mini Training Arc 3. "That's the full floor plans to the royal palace," said Sun through a mouthful of bread. "Plus a catalog of all the best shit they've got." She swallowed, then grinned. "Not bad, eh?" "How did you manage this?" said Gerard, frowning in consternation. "I was under the impression all documents pertaining to the auction were closely guarded." "Closely guarded? That old setup?" Sun scratched her head. "I don't know about that. I mean, they put signs pointing right to their government offices, And they have windows looking out into the street with only, 4 layers of defenses? She was munching on another breadstick already. Psh, all it took was some grease, rubber, a good route, and a few well-timed jingu bonks. It was harder stealing from the market. Oh, speaking of, got a towel? Gerard produced one instantly, as though it had been hidden up his sleeve this whole time. Why, thank you, Mr. Gerard. Of course. She started vigorously scrubbing. Meanwhile, Dorian picked up the catalog. He frowned at it. This is the official catalog? No, it's a copy. Wrote it myself. Same with the floor plans. I mean, we wouldn't want them knowing stuff was gone this close to the auction, would we? This is all food. About 40 items scribbled out. A few, sacred cow jerky, golden apple, and koi caviar, triple underlined. And he dearly hoped those wet spots on the page weren't drool. Well, of course I wrote the important stuff first, said Sun, waving a dismissive hand. Crunching sounds as she took another giant bite. Turn the page. Ah, that was more like it. God King Kinzo's Millennium Elixirs, breathed Dorian, eyes shining. I had a suspicion they'd be here. What are those? Do they taste good? Is snacking all you think about? Said Dorian, exasperated. Yes? No, they do not. They're quite foul, actually. They're foul from the moment they're brewed, and only get fouler the longer they sit, and each one is left to ferment in a cold cellar for 1,000 years. Sun instantly lost interest. I was not aware Kinzo sold his elixirs to the public, said Gerard. He once confided to me he considered them works of art. Oh, he does, but his estate does not. His sons were always greedy little bastards, and since Kinzo died centuries ago, they've been offloading Dad's prized possessions. Dorian grinned. Priceless, they call them, yet they somehow always manage to find a number to put on them. An astronomically high one, almost as much as the bounty on my head, I imagine. And they were still well worth the price. A Millennium Elixir was the master alchemist Kinzo's signature elixir, a concoction whose recipe and formula only he knew. It took 1,000 years to brew and granted 1,000 years' worth of bloodline. Bloodline powers were simple. They went by base 9. Dorian was currently at base form as a dragonoid with a bloodline quantity of 5. He hadn't even scratched the surface of what his bloodline was truly capable of. It took 9 quantity to hit first form, then 9-fold that, 81 to hit second form, and so forth. On average, the typical bloodline beast gained only 1 quantity per year, and on average, the typical bloodline beast leaned on their bloodline for the vast majority of their powers. Take that panlong they met in the swamp. That thing had incredible speed and immense durability, and its acid could melt diamond. Those were all bloodline powers. It had taken Dorian's all-out effort, plus a broken hand, just to bloody the thing's nose. That thing was likely third form, i.e. over 729 bloodline quantity, and thus over 729 years old. If it had been fourth form, Dorian would not be alive right now. With just one of Kinzo's elixirs, Dorian could skip directly to third form. And though this list didn't specify just how many there were, it was common for elixirs of this sort to be sold in batches of 6 or 12. With 6 of Kinzo's elixirs, Dorian would be number 1 under Empyrean. Hells, maybe he could even give Gerard here, a top-ranker Empyrean, a good fight. Most of the other stuff didn't suit his Tao or his bloodline or his build. There was a tail technique, a few fascinating fire/darkness manuals that might be worth picking up, stuff to drastically boost his Yama's chains and his fist techniques. All secondary, all bonus. He knew what he wanted most of all. Might we also heist that one, sir, if it poses no great inconvenience? Gerard pointed at a name sat in the middle of the list. 2-Petal Lily. I've never heard of it. What's it do? It has a few rare uses in powerful elixirs, but my interest is personal, sir. The two-petal lily is among the Pali realm's most endangered species, said Gerard mildly. I should like to preserve it in my garden, please. So long as it doesn't mess with the rest of our plans, you do whatever you like. My thanks, he bowed. Done? Said Sun, hopping up. Just about. Awesome. Now for the fun part. How I plan on getting us in. They all crouched around Sun's map. A giant bubble looped around the floor, the infamous wards of Ur. There's only one way through the wards, said Sun. Can't break 'em from the outside, can't tunnel under. They're curved above and below the palace. Seems like the only way in is in. To Gerard. Can you get us entry tickets? He pursed his lips. It will be very difficult. Tickets are linked to their owners' identities, and resale is strictly forbidden. This is a very high-powered auction. Even if I could, ticket holders will be thoroughly frisked and inspected at the gates, much like those entering the front gates of Ur. Thought so. Sun munched thoughtfully on a carrot. Okay, so that was the low-hanging fruit try. Here's my actual plan. And she pulled out a scroll twice the size of the map and unrolled it. It looked like a pack of manic children had taken to the paper with charcoal. There wasn't an inch of legible text on the paper. Lots of lines, though, and circles and underlines and scrawlings atop scrawlings. Why are all your plans this convoluted? All plans should be like this. Plans are like recipes. You have to get all the ingredients in just the right portions and apply just the right steps, one by one. You have to think of everything. That's not a plan, Dorian snorted. That's a house of cards. One thing goes wrong and the rest all crumbles. Well, that's why you have contingencies. Contingencies in case each of your dozen-odd steps go wrong? I mean, you can't get everything, Sun said hastily. If shit is really burning, you bail. Then you try a new plan. A little too rigid for my taste, said Dorian. A good plan should be simple, lightweight, flexible, a framework that can adapt at any moment. Well, I'm doing the planning for this one. You agreed, so shush. She smacked him with her bread. Fine. Dorian spread his hands, amused. Lay it on me. Well, it's not done, mind you. It still needs a few days to marinate. There's still something missing. Anyway, here's what I've got now. She pointed to a cluster of words scribbled atop words, crossed out and looped over. It looked like a toddler's drawing of a tornado. Can't impersonate a guard, official, or a janitor. It was my first idea. They've all got badges, and they all go through the same identity-checking wards as the guests do. Those things strip all cloaking magics and do straight soul-checking. She tongued her teeth in annoyance. Gross. So that's off the table. As for distracting the guards and sneaking in, can't do that either. We'd have to get past the wards regardless, which are like a force field covering the whole fucking palace. Even underground. And this, she pointed to another column of graphite destruction, was my try at figuring out how to disable the wards. Turns out they're all powered from the inside, so we can't even chi-bomb them. Nasty little engineering trick. So, what is it you propose we do? Said Gerard. There's two options. She waggled two fingers. One, bribery. We don't have the money for that, sighed Gerard. And it would be exceedingly difficult besides. You would not be the first, nor second, nor 100th who's thought to try Miss Wukong. Yeah, figured. Two, I sneak in, tweak the wards from the inside to accept your auras, and you two waltz in through the front gates. And how exactly do you plan on sneaking in? Said Dorian. Sun paused. Okay, stay with me. This is going to sound a little out there. More out there than clogging a lava chute at 10,000 li depth with lava whale carcasses? Oh, these aren't even in the same plane. Oh, I certainly hope so. Dorian actually smirked. We'll need out there if we're to pull this off, Runt. They've seen everything in here a dozen times over. Sun chewed on her lip as though she couldn't decide whether to go through with it. Then she shrugged. Okay, so the wards won't let anyone without the right soul signature in, and everyone who tries to enter gets checked and double-checked down to their socks. But the wards don't stop inanimate objects, do they? You mean to cloak as an inanimate object, miss? Gerard raised a finger. I suspect you may be underestimating just how powerful the ward's anti-cloaking properties are. They are beyond pervasive. Even if there were some way to store you in an interspatial ring, those wards could still probe the pocket dimension. No, Sun waved him off. I mean to be an inanimate object. What? Said Dorian. Dead. A corpse. You're going to need to give me a little more, said Dorian dryly. I need to be alive moments before I meet the wards. Then I need to be dead as I pass through the wards, and alive again on the other side. How do we do this? She raised a finger. You get a Jiangshi, or some other kind of vampire, to bite me, and then kill me. While dead, I'll undergo vampirization, and then on the other side, I'll be revived, vampirically, as a walking dead, and then take a vampire bite antidote, which you will commission at the Alchemist's Guild, by the way, Mr. Gerard, reverse the effect, and boom! Wards bypassed. Gerard and Dorian both stared incredulously at her. She seemed very pleased with herself, but that also could have been because of the carrot sandwich she'd slapped together while talking and was now happily wolfing down. Hard to say. That is the stupidest plan I have ever heard, said Dorian. At the same time, that is simply inspired, Miss Wukong. Gerard tapped 2 fingers to his palm in a little clap. Well done. Now Dorian was staring incredulously at Gerard. You can't be serious. Why not? Gerard arched a brow back at him, like he was returning Dorian's serve. I mean, the vampirization process is a neat loophole, said Gerard. It suspends the soul outside the body, as the body is dead, and it promptly snaps back into its new body once the reconstruction is complete. At a technical level, I see no issue with it. It was that, said Sun, or kill me and get a necromancer to revive me on the other side. But that's just impractical. That was where she drew the line. Dorian was silent for a moment, brows drawn tight, prodding at the idea in his mind. Then he smirked. All right, assuming we go through with this. Yes, assuming, he stressed. That's just getting through the front gate. How do you plan on doing the actual heist? Yeah, that is the tricky bit, said Sun. Floor plans is one thing, but they don't exactly keep a list of all the locks and spells they've got on their treasures in some unlocked drawer. And I mean that literally. I tried really hard to find stuff. As far as I can tell, only the top-level folk running the auction would know that. So after we get in, we're blind. Yep. She paused as though to let the thought sink in. I was kind of hoping you might take over from there. 219. Mini Training Arc 4. It was one of those ideas that really felt like it shouldn't work, but Dorian couldn't for the life of him figure out why. The last time he had this feeling was when Sun suggested that sewer tunnel scheme and the letter writing to the Alchemist's Guild. Maybe it was his natural biases? To Dorian, the simplest answer was best. In winning a battle, the objective to him was not to know everything and plan for it down to the second. To him, it was creating a situation where neither he nor his enemy had the slightest clue what the hells was going on. But if it works, I suppose. You look constipated, said Sun. She patted him on the head. Shh, trust me, it'll work out just fine. Don't you pat me on the head. Dorian shot her a cross look. I am a patter of heads, not one who is patted. But it feels nice, doesn't it? Dorian rolled his eyes. All right, let's go through with it. Yes! We'll get inside and bring tools with us, and I'll see what I can do about breaking into the vaults. Worst and likeliest case, we won't be able to. Then we can just attend the auction normally, buy resources with whatever Gerard's got on hand, and blow up the city when we're 10,000 li out." "Very good," said Gerard. "I'm for it." "Me too," said Sun. "Then here's how the next few weeks will go. Gerard, you plant the bombs and commission the vampirization antidote." "Consider it done, sir. I doubt it'll take more than a few days. Perhaps I shall renovate the room some, too," he mused, scanning the dark steel rectangle in which they stood. "It is perfectly sealed, which makes it ideal for our purposes, but for a home base it isn't very homely, is it?" "Get it done, and you can decorate to your heart's content. And you," Dorian flicked Sun in the head, "pay attention. You will actually cultivate. Got it? Get up to the 30 whichever transformation, the shape-shifting one. There's a very good chance we'll need you to squeeze into some tiny spaces once we're in the palace." "You got it, boss. I will do my best," said Sun with utmost earnestness. "You will sit down, focus, and cultivate," said Dorian firmly. He stared her in the eyes. "Repeat it." "I will sit down, focus, and cultivate," said Sun. "Repeat it, but mean it this time." "I will sit down, focus, and cultivate," said Sun, and it was like she'd reversed time and replayed it, so perfectly did she match her cadence and expressions. She grinned innocently. Dorian sighed. It would have to do. "In the meantime, I will hone my techniques. Right now, I'm a bow with no arrows." He picked up the 3 tattered technique manuals he'd bought, looking down at them fondly. "I'm quite curious just how deadly I can get in 3 weeks' time. Top ranker among gods, perhaps." "Greetings, friends," said Jez. He bowed to the 2 other men in the war room, one a tall, thin, bald, and painfully pale Jiangshi. He sat neatly on his marble chair, hands folded on the round stone table, lips constantly pursed. The other was a massive, hulking demon with scales like armored dark iron plates, twisting horns sticking out, and golden stitching crisscrossing his skin. His eyes, too, were gold, and every few seconds some part of his body would twitch as though he'd just gotten an electric shock. His chair was nearly as big as the table itself. Both men stood. The Jiangshi bowed back, and so did the demon, a good deal less deeply than Jez had, Kaya noticed. "Kaya," said Jez, "meet my 2 high generals on the 9th circle of hell. This," he gestured to the Jiangshi. His eyes passed over her like she was a chair or a table, like she was something so insignificant she only registered in some subconscious part of his mind and faded just as quickly. "Is the emperor of the Jiangshi, Salieris." She instantly decided she disliked him. "And this," said Jez, gesturing to the giant demon, "is the Demon King Yama." "Hello," rumbled Yama. "Yama, Salieris, Kaya." "This is the tracker," said Salieris sharply. Jez nodded. "She is the prime operative. Thus far, you 2 have conducted the hunt for Dorian on your own. Salieris, you and Nugia have made admirable progress, and Yama, the Sky Wolf, nearly caught up to him at the swamp as well. But since then, he is cloaked by a force that evades our strongest detections. And that is where Kaya here comes in." "He stole my brother's body," said Kaya simply. Strange how little her voice wavered. At some level, she registered that these were 2 creatures with power beyond her wildest imaginings, that with a thought they could unmake her. Yet what was left to unmake? She nearly giggled at the thought. Maybe the anger, but that was all. "Each of your compasses runs with just a drop of my blood, but I also have fate threads tied to him, deeper than maybe anyone. If you want to hunt down Dorian, I'm your best shot." Who was this person, talking out of her mouth? Had she cracked? She was so far out of her depth it was laughable. Yet when hadn't she been, after Rust Tribe? It felt like the ground had opened underneath her then, and she'd never found her footing again. She was falling, falling, falling. At some point she couldn't even tell how deep she'd gotten. All she knew was that it was very dark. It had been so dark for so long. So long she was getting used to it. So long she was starting to like it. Master Coldforge is polishing up a custom treasure, a blood compass of incredible strength, one that can ignore all cloaking, and one that only Kaya here is positioned to wield. She will act as the scout, said Jez. You two will pool your resources. The Skywolf, the Nine-Tailed Fox, and she will be my strike team to bring Dorian to justice. Forever. Jez had scarcely finished his sentence before Salieris jumped in. And it is Nugea shall lead this expedition, I trust. Yama leapt in right after. Of course not. Do you take Master Jez for a fool? Wolf's nose is the sharpest under heaven. He's the most skilled hunter we've got. That Dorian's a slippery one. He snarled. He'll see that pyromaniac fox 1,000 li coming. That pyromaniac fox who nearly cooked him in the swamp while your wolf was chasing ghosts halfway across hell? I hardly think so. If you take a moment to calm yourself, drawled Salieris, inspecting his fingernails, you'll see you've been blinded by bias. But we are all here busy men. None of us has the time to wait for you to come to your senses. And so we must move on without you. He turned his flat gaze on Jez. Nugea shall lead the expedition. He said it like it was already a decided thing, like he was simply relaying the information. A lesser god, growled Yama softly, would gut you for how you speak to me. A lesser god, or a braver one? Who do you think you're speaking to, you paper-skinned worm? Gold light leaked out a stitch on the side of Yama's head. A second-rate Empyrean, sighed Salieris. Felled by Dorian with frankly embarrassing ease, then revived and gifted a rise to God-King by the graces of our dear Jez, and yet you still manage to be an ingrate and a twit. Simply astonishing. Yama's face shifted 3 colors in as many seconds, red, gold, then darkening to black. His whole body swelled, cords of muscle writhing like live snakes under his plated armor. Just looking at him, Kaya thought he could take off Salieris's head with a casual flick. In that moment, his aura leaked out. She felt very, very small. Not in the way a mortal looks up and sees a mountain and marvels at its size, but rather as that same mortal clinging to the very tip of the mountain, staring down 10,000 li drops into the yawning mouth of a bottomless abyss. Winds of power howled around her, ethereal, unreal, and yet, somehow, they cut below the skin somewhere else, deeper, shivered the very soul. Watch your tongue. Even with the new powers Jez had granted her, she could hardly stay upright. Yet the Jiangshi Emperor only arched a brow. Why is it that fate grants so often such great powers to even greater dullards? He sighed. Well? And now there was a hard, bright light in his own eyes, a feral eagerness. Get on with it, then. Will you strike me or not? Come now, fucker. Hit me. Friends, said Jez with a deep frown. Please do not dignify this bickering. We are all on the same side, are we not? A shadow flickered across Yama's face. Kaya braced for impact. Yama opened his massive mouth, and all the sharp, harsh lines on his face softened, all at once. His eyes shone like bright mirrors reflecting an angry white sun. Friend Yama, friend Salieris, said Yama in a harsh croak. Only his tone was so soft, trembling a little, laden with feeling. Jez's voice. I feel I should rephrase. I must have given the impression that that was a request. How silly of me. Salieris stiffened. Was that fear or horror in the wrinkled lines of his face, in those staring, ruby-red eyes? Then it was gone, and Salieris sat back. Of course, Yama said, smiling. I'm sorry. At times my tongue has thoughts of its own. I've embarrassed myself. That's okay. Jez's voice issued out of Jez's mouth. Yama slumped into his giant chair, deflated and gasping heavily. The gasps turned to a choking, coughing fit. For his part, Jez just looked tired. Back to the task at hand, gentlemen. He stood. Neither wolf nor fox shall lead this expedition. Kaya here knows Dorian better than either of your operatives. She has spent months observing him. She will take up the task. With all due respect, Master, rasped Yama, who'd finally managed to retrieve his voice. Pardon the bluntness, but who the fuck is this? What qualifies her? I'm Kaya. She crossed her arms and grinned at the both of them. Nice to meet you, and I have two things neither of your servants have. First, I know how he thinks. He played me like a goddamned lute for months. I saw up close the kinds of sick ways that mind bends. She giggled. Only I didn't think it'd bend back on me, did I? For so long, she'd had nothing to blame but herself and fate was nothing to blame at all. Waking up extra early every day in Azcan, training her fists in the desert, like she could train the weakness out of her. Like if her fists were just a little higher level, she could have beaten back that dragon, saved the day. Like anything she did mattered a shit when a snake takes hold of your brother's body, dupes you into loving him while burning everything you held dear. As it turned out, there was someone to blame, and it sure as hell wasn't her. When Jez pointed it out to her, it had been such an incredible relief to at last pull that awful knife from her heart and turn it on someone else. It all seemed so obvious once she heard it. The instant Dorian came, weird stuff started to happen. That eclipse, the dragon attack, and then that beast horde at the oasis. Coincidence? Or was someone messing with other people's lives without a hoot to how it hurt them? She'd been so dumb, so happy to believe him. She would have died for him 10 times over. How sick was that? Jez was no better, even if he couldn't admit it to himself. Maybe none of these goddamned gods were any better. Maybe giving power to a person was like putting spider poison in a good soup. Maybe she hated all of them at least a little. Even Jez, who gave her the one thing she still had worth a shit. But not quite as much as she hated the asshole who smiled at her and cheered her and said he loved her while wearing her brother's skin. Where would she be if Dorian never came? Her eyes were wet. She sniffled. In the lower realms, with her tribe and brother and lover, laughing and sharing roast Vordor around a campfire. It was so clear to her now, so obvious, so perfect, like a dream she once had that could never be. Some tiny part of her felt a flicker of uneasiness at the story she was telling herself. Just a flicker. The feelings of someone she used to be. She figured some foolish part of her still cared for him. Somehow, despite it all, even now. Still thought maybe, just maybe, some part of him really cared for her too. How silly was that? She hated him. She hated him more than she'd ever hated anything. You can't love and hate someone at the same time. The flicker was gone. She knew the truth. Because of him, she was here, which was nowhere at all, with nothing to think about except how miserable she was. Even the thought of his fucking smirk shot her up with anger, stoked that pretty gold candle flame Jez had put in her back in Azcan, the candle flame he'd just made a golden inferno. She knew then her eyes were glowing gold, and her lips curled into a snarl. You can't know how bad I want to get my hands on him, she whispered. Every night, it's the last thought I have before I drift off, and then I dream of it, and I wake up and it's the first thing I think of. Every damn day. Your folk want him for bounty, do they? Her fingers dug into her palms, drawing blood, pricks of delicious pain, and she laughed. Her voice sounded high and shrill, like someone else's. I want to strip the flesh off his skin, and strip the muscles off the bones, and tear out the tendons, and poke out his eyes, and leave him only his vocal cords so I can hear the sound of his screaming. Maybe then he'll know what it's like to have your life taken from you, piece by fucking piece. 220. Mini Training Arc 5. The Spirit Pavilion. It was the same everywhere. In Hell, in Zenith, in Pythia, in Shenzi. Even the entrances to the spirit realm themselves were just scaled-up versions of the same building. Silver three-story pagoda, a pristine and classy oasis amid endless swaths of bulging filth. It was the same design as long as Dorian could remember, stretching back before he was alive. Back in the early aughts of the multiverse, when the Spirit Emperor first broke through to God King and established his first outpost. This one was wedged between a towering six-floor gym, whose logo was a giant fanged gorilla head dripping blood, and a fat metal box strung with chains, which seemed more a prison than a gym. They boasted, "Abandon all weakness, ye who enter here," and "Unleash your inner God King," on glossy banners. The Spirit Pavilion's slogan, meanwhile, was, "The Multiverse's Testing Grounds." Clean, simple, and utterly boring. He would have gone for Gorilla Fang Blood Gym in a heartbeat if it could offer a tenth of what this unassuming little building had. The Spirit Pavilion conducted the multiversal rankings. It was taken from a weighted composite score of Tao, Qi, and Physique, the three elements which quantified brute strength. And they gave out the definitive ranking of the multiverse's chief powers. There were other rankings. The Yunlong ranking and the Lotus Index were two others of note, but even their lists seemed to pay lip service to the Spirit Pavilions. There were always the same cluster of names at the top, ordered a little differently, but whenever the Spirit Pavilion boosted up a name or dropped it down, the others soon followed suit. Simply put, if you wanted to know who's who in the multiverse, you went to the Spirit Pavilion. If you wanted to hone your techniques, to test yourself against the best, there was nowhere better. As Dorian strolled up, he saw three boards hanging over the entrance, the top 20 rankers of God, Empyrean, and God King, peppered with hallowed names, and then, conspicuously new, wedged between number 17, Reine Heartless, and number 19, Wen Chao Shen, number 18, Nameless. Dorian grinned. He might be number 18 in power, but power was not necessarily the same as who would win in a duel to the death. That depended on who was best at utilizing their power. And for that, the Spirit Pavilion kept rankings, too. Kept on a rating scale. Win a fight, your rating goes up. Lose one, it goes down. The names were largely the same as the power rankings, only a few names were shuffled up, a few down. Gerard, for instance, was number 7 on the power rankings. Back in his heyday, Gerard had been the number 2 ranked fighter in Spirit Pavilion duels. He'd even briefly cracked the Chi for Chi Top 10, a standardized ranking of fighting prowess adjusted for skill relative to cultivation rank. Dorian could attest to it. A memory flashed to mind of their horrible duel, inky black wings spreading so wide they smothered the sky. Gerard was far out of practice now, but the man who took care not to step on passing ladybugs on the street had been one of the true monsters of the multiverse. In 1 year, he'd single-handedly doubled the number of gravestones in Pythia, and even some god kings dared not bring him to heel. He'd been such a terror that the kings of Pythia paid a ludicrous sum to the only creature they could find who dared meet him in battle, the number 1 ranked Empyrean, a promising, bright-eyed young fellow by the name of Dorian, a very silly fellow, a fellow who had in fact rejected that sum, who thumped his chest and vowed he needed no payment for the vanquishing of evil. Knowing he was saving lives was payment enough, said Dorian. He cringed to think of it now. Oh, my mortifying teenage years. Thank fate I got over that particular phase. Silvery mist snaked out of the pavilion, clinging to the floors like a creeping frost. Dorian went in. There was that same line of receptionist spirits up front, but he had no use for them today. He strolled past them to the pavilion's main attraction. Upstairs, the second floor. It felt like he was walking through what those dewy-eyed mortal artists thought heaven looked like. pure, soft white everywhere, marble walls, marble floors, a pristine silver staircase leading up to a blurry white glow. The second floor was where all the action was. There was a hexagonal pillar at the very center, a door on each face. There were the hexagonal walls ringing the pillar, and there was the walkway in the middle. There was a funky conniption of space here. You could walk this route endlessly, and there would be new doors, different doors on each new face of the pillar, and yet you could never circle back the way you came. To get back, you had to walk backward. As Dorian went about, murky figures stepping in and out of rooms, passing him in the bright mist. He kept an eye on the doors. Each had a gem affixed to it, glowing blue if occupied. 3 dozen doors down, he found an empty one. He opened the door and stepped in, and it was every bit as weird as he recalled. It felt like his body was being licked by a huge tongue, front to back, yet nothing touched him. And as he closed the door behind him and it clicked shut, there was a subtle shift in the room, like that clicking shut had also shut the door on the world as he knew it. Now he was in some in-between space, a space with no real place, an extension of the spirit realm. He wasn't really here. It was all a simulation, a consensual delusion of the senses. The floor looked like a graph, straight gray squares in a latticework running out to invisible horizons. The sky was featureless, like a night sky with no stars, only with the colors inverted. It gave the same feeling of endlessness. There was nothing else here. Vaguely he felt a pressure on his mind, the way you might feel a pressing on your ears deep underwater. It was the mental pressure of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of other minds in their own little rooms. "Welcome, Spirit 19,485. Dorian," a woman's voice, but a composite, like it was 100 different voices spliced together, a crowd speaking at once. But he knew it was only one being, in truth, the spirit of the pavilion. "How may I assist you today? Drilling, sparring, dueling, or would you like to seek guidance from a spirit pavilion expert?" "A technique test. Make a sandbox field. Let's say grass." He'd gone from desert to hell, not a speck of greenery to be found. It got boring after a while. "As you wish," said the spirit. And he stood in a wide-open plain, the sky above a crisp light blue, dappled with just the right amount of cloud. Lush tufts of grass swayed beneath his feet. Which first? Fist? Technique? Movement? The fist called to him most. He was in the Spirit Pavilion, the multiverse's testing grounds. Some of its most high-profile duels garnered viewership in the hundreds of millions. Dorian itched to try his hand at it again. Far more than grasses, he did miss a spar against a real expert, someone who could get his blood running hot, like his runs did. One punch kill, eh? He flipped breezily through its tattered pages, soaking in the diagrams, the ideas, letting them congeal again in his mind. But with the holes filled in, its suboptimal chi paths corrected. He had to be a certain build to use this technique well. It was an all-out blast, carving a huge chunk out of his reserves. It favored the chunky fighter, the ones with chi to spare. Even Dorian would punch himself out in under a minute. Then he'd be fucked. Only he had trouble believing anyone save for an elite Empyrean could survive that long an onslaught. Paired with a grappling technique, some way to merge his tail with Yama's chains principles, and it'd work wonders. Drag them in, beat them up. He rather liked the idea of playing the hulking brute. In most of his runs he always found himself the small one, the quick one, coasting off wits and reflexes and timing. It was a style he knew well. But the idea of simply walking up, soaking damage, and flattening fools tickled him quite a bit. You chose your style to suit your build, after all. The attribute was fire, but a few minor adjustments here and there, and he figured he could sneak some darkness in, too. This would augment his Fist of the Falling Star. He sat down cross-legged. "Blackboard and chalk?" The spirit graciously delivered them, and he began to scribble notes. It took him 6 hours to work out all the kinks. He stared down at a diagram of a body, all its arteries, veins, meridians, and channels neatly mapped. A maze of arrows pointed to chunks of text scribbled atop other chunks of text, but the bulk of it was in his mind now, and he knew the shape of the move. What disturbed him was how long it took. 6 hours? It was a high-tier technique. He couldn't expect to magic a brand-new technique out of thin air like he could with lower-realm manuals. He had his intuition and experience and understanding, yet that vast untapped library of half-remembered manuals was missing. Maybe another casualty of Zenith's fall. My bodies were cut off the multiverse. He frowned. What a nasty thought to bring into such a pleasant training session. He promptly cast it out of his mind. This is a time for celebration. My first technique is made. It was a fist of 2 parts. One hand, quick and violent as a meteor, the other heavy and violent as a mudslide. Both served with enough chi to reduce your average mortal to his constituent particles. It was a spiffy piece of work, if he did say so himself, and he was feeling quite proud of it. He had a sneaking suspicion it would hurt a lot of people's feelings very soon. A great technique deserves a great name. Pity none came to mind. For now, I shall call you Fist of Rising Moon, Falling Star. Level up, Fist of Rising Moon, Falling Star. Level NA to 0. He glanced around at the peaceful meadow. Kind of anticlimactic to try it out for the first time here, isn't it? Anyone could beat up some grass. Spirit of the Pavilion, I'd like to request a ranked duel. The base wager on a duel request is 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Dorian wrinkled his nose. Don't give me some bozo. I want one of your top experts. Give me someone ranked. Let's say at least top 10,000 at the god level. Close combat, humanoid preferable. This request will cost 15 mid-grade spirit stones. Done. Processing. Oh, nearly forgot a critical point. Don't use my old name. I'm keeping a low profile. Would you like to set up a new profile under a new alias? Said the spirit. Your rating will be reset. Go for it. Call me... A great fighter, too, deserved a great name. Pity none came to mind. He scratched his head. Fuck me. Give me a sec. Profile, fuck me, created. Requesting duel. Whatever. As a new profile, Dorian's rating would be set provisionally at 0. He'd look just like any other fresh-out-the-dojo youngster seeking his first real fight. There were thousands a day, coming in tingling with that nervous, excited, bouncy energy, leaving hours later in tears. No doubt he seemed like easy pickings, and for such a high sum, too. He smirked. Who's going to bite? 221. Mini Training Arc 6. Where did it all go wrong? It was a question Pinker woke up to every morning, blearily staring at his stubbled face in the mirror, at the sagging cheeks and the mustache like an unkempt lawn. There was a time he daubed his face in oils and gels, took daily skin-tightening elixirs, when his face was still on the promotional posters, grinning pearly whites, while the brute of the day on the other side snarled and slobbered. He'd had a fan club then, when he was the prodigy of the day. Slick and quick, stylish and suave, and undefeated, too. There was a time half the women in the city would turn out to watch him fight. There was a time he'd look away from his opponent mid-bout, wink at the prettiest face in the crowd, mouth, "Watch this," turn back, knock the fool out the next blow, turn back again, and watch the girl faint in real time. Oh, how they cheered. Pretty boy Pink, they'd called him. Where did it all go wrong? It was a question that flitted through his mind each day he went to work. Pinker groaned as he stepped carefully between 2 columns of flared armpits. It was Tai Chi Pose 4, Flying Lotus, and the dozen-odd geezers who'd shown up today were huffing and puffing, chi sputtering weakly out of their bodies. "Arms up, Pila!" he cried, clapping his hands and grinning like he meant it. Force that chi through. Come on now. Pila snarled at him.
Don't you raise your voice at me.
Sorry, he mumbled, stifling a sigh. It was a living, coaching these rich retirees. It was easy. It also made him think long and hard about pitching himself head first into the void on a daily basis. Where did it all go wrong? At 7, he was crowned the genius of Yellowleaf Village, a once-in-10,000 years talent. Grandpa Tun had held him with tears in his wrinkled face, said he'd finally bring honor to their village, perhaps the province, and even their kingdom. How naive. He chuckled ruefully. He was a genius in the village, still a genius when he struck out of the wider province, only one among a handful. When he got to the level of the kingdom, he was only ranked 3rd in his generation. Then, when he'd reached sky, merely a prodigy. And then he'd ascended to the upper realms, and what a shock that had been. How many tens of thousands of kingdoms, how many hundreds of millions of villages sent folk there. Crowds of prodigies churned in each day, only to find themselves swallowed into the nameless masses, only to watch desperately as the true geniuses surged past. He'd had a chance to fight one only once, and it was a memory his subconscious seemed to take a sick delight in dredging up once a fortnight, when he was down a few dozen bottles and reaching for yet another. Yunlong Invitational, 2nd round, matched up against that smirking, savage skywolf. Back when he was still clinging on to the thought that maybe, just maybe, he was something, that he was still a prodigy, that through grit and sheer stubbornness he would prevail, just like Grandpa Tun always said. A few hours later, he walked out of the arena, choking back sobs, tore up his fighter's certificate, swore off pro fighting forever. He'd been a personal trainer ever since. He sighed. He still took virtual fights, one-offs every so often, only at the Spirit Pavilion. More now, what with that war going and jacking up prices to astonishing heights. Stork flesh cost 3 low stones. A notification. Incoming bout request. Alias, fuck me. Rank, 0. What the? Wager, 15 mid-grade spirit stones. Pinker gaped at it. 15? For a newbie? He bolted out of the gym, geezers shouting after him, stumbled over to the Spirit Pavilion on the other side of the street, burst up the stairs, and shot into a vacant room. Accept! He felt a little bad about it. He saw this type all the time, young and dumb, ready to take on the multiverse, full of big boasts and bigger dreams. Stupid kids gambling it all for a chance to take down a high ranker. A dream was such a delicate, beautiful thing. You took it into you, let it puff up your head. You called yourself Prodigy, let it seam into your identity till it was as deep a part of you as your bones. He knew just how awful it sucked to have it crushed underfoot. But someone was going to snatch this request. If it had to be someone, he figured it might as well be him, prices being what they were, and the state of his investments being what they were. He felt a little bad about it, but only a little. He chuckled ruefully. Oh, youngster, I will show you that you are but a frog at the bottom of a well. The field shifted. They were on flat terrain. A force field rose at the edges, inscribing a circle 50 strides across. And there was his opponent, Pinker Chaldees, rank 8,891. 8,891. It had been so long since Dorian had been that weak that he genuinely had no clue what the number meant. He shrugged. Ah well, top 10,000 in a multiverse of hundreds of millions of gods is still no mean feat. He should be able to make me break a sweat. Dorian rubbed his hands. What's that moron smiling about? Pinker wasn't the man he used to be. Hardly a shadow, even. He could hardly argue that front, the evidence being clear as it was. But an old lion was still a lion, wasn't he? He was ranked in the top 10,000. Surely he deserved some respect. Yet this Drakekin, not yet even ranked, scarcely past sucking his mother's teat, far as Pinker was concerned, wore his disdain plain on his face. Pinker's lips pressed tight together. This little... The thought of taking it easy on the kid was quickly evaporating. Some newbies, he decided, bright-eyed, pure-hearted, needed coddling, like a younger version of himself. But one glance at this fellow's smug face, and Pinker knew he'd never gotten a proper spanking. Someone would give him one eventually, and it might as well be him. He didn't even feel a little bad about it. "Begin," said the spirit. Pinker sprang forth. His was a simple style. Rush in and clobber. He had big hands, heavy hands, and with his earth attribute fist techniques, every punch could end a fight. It had served him well since his time in the lower realms, and it had done a bang-up job here, too, save for against those true geniuses. Only this time, as he sprinted in, the strangest thing happened. That was nothing. No panicked flight, no widening of the eyes, no screaming, and those trousers looked very much unshat. Pinker was starting to wonder if the kid was right in the head. Judging by his horns and tail, he couldn't be more than second form, so less than a century old. And now, as his fist extended into an earth smash, that niggling twinge of guilt wormed its way in again. This was no cocksure brat. He saw it so clearly now. This was simply a kid way out of his depth. Pinker winced. Beating up kids for money was hardly a thing to be proud of. But the match was taken, and the punch was thrown, and he could hardly put a stop to it now. And all of a sudden, he'd flip-flopped yet again. He was back to feeling pretty shit about the whole thing. Damn it, I'll make this fast. The poor sod had finally been clued in. The boy's eyes widened as he saw the fist. He moved, dipped his head back, but too slow. Pinker's fist made a beeline for his chin, and missed. He stumbled over himself, fist slamming into the ground and splashing manic chi everywhere. What just happened? He whirled back around to find the boy regarding him curiously. He scrubbed at his memory, playing back the last few moments in flashes. The fist had been on track, arching, the head moving back, the tip of the chin rising, still at that slow pace, nearly leisurely, just enough. He'd missed by the width of a finger, at most. The boy had barely made a move. Fate smiled on that surprised jerk of his head. Pinker shook his head. Unbelievable. He dashed in again and threw, right for the nose. No lucky dodges this time. Except yet again he missed by a hair's sliver, and this time he was baffled. Again the boy barely moved. Just tilted his head back, a slight shift of the upper body, a half step away. Pinker threw again. Miss. Yet again. This time he whiffed wide. What the hell's is going on? Pinker had a sneaking suspicion he was being played for a fool. He gritted his teeth. So maybe the boy had some reflexes, but he was nothing special, nothing he hadn't seen before. Hardly worth looking that smug about, dodging some big telegraphed swings like that. He'd come in swinging, thinking the kid couldn't do a thing about it. Pinker had flip-flopped again. He decided he didn't feel bad about what was about to happen in the slightest. You brought this upon yourself, kid. Time to get serious. This time he entered with probing punches. Rat-tat-tat. And the kid dodged and stepped back and bent over and ducked, letting each sail by. But Pinker hadn't meant to land them. No, he was observing the boy's habits, that sideways half-step he took when backtracking, the little subtle mistakes in how far off balance he threw himself when he leaned, the side he favored slipping to, the way he left his chin high up in the air after a dodge. In moments, Pinker knew exactly what to do. This was the difference between a beginner and an expert. A beginner might cobble together a few moves here and there, but an expert like Pinker was methodical, tactical. He saw, he thought, and then, at the right moment, he struck. 222. Mini Training Arc 7. A beginner had moves. An expert had tactics. Where a beginner saw a battle in only one dimension, an expert like Pinker, a title he richly deserved if he did say so himself, saw two. When a beginner saw a face, their first thought was, I will punch it. When an expert saw a face, their first thought was, how can I punch it? A subtle difference, but one most brawlers never truly understood their whole lives. The newbie thought a fight was a contest of technique spamming. The expert knew a fight was won by knowing when and where to throw them. Pinker saw the opening. A half step back coupled with a lean back, chin tilting up. Now! He pounced. This time he put his whole heft into it. His fist burned brown, hardening, skin taking on a metallic sheen, and it felt like a wrecking ball attached to his arm. The dunce lunged for him. Dorian was unimpressed. He took the bait? And this guy is ranked in the top 10,000? This is what passes for elite at God nowadays? Perhaps he was being too harsh on the man. There was, after all, a vast gulf between expert and a master. An expert had tactics. A master had strategy. A mere expert thought a fight was won by knowing when and where to throw techniques. You could coast on such a two-dimensional view of fighting for quite a while, Dorian supposed, but go high enough and you'd face-plant into reality. Eventually, you met a fellow who knew a battle was won not by tactics, when and how to move, but rather strategy, when and how to apply tactics. Over the centuries, Dorian had learned that lesson quite painfully hundreds of times over in spars with his brother. Bizarrely, out of the blue, he wished Sun were here. These past few weeks, he'd rather enjoyed having a captive audience to gloat to. He'd hide it under a pretense, of course, like he was doing it to educate her. Something like, see how he throws punches half-hearted without intent to land? That's junk volume. He's trying to force a reaction out of me, to get reads, to establish certain tactics he can use. See, his strategy is that he's a very specific kind of brawler. He wants to first throw the early fight, figure out his opponent's habits, and then brutally punish them once he's got his reads. And Sun would nod and go, oh. And then he'd say, so I've figured out his win condition. What should my strategy be? And she'd say something that was ostensibly correct, which he would say was totally wrong and how silly she was to think that, and explain his strategy was to adopt a counter-strategy, of course. He knew his enemy wanted reads, so Dorian would feed him fake ones. Keep making the same mistakes until his enemy thought he had Dorian down, and then bait him into striking with one particularly exaggerated mistake, and be ready to counter like a coiled spring. Dorian half-stepped back, left his chin up, and he knew his opponent would see it as a tactical mistake. And of course, the poor fool did, and he knew the fellow would pounce. He might as well have been puppeting the man on a string. Let's use 1% of the technique's power, just to start. Fist of Falling Star, Rising Moon. One moment Pinker's fist was a blink from knocking the newbie out, and then something rammed into his stomach. His eyes bulged. A gasp was torn from his mouth, and then he flew, did a triple mid-air somersault that would have drawn raucous applause at any gymnastics competition, and landed in a mess of limbs. An instant later he was up, still gasping, eyes wild. There was a red, smoldering shape of a fist on his belly, knuckles reddest of all, like he'd been struck with a branding iron. Across the arena, his enemy looked at him puzzled, almost as puzzled as Pinker was. He'd been hit by a punch. He must have been. Nothing else made sense. But how? There was a ringing in his ears, a buzzing in his head. The boy had no angle to strike. He was so out of position, feet splayed, chest back, all his weight off. It went against physics. Pinker shook his head in a vain effort to clear out both that wretched buzzing and his bewilderment. What was he doing? He was in the middle of a bout. He set upon the kid again, this time frowning, slower, eyes peeled and extra wide. Feint, 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 a few half-hearted punches, and the kid was backpedaling once again, stepping a little too far out, and there! He lunged, and found himself on his ass an instant later, staring up at the watery white sky. What just hit me? Almost there. Dorian frowned at his smoking fist and blew away a tuft of rising smoke. He was getting there. The first try felt awkward in his hands. The second, and he was starting to get a feel for it. He scratched his head at the fellow moaning on the ground. Up you go, he said brightly. I don't have all day. The fellow flopped over. His face reminded Dorian of a ripe tomato. At this rate, he won't last much longer at all. I'll have to tone down the force a little. 0.05%? What was that? Croaked the man. I punched you, said Dorian, which he thought was rather obvious. But... He stared at Dorian's fist, then down at his stomach, where he sported 2 new tattoos of the knuckles. I don't understand, he choked out. Will this moron get up already? What does he expect me to do? Explain it to him? Dorian paused. Actually, not such a bad idea. Oh, it's quite trivial, really. I fed you an opening, anticipated you'd lunge in, so I pivoted at the exact same instant, slipped inside the punch, and socked you right in the liver. Dorian grinned. Can you stand? Yeah, he said, dazed. He struggled to his feet. Good, said Dorian. Now come at me again, but remember what I told you. Don't rush in again. By the way, if it helps, I'm fighting out of a counter-punching style, so when you throw, expect me to fade back and pull counter. Don't commit too hard to your punches. I don't... The poor man was gaping so wide, Dorian was a little worried his jaw would break off from his face. What's going on? We're fighting, said Dorian, which he also thought was rather obvious. And I'm giving you tips since I need you to put up a little better of a fight if I'm to get any use of this session. You're ranked in the top 10,000, aren't you? Isn't that supposed to be decent? Pinker choked. He looked near tears. Decent? I'm top 10,000 in the multiverse. Well, I should hope so, though I must say I've yet to see the evidence. Pinker choked harder. He seemed utterly unable to move, shocked or bewildered or just plain confused. Dorian understood. He tended to have that effect on people. He sighed. If you're not coming to me, I suppose I'll just have to come to you. Do try, this time, will you? It'd be a real shame if I dropped 15 midstones on this when I could have just been hitting a punching bag, said Dorian reasonably. Decent. Pinker felt faint. Was he dreaming? Had he been knocked upside the head? What the hells was going on? Who are you? He whispered. If I told you, you wouldn't believe me, said the monster in kid's flesh with a shrug. Right, on with it then. I'm going to punch you in the face this time, since your ribs need a break. Just jabs, clean and simple. I want you to defend it. Can you do that for me? Well? Of course I can block a jab. Pinker was indignant. I've given lectures to thousands of demigods in dojos across all Pythia undefensive fundamentals. He still hadn't a clue what was going on. He had the horrible suspicion he was the subject of some elaborate prank, but he decided he knew one thing. He didn't take it all to this whoever's tone. He might be so baffled he hardly knew if gravity still went down, but he still had his dignity, didn't he? He was an expert. There was a time he sold out arenas that seated hundreds of thousands. He was feeling a little hysterical, which was most unlike him. Good for you, said the monster. Brace yourself. And he walked at Pinker, settled into a fighting stance, raised his lead hand. See this? Said the monster. I am going to hit you with it. Pinker growled. He was putting his foot down. He'd had quite enough of this tomfoolery. I know! His eyes registered a flash of black. Then there was a massive shock, and his eyes exploded with white. He blinked. He appeared to be flat on his back. His head was throbbing something awful, blood hammering in his eardrums. With a trembling hand, he touched his nose. It was so broken it felt like touching pebbles in a sock. That punch! It hadn't even been fast. It simply had no telegraph. The technique, perfect. The placement, Perfect. There were tears in Pinker's eyes now, true tears. He now suspected this was some kind of drunken nightmare, like the ones where you woke up and found none of your limbs listened to you. The monster sighed. All right, forget about it. I see now it's not going to work out. Happily, at least I've learned this technique is an order of magnitude stronger than I expected. Well, either that or you're really bad at taking a punch. The worst thing is the monster hadn't even intended it as an insult. He simply said it like an obvious fact. Pinker felt his soul slowly leaving his body. Tell you what, let's scrap the bout. I'll use 10% of the full power in this technique. You're a peak god, right? What aspect? Earth family, croaked Pinker numbly. Ah, excellent. So your defense is passable. Yeah? I'm going to count down from 5. When it hits 0, I'm going to hit you in the stomach very hard. Listening? Pinker swallowed, still very numb, and nodded. Good. I want you to use 100% of your chi to block. Withstand this, and I'll forfeit the fight. I don't understand, warbled Pinker. I can't even block a jab. Apparently not. But, he was full on babbling. I can fight. He said it desperately now, his voice so high and trembly he could scarcely believe it was his own. Really? He said it like he was trying to convince himself. I'm top 10,000 in the multiverse. I've studied for centuries. I was a prodigy. Fully hysterical now. And I'm sure you were very impressive, said the monster, nodding. About that shield. I can fight, insisted Pinker. I can. I'm very good at it. I'm a top ranker. Yes, you can, said the monster, as though he were speaking to a weepy babe. You're a top 10,000 god in the multiverse. That's nothing to sneeze at. I'm very proud of you. Now why don't you be a good top ranker and put up a shield around your stomach, eh? I'm going to hit you in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3... Pinker scraped together the presence of mind to throw up a defense. His strongest one, shield of the Almighty, around his waist. He didn't even question if it was a ruse. Plainly, it wasn't. This horrible creature didn't need to lie. He could do whatever he pleased to Pinker. 2, 1. One time, as a mortal child, Pinker had been kicked by his father's panicked horse. It had broken half the bones in his ribs, ruptured an organ, and had taken him more than a year to recover. It was the sort of pain he'd never thought he'd feel ever again. Moaned Pinker. He stared through tearful eyes. He was finding it very hard to think. It felt like there was only room in his skull for that blinding slash of pain. It felt like there was a hole gored straight through his midsection, and all his guts were spilling out. Desperately, he clung there, as though with his fingers he could keep his insides inside him. Dimly, he registered the smell of charred flesh. His flesh. A few seconds of writhing later, he scraped together the wherewithal to look down. It looked like a meteor had landed on his stomach, oddly caved in from pelvis to pecs, blackened and smoldering. He couldn't feel his legs. Moaned Pinker. He retched blood, and then he blacked out. All in all, the encounter had taken less than 30 minutes. It would haunt Pinker forever. Every detail of it carved like scar tissue into his mind. Afterwards, Pinker never took a virtual bout again, quit fighting, quit his job as a trainer, shaved his head, and promptly joined a nunnery, where he lived out the rest of his days seeking inner peace. He rose to be a monk, then the head of the monastery. He taught kindness and forgiveness and nonviolence. And eventually, after years of painstaking self-reflection, of diligent meditation, of opening his heart and of letting go of the ego, he truly believed he found inner peace, and he was happy. And yet, every so often, he still woke up in the middle of the night shivering, soaked through with sweats at the memory of that horrible smirk. Level up, Fist of Falling Star, Rising Moon, level 1 to 2. Nice, so that session was useful after all. Dorian chuckled. Though I still only saw a fraction of what this thing's capable of. I'll have to thank that poor sod. What had his name been again? It was escaping him. Dorian shrugged. Ah, well. Next up, God King Hu Yi's soul-destroying, liver-obliterating 99 heavenly fists. 223. Mini-training arc 8. Pure Jade Realm. The Pure Jade Realm was a realm of pure jade. Jade crystals sprouted from the ground like ferns, and some, the really old ones that had been sucking chi since the dawn of time, grew to mountainous heights. The highest peak of the realm, Zalaxia, looked like a cluster of giant broken pillars welded together, striking out at odd angles. Only one set of stairs dared to scale the emerald mass, meandering a route that might take months to trek. A route which crossed through 3 climbs, one sunny, one shockingly windy, one snowy, to reach the top. At this peak were 2 buildings, a spirit pavilion and a dojo. And in this pavilion sat the great lizard-man warrior Calx, rank number 6872 god in the multiverse. The dojo was his. It was where he and his disciples lived, wearing plain cloth clothing, slurping bland soup meals. The only thing to do here was train, severed from the rest of society. For Calx knew that to be among the weak was to let weakness seep into your soul. The eagle does not consort with the sparrow. It was also why the great Hu Yi, Calx's hero, had exiled himself to his island at the edge of the multiverse. And if Calx was to be great, as great as Hu Yi, he dared to hope, he too had to pare the softness from his soul. Most gods would be satisfied merely to be among the elites of the multiverse. Not Calx, and it was an attitude he drilled into his disciples too. Each day he pushed them until their bodies quit on them, stretched their minds past breaking, just as he expected of himself. For he knew complacency was the province of weak men, and Calx was no weakling. It was dumb luck that a certain request popped up just as he was searching for his morning spar in the spirit pavilion. Incoming bout request, alias, fuck me, rank 7833, wager 100 mid-grade spirit stones. How odd, unnaturally high for a provisional ranking. Calx blinked at it, and his lips slowly curled down. His first instinct was to decline, but something about the request grated at him. The alias, what foolishness was this? The rank, provisional, and the wager, ridiculous. It stank of rank fixing. Every so often a new profile popped up, colluded to fix matches, boost it to a high rank. Then the clown behind it could boast for the rest of his miserable life he'd squeezed into the top 10,000. It was an utterly unserious attitude toward the art and discipline of combat, as unserious as the alias this buffoon chose, and it rankled Calx to his core. Except the world dissolved, empty arena, standard fare. His enemy stood across, dragonkin. Calx let his contempt show bare on his face. Have you no honor? The dragonkin blinked. Not really, no. So you admit it then, Calx scoffed. I'll not be party to your scheme. No amount of bribery will move me to throw this match. Your cheating ends here, villain. Eh? I think there's been a misunderstanding. On guard! With a deep-throated roar, Calx charged. His hands weaved with silver-green light. Mana of heaven! He shouted and thrust them forth, and a storm of arrow-like chi gushed from his open palms. They flared wide, high, low. There was no escaping them. For Calx did not aim to toy with his enemy as a lesser man might. Calx was a teacher, a master, and he would teach this fool that Jiang Hu had no place for unserious men. Shadowy chi swirled before the enemy, and his chi ripped into it and broke against it. Calx frowned. That had been no trifling attack. That had been a most serious attack, and only a serious defense could have warded it off. "On guard!" He threw another hail of chi, this time fiercer, and it was swallowed just the same. He frowned harder. This fellow was not as simple as he seemed. Calx would not underestimate him. Underestimating one's opponent was the province of foolish men, and Calx was no fool. "Whatever," the enemy sighed. "You'd better last longer than the last guy." "Cease your jabbering, buffoon!" snapped Calx. He settled into a crouch, chi gathering in his hindquarters, loading a blast. Calx's vision went white. A searing pain shot up his eyes, bore hot red holes in his skull. He couldn't stop the gasp from escaping. It took him nearly 10 seconds to blink the spots from his watering eyes. "What?" Then he flinched, for his enemy now stood not a stride from his face. He hadn't so much as heard the man move, and the look on his face was so strikingly familiar. It was exactly the look Zinthus used to give him. A memory flashed to mind. Calx, scarcely a teenager, scrawny and gangly with a big square nose. How mercilessly he'd been tortured for it. And the worst of them, big Zinthus, would pin him down and pinch his nose and slap up his face and laugh, and all his friends would too, in a circle, spitting and kicking. "Calx, mushroom face! Calx, twig arms!" And little Calx could only whimper, swearing to himself he would not cry. His hero, Hu Yi, wouldn't cry, but not being able to stop the tears. And then he'd rush home and practice his kung fu for hours on end, for though he had one half the talent, he swore to train twice as hard, train until his eyes were shot and his knuckles bled and his knees gave out, train until nothing in him was unbroken but his spirit, for that, he swore to himself, would never break. And how glorious a day it had been! Still the highlight of his life, he was embarrassed to admit, when he finally vanquished Zinthus, when he saw the grudging respect in Zinthus's friends' faces, and emerged from that shed scale reborn, no longer Calx mushroom nose, no longer Calx twig arms, but Calx the warrior. He caught a glimpse of 4 black knuckles. His heart dropped, and found himself flat on his bum. Then the nightmare began. 30 minutes later, Calx stumbled out of the pavilion. Tearing at his hair, he belted out a long, piercing screech. "How?" he croaked. His hands were shaking. That fiend had hit him. He told him how he was going to hit him, and then he did, and again, and blinded him with that dastardly light, and hit him again for good measure. Calx, straining to the very limits of his being, simply could not get out of the way. It was like he was 16 again, pinned helpless under Zinthus's mass, struck over and over and over. And that fear, that terrible, panicking fear he thought he'd shed so many centuries ago, surged in him again, choking him. He would not cry. He swore to himself he would not cry. Crying was the province of weak men. Calx was not weak. He was not that child any more. Wasn't he? His breathing came ragged. Suddenly, it all seemed like a farce. This dojo at the peak of the world, his martial arts, this pavilion, even his students. How did he have the face to keep students? "My kung fu is worth nothing," he choked. He fell to his knees. "Master?" his disciple Yun Shi asked, looking concerned. The same disciple who'd been at his lecture but a day before, when Calx preached the paramount importance of controlling one's emotions. "Do you have a bottle of spirits?" croaked Calx. Yun Shi's brows shot up. "No, master. I thought you told us to dispose of all material pleasures." Calx wept. Fey Realm. Mother was droning, and Princess Thimble was bored. "When you get to my age," Mother said, "you'll laugh at how foolish you were, how much of life is wasted on trifling things." The older Mother got, the more she rambled. Thimble suppressed a yawn. It was always the same talk, too, ping-ponging between Mother's 2 favorite topics, how much better it was back in the day, and how silly and young and foolish Thimble was. The two seemed to go hand in hand. "All I do is train, Mother," sighed Thimble. "I waste nothing. Need I remind you I'm scarcely past 50, and already ranked among the most elite gods in the multiverse? The way you speak, you'd think I was some pampered wastrel, frittering away the hours drinking and, I don't know, chasing boys." Was that what girls her age did? Thimble wasn't sure, mostly on account of the fact that she had no friends. Girls mostly hated her since she was prettier than them, and more talented than them, and simply superior to them in every way. Which, while she couldn't empathize with, obviously, she could at least understand. That, and she was apparently a heinous bitch, which she gathered from the many times she'd been told so to her face. Which was a fair critique. "Life is lived in the in-between," said Mother, and she nodded, looking satisfied, like she'd said something that meant something. "The rose blossoms of Pythia are in full bloom. This weekend. Perhaps you'll come see them with me? A 2-day trip? You know I'm up to my arse in training, right? If I'm to be the youngest Empyrean since Dorian, I can't waste time on such nonsense." She felt a stab of guilt at Mother's crestfallen face. "Sorry," she added lamely. Mother sighed. "You will understand eventually. In my youth, I spent 300 years with but one single-minded focus, trying to be the greatest sculptor since Eveltan—" Oh, heavens, not this story again. "After my 4th time failing to breach his Tao of creation, I had what you might call an existential crisis. I saw that there are simply some heights you can never reach. I saw how empty it all was." She chuckled. "How much of life I'd sacrificed, and for what?" "I see," said Thimble dryly. Please, oh please, let a rock crash in through the ceiling. Anything to spare her this conversation. Incoming bout request. Alias, fuck me. Rank, 5028. Wager, 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Got to go. She leapt to her feet. Training awaits. She leapt to her feet and dashed out, the sound of her mother's sigh trailing her as she went. 30 minutes later, Thimble limped in with bloodshot eyes and her silver hair in a disheveled frizz, looking like she'd been struck by lightning. One eye of hers wouldn't stop twitching. "Mother," she croaked, "would you like to go see the rose blossoms this weekend?" Mother beamed. Dorian grinned. 4 days into training, and his skills were coming along quite nicely. His flash technique made for quite the devastating stunner. It wiped out sight and sound. It made a piercing, blinding light like a solar flare, and the shriek that accompanied it was its equal in intensity only in sound. The fist, too, was proving quite vicious. The neat thing about it was its versatility. It could go fast and sharp and explosive, brimming with fire chi, rising moon, or slow and brutally heavy, thick with dark chi, falling star, and he could switch between them so fast it made his punches impossible to predict. As skills at the god level, they proved much more challenging to master than those of mortals. Laws were finicky bastards. Some gods took a century to master one punch. For Dorian, he figured these 2 weeks would be plenty. Incoming bout request. Alias, fuck me. Rank, 4119. Wager, 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Level up, Fist of Falling Star Rising Moon, level 1 to 2. Incoming bout request. Alias, fuck me. Rank, 3882. Wager, 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Level up, God King Hu Yi's soul-destroying, liver-obliterating 99 heavenly fists, level 1 to 2. Dorian winced. System, new name, Supernova Fist. Incoming bout request. Alias, fuck me. Rank, 3061. Wager, 700 mid-grade spirit stones. Level up, Supernova Fist, level 1 to 2. A troubling issue presented itself near the end of the week. He had just 2 weeks to stack as many levels as he could on top of his techniques, and the harder the fights got, the more his techniques would grow. Level 10 was when a technique could be deemed mastered. No way he was getting that far, but surely he could manage halfway, right? Only he was too suspicious looking. A new account with a provisional ranking that high? Rank fixers only got so far before being flagged by the system and pulled down, and he was well past when he should have been caught if he was cheating. It was very rare that true elites made alternate profiles, but not unheard of. It was the only explanation. Now he was getting ducked. Sometimes training match searches took 3 or 4 hours. Gerard and Son and him had all agreed to meet up at the end of the week, so he could hardly drag them in as training dummies. Son wouldn't be much of a challenge anyway, and Gerard was always horrible at moderation. He simply could not spar. It was kill or don't fight at all. He wasn't like Meng, who kept some semblance of control, always both warlord and kindly grandmother at once. When Gerard flipped, he flipped, and Dorian had no desire to face that monster again. Spirit of the Pavilion? Yes, said the spirit. Can I eliminate the wager? Send out a challenge, say, if they win, they get 100 high-grade spirit stones, and if they lose, they pay nothing? Each difference of spirit stone ranking 100-fold increase, which meant he was offering 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones for no cost. It was an eye-poppingly absurd number. You will need to provide the funds beforehand. It was all the money Gerard had given him, most of the money they had. Done. Dorian rubbed his hands. Not even the top-tier gods would be able to resist, surely. Give me a real challenge. He got his wish. 224. Mini Training Arc 9. Palace of the Trolls, Underworld, 9th Circle of Hell. Meetings. So many damned meetings. When the troll armies mobilized to fight for Jez, Baldur had expected a sea of lovely bloodshed. So far he hadn't seen a drop of blood. Just marching and waiting and restocking and meeting, more meetings, and marching yet again. And for some bloody reason he had to be present at all of them, listening to this or that advisor, general, lieutenant, or other feather-capped asshat whine and prattle. Being heir to the throne of trolls meant it was his duty to suffer fools, apparently. They were close. He consoled himself with that. Soon they would meet Fate's armies near Ur, and there would be a reckoning. Very soon. He salivated just thinking of it. Prince Baldur Devilhand, number 1 ranked god of his generation, and number 13 ranked god in the multiverse, bounded through the halls of his father's obsidian palace with his chin held high. Trolls rapped their knuckles to their chests and hooted at his passing. He bared his teeth in a feral grin. He stopped before the Spirit Pavilion. It was his favorite spot in the palace. This whole day had been cursed from the start. Fucking meetings. It was a ridiculous trick, some kind of perverse alchemy to make war, such a beautiful, visceral, primal thing, into a passionless slog of maps and logistics and supply chains. Fucking supply chains. Fuck supply chains in particular. Chains. He hummed at it. What a pretty word, and a prettier thing still. You could whip men with them, shackle them up, hang them from them, as Baldur was fond of doing. His father's war councils had to go and slap supply in front of it. Supply. His lip curled. Ugliest fucking word he ever heard. Fucking war councils. Damned near more tiring than fighting the war itself. It was time to unwind with his favorite pastime, beating the tar out of some unsuspecting idiot. Welcome, Spirit 13,994. Baldur, how may I assist you today?
Pull up my second profile, he said. The fake one. I want a bout.
As you wish, searching requests in your range. Was it beneath his dignity to make a fake profile simply to find weaklings to shit on? Perhaps. He would certainly feel embarrassed if it got out, but everyone had their guilty pleasures. And nothing was quite as satisfying as dishing out a good thrashing to someone without the slightest power to resist. Incoming bout request, alias, fuck me, rank 3061, wager 100 over 0 high-grade spirit stones. He tongued his jagged teeth. Fuck me, eh? With pleasure. Accept. A troll? Huh. Ranked a little lower than Dorian would have liked, really at the low end of his search bounds, but he shrugged. For this practice bout, he didn't need anyone truly elite. This time around, he was testing only his movement technique. He'd use nothing else, just plain old fists and legs and tail for the rest. Trolls were like orcs, except a little fatter, a little slower, a little dumber, a little stronger. The thing about them was they were growers. At mortal power levels, they were drones, barely conscious. But as they grew in chi and bloodline and Tao, they got sharper and faster and smarter at astonishing rates, especially the ones with royal blood. The king of trolls was a perennial top 10 Empyrean, mostly off the inexplicable power of his physique. Dorian had seen the brute in battle in another life. He'd caved in the skull of an elder dragon with a flick of 2 fingers. Dorian's bloodline was still merely at first form. This one seemed to be of third form. Its arms were as long as its legs and about as meaty, maybe meatier. Its gray skin had a silver sheen. Royal blood. It prowled about, moving like a gorilla. Yet there was a tiny sneer at the corner of its lips, a calculating gleam in its eyes. Dorian grinned back. He had a feeling this was going to be fun. This is going to be fun, Balder licked his lips. Strip away all pretense, and life was made simple, a hierarchy, and there was nothing more satisfying in life than to force a man to kneel to you, to break him like a whipped hound. It was not the physical act Balder yearned for, it was the mental. To Balder, even the simple acknowledgement that the enemy was stronger than you was a tacit bending of the knee. It was to subordinate yourself to him, to put someone above you in the hierarchy in your own mind. And once you lost there, you were fucking done. Might as well gargle his balls while you're at it. His enemy was a dragonkin, but he would not go in fist swinging. Oh no, to break a man, you first had to expose his underbelly, get him all soft, unsuspecting, tender. It was one thing to lose to a superior opponent. It was quite another to be humiliated. Humiliation was an art. It took finesse. First you built them up, then the breakdown was so much sweeter. Greetings, Mr. Dragonkin, purred Balder. What an impressive profile you've got. Provisional ranking, yet so high. You must have been on quite the streak. Sure, I guess, said the Dragonkin. Well, said Balder, it takes a talented fighter to be ranked this high without taking a loss. Or, far likelier, some lucky matchmaking and slick match-fixing. This one is but a humble troll, Balder whined on. I have been stuck here for decades on end. I fear I have hit my ceiling. You will shoot past this poor one very soon, I suspect. He chuckled at that, all humble-like. I only hope to be a worthy stepping stone in your climb. Me too, said the Dragonkin. I must say I've been thoroughly unimpressed these top 10,000 rankers so far. I was hoping to get a couple hundred training matches in, grind my technique levels to, 6 or 7. At this rate, I won't even hit 3. Balder blinked. That was not what the Dragonkin was supposed to say. He was supposed to go, oh, I merely got lucky, or, oh, you flatter me, or, oh, I wouldn't dare treat you as a stepping stone, Mr. Top Ranker. This shameless little fucker. Well, said Balder, chuckling a little harder. Inside, he was seething. I can't promise I'll put up much of a fight, but I'll try my best. Senior, please give me pointers. He clasped his hands and did a little bow. Just you wait, you little shit. The Dragonkin did not bow back. Sure. Tell you what, said the Dragonkin with a grin. You give me a good workout, and I'll fix your techniques. Fair trade? That was most certainly not what that Dragonkin was supposed to say. He was supposed to say, "Oh, I wouldn't dare," or "I am but a young, dumb, lower ranker," or "I wouldn't dare let you call me senior. If anything, I should call you senior." And that last bit, "give me pointers," was a figure of speech. Did this idiot really think he, Balder fucking Devilhand, gave a single speck of shit about his thoughts on Balder's techniques? His face was starting to break into a snarl, despite his best efforts to keep up the act. He could scarcely believe the shamelessness passing the boy's lips. Still, he laughed again, unable to fully keep his anger out of the sound. It came out as more of a bark. "Sounds like a deal. Here I come." Then he was on the little dragon boy in a furious blur. A blink from the boy, and Balder grinned wider. They always were so shocked. He could imagine the thoughts screeching through that tiny head. "Oh no, he's double my size. How's he so fast, too? Ah, mother!" His hand whipped out in an open hand slap straight at the boy's face. He didn't put much into it. It was a slap, after all. A punch was harder. A palm strike was sharper. You only slapped if your intent was to humiliate, and Balder's intent was to do that, and much more. In the very first strike of the fight, he wanted to evoke a specific emotion, a truly delicious emotion, tastier even than blood, that "oh shit" feeling that struck harder than any slap. Balder was a connoisseur of despair. He'd beaten men in live duels, emasculated them so horribly their women left them for him. He'd broken kings in front of their subjects, broken fathers in front of their children, a special flavor of despair, for children, stupid little things, always thought their fathers so invincible. All worthy flavors of despair, to be sure, with their own merits. But his favorite setup was the good old-fashioned face slap. First, you got them feeling all good about themselves. Then you slap them so hard all that puffed-up ego comes crashing down about their ears, and you savor the look on their face as they slowly did the rounds, from shock to disbelief to understanding, settling at last at a vintage despair. "What's wrong, Senior?" Balder would ask innocently. "Why didn't you dodge? And are those broken teeth in your mouth I see? How did that happen, Senior?" The words were loaded on his tongue, ready to go, except he never got to fire them. His slap missed. There was a burst of chi below, some sort of movement technique, a flash of heat. Suddenly the boy was 5 strides off, tumbling head over heels, dropping his tail like an anchor and skidding to a halt. "Oops," said the boy with a lopsided grin. "First time testing out the technique. I seem to have overshot." The boy did not seem the slightest bit horrified by his sudden outburst, relieved to dodge by the skin of his teeth. Balder would have even settled for awed, but there was none of that either in the boy's face. Just sheepishness? So he actually dodged my first try. Very good, little dragonkin. Very good. It pissed Balder off to a truly unreasonable degree. His fists clenched harder. "I understand. First-time jitters, eh?" He barked out a laugh. "I must warn you, boy, I used but a sliver of my power then. You'd better be ready. This time—" He hunched in, tendons stretching like loaded bowstrings. He snarl-grinned, letting 3 gobs of drool drip artfully to the floor. He'd seen grown men shit themselves when he pulled that nifty look out. "There will be no second chances." "Oh, good." The boy looked relieved. Relieved? I was worried you'd go down as easy as the other ones. He's taunting me. Balder could hardly believe it. He laughed a little too loud. "I like your spirit, boy." He despised it. "Let us see if you can back it up. Let us see if you're still smiling when I grind your bones to dust inside your skin." His bloodline roared to life. This time the friendly troll's aura seemed to shift. The twinkle in his eye went cold. His face was all hard, flat lines. But his literal aura, too. It felt twice as intense, wreathing him in steaming gray. Suddenly, Dorian noticed there were tiny crystals jutting out of the troll's back, crystals that started to burn with putrid yellow light. Some bloodline ability, he imagined. And then the troll pounced. He'd been decently fast before, fast for a god. One blink and he was a heaving mass of knotted muscle astride from Dorian's face. Holy! Dorian brought up his arms to block just as the fist drove in. It felt like he'd taken a battering ram to his forearms. He was sent skidding back, barely anchoring himself with a flick of the tail. It seemed this troll wasn't boasting about using a fraction of his power. That was hellishly fast, and that force. Welts were forming already. This guy is ranked top 3,000? There were gods in the top 20 who couldn't hit like this. He'd only seen this kind of freak athleticism at god level in that Pan Long, but this was a step beyond, even. All Dorian felt was giddiness. Finally, a worthy challenge. Now this was a creature he could not take lightly. He'd need to exert his new techniques to their fullest, which was the true value of the Spirit Pavilion. You could spar all you like in the safety of a gym, but there was nothing quite like a fight to the death for sheer technique progression. He curled his hands into fists. Okay, big boy, let's dance. 225. Mini Training Arc 10. Baldur hit the boy, and he could tell it hurt. Dragon Boy's eyes went wide, but his pupils went small, and Baldur felt a spike of satisfaction. You like that one, did you? I've a feeling you'll like this much better. Anvil Fist. All of Baldur's immense weight rushed to his club-like knuckles, each big as the skull of a rat. Fearsome laws of breaking wreathed the bones. This close, this fast, there was no time to get out of the way. No time to block with a technique. It was impressive the boy even got his arms down to block. Bare arms, not a sheen of chi on them. Baldur's fist landed. There was not, to his surprise and disappointment, a snapping of bone like chopsticks. But the dragonkin did gasp. He was sent flying off his feet, tumbling awkwardly, finding his footing, stumbling thrice before he screeched to a sorry halt. Not laughing now, are you? But Baldur was smug for all of 2 seconds. The boy looked up, panting, and he was grinning. He was laughing. He looked positively thrilled. Excellent! Cried Dragon Boy. And then he ran at Baldur. At Baldur, not away. No, he came at Baldur like a child who'd slipped their parents' grasp and was now making a mad dash for the candy store. Where was the shock? The fright? Was he a masochist? All the scripts in Baldur's head, so carefully laid out, were flung aside. The actors had gone rogue. The boy was meant to be at least in stage 2 of the despair cycle. Baldur was meant to be well on his way to that orgasmic release. The breaking seemed now like he hadn't even started on it. Fine. Baldur grinned back. Grinned even though each time he laid eyes on that smiling face, annoyance spiked hot in him. Have it your way, you little shit. It didn't really matter. It'd only make the breaking sweeter. The boy's feet flashed, a shock of heat and law, like a tiny cannon's blast. And then a blur, fast, a fist. He'd socked Baldur in the stomach. Baldur was so surprised he didn't register it at first, just saw the kid leaping back. His clumsy counter whiffed wide. The little shit actually punched me. And it fucking hurt, like he'd been clobbered by a panlong. Dragon Boy was far stronger than he looked, which pissed Baldur off even more, which he hadn't thought was possible. But he put on a smile like a stone wall, like he was the fucking Buddha. He laughed, patted the spot on his stomach in a big show. It was meant to show it didn't hurt, but he instantly regretted it. His stomach gasped in protest. Nicely done, he wheezed. I almost felt that one. Like a mosquito bite, it was. Really? The boy nodded thoughtfully. Thanks for the feedback. It's so hard to calibrate these things. I'll put some more force into it. Before Baldur could untangle what that all meant, the boy was on him again. That same flash of light, and it was like he'd been shot straight out of a cannon. But this time, Balder was ready. He countered head on. The boy's eyes went wide. Flash of light. His fists caught air. Then he jerked, hissing as his side exploded in pain. Fuck! He pawed clumsily at the side, a flash of light again, and suddenly his back flared white-hot. Cringing, whirling, he tried reaching to get a hold of the slippery little fucker, but his head whipped the other way. His cheek! He'd been punched in the face. He slapped at the air, knew it'd catch nothing even as he threw it. The boy was gone, 10 strides away, eyeing him curiously. Balder huffed. It didn't hurt. Of course it didn't fucking hurt. Not really. Just stung a little. Nothing the boy threw could hurt him. Didn't hurt at all, he thought, shifting his weight to the left, away from the side the little bastard had tapped, then hunching away from the twinge where the boy tapped his back. Annoying little shit. Annoying. That's all Dragon Boy was. But Dragon Boy stood there smiling, like he'd actually fucking accomplished something. Balder spat. Then he froze. On the ground, a smidge of red in the liquid. Blood. Balder screeched. He lunged. The troll had gone feral, wild animal instinct swinging for Dorian's head so hard it was like he meant to take it clean off Dorian's shoulders and shoot it into the stars. Dorian laughed, wild and free. He struck once, ducked a punch, struck again. A giant fist rammed into his stomach. His eyes bulged, lightning cracking up his skull. Suddenly he was sliding off a wall, hunched over 10 strides from the beast. Bloodlusted, an angry troll was no joke. Dorian had nearly gone out just then. He laughed again, louder, blood hot with fighting spirit. Instantly he leapt back in. He ripped 2 fists to the stomach. The troll gasped at that. Then there was a blast of smoldering gray chi, which Dorian dodged, ripped a 3rd fist to that same spot, and saw the shadow of an arm fall across him. A wide swipe. He ducked. His head exploded with light. Dizzy, reeling, he found himself flat on the ground. It had headbutted him. It was no mere brute, even mad as it was. That had been a trap, well laid, executed with furious intensity. A true challenge. Lying on the ground, Dorian grinned like an idiot. On sheer instinct he rolled, which saved his head from being stomped like a burst melon. Then he was on his feet and boosting away. He really was getting the hang of the steps now. Level up, sunshine steps, level 0 to 1. They'd barely gone 24 exchanges, but he'd needed to push his steps each one, ricocheting directions, adjusting intensities. Exactly the kind of intensity technique training needed. A life-or-death battle simulated. It was what made the Spirit Pavilion the best place for technique training in the multiverse. The little shit would not stay down. Balder screeched. He leapt. There was a flurry of punches and paws, thrusts and slashes, and he felt like he was fighting a whirlwind. He'd throw 10 times and land 1 solid punch, eat a 6 hard stings to hurt that boy once. But he just kept getting back up. It boggled Balder's mind. Why won't you fucking break? He hit him again. Again. Balder's legs wobbled, sporting fresh bruises. Again. His sides felt like they'd been torched by hellfire. Again. Break, damn you. His head felt cottony, blurry, sluggish. He thrust out 2 fists, half-hearted, his arms big, dumb sacks, muscles in them limp, spent, stitched together by hot seams of pain. The boy had hit him. A lot. So maybe it stung. A little. But that was all. Little bee stings. He wasn't hurt, just a little woozy. They disengaged, both panting for their lives, both staring at each other, both sore and polka-dotted with welts. The boy grinned. The sight had Balder frothing at the mouth. Was it his imagination, or had the boy got even faster? Try cycling your chi up your wrist before you punch, said the boy. What? Gasped Balder. Just a tip, said the boy. You'll throw much harder that way. It primes the punch, you see. Oh, and you've got to stop swinging wildly every time I hit you. It just leaves you open to be hit with more counters. The boy paused, for he must have seen the look on Balder's face. What? You did ask.
I'm going to kill you,
screeched Balder, and he pounced. Level up, Sunshine Steps, level 1 to 2. Dorian never wanted this fight to end. He couldn't have asked for a better sparring partner. It was clearer and clearer with each bruising exchange. The troll was just clever enough to keep him on his toes, just powerful enough to force him to his limits. Dorian hung just at the edge of his abilities, riding it like the crest of a wave, that glorious sliver of existence where all true growth happened. And crucially, this troll was only just clever enough and just powerful enough. It was neither clever nor smart enough to actually win. Despite Dorian's best wishes, the fight was ending. The troll's punches were slowing. Its form grew sloppy. One of its eyes was swollen shut, leaking like a rotten plum. They broke apart for the second time, both panting desperately. Then a realization struck Balder like a club over the head.
Have you used no techniques this whole time?
Just the movement one. His enemy had on a smile that made Balder want to strangle him, more than he did already. It's new, you see. I'm trying to level it.
He's using me as a training dummy?
It was a miracle Balder's heart didn't burst there and then. Balder couldn't see. He couldn't think. That wooziness in his head was thickening, all soupy and misty. He was held upright only by his sheer rage. Then the world went black. Balder lay there, twitching on the floor of the training room. Then he leapt up and caved in a wall with a punch.
"Fuck!"
he screeched. A servant nervously poked his head in.
Is everything all right, Your Highness?" "Fuck off!"
The servant didn't need to be told twice. Balder lay there heaving, taking deep breaths like Father always said to do, to calm him down. If anything, it made him even madder.
Fuck!
That lucky little bastard. He was damned lucky Balder had taken him lightly so he could sneak in his little cheap shots, which got Balder mad, and a damned lucky thing for him, too, since when Balder got mad and let his temper get the better of him, he was 1/10 the fighter he really was. That hadn't been him in there, not really. That little dragon boy bastard. He wasn't even that good. He was just janky and wild and weird. He got away with so much stupid fucking worm shit Balder's nose was bleeding just thinking about it. If only Balder had been slightly less mad, would have thought a little more, he wouldn't have let that shit slide. Would have ended that smug little fucker in 10 exchanges. Less. His smugness. That was the worst thing. Somewhere out there in the multiverse, Dragon Boy was patting himself on the back, thinking just what a clever boy he'd been, how well he'd done to beat up that weak, dumb troll, Balder. Thinking how much better than Balder he was. Didn't even need to use a real technique, he'd thought. Probably he'd tell all his friends, and they'd go, "Wow, you're so strong, Dragon Boy. What a dumb, weak, dickless mouth-breather that troll was." Probably Dragon Boy would tell it to his kids, and he'd laugh at him, and they'd laugh at him too, and soon everyone would know, and Balder couldn't show his fucking face in his own palace, 'cause his servants would be snickering. Some random idiot in the Spirit Pavilion beat Balder Devilhand. Really? Guess he wasn't really all that, huh? So-called ranked 13th god in the multiverse? First of his generation? Guess that was all talk. Who knows? Maybe I'm stronger than him. Maybe everyone is. Maybe we should all go point and laugh at weak little Balder. Maybe we should make today National Shit on Balder Day so everyone can join in on the fun. Balder's head was about to explode.
Fuck!
Another wall came down. He leapt to his feet.
"Spirit of the Pavilion!"
"Yes?"
"Offer that Dragon Boy. Offer him a rematch. Now! Same offer he gave me. No, double it. Triple it."
Balder swore right there and then. This was not over. This would never be over. Not until he beat that little fucker. No, not until he beat him 10 times. 20. 100 times. Beat him till he fucking begged for it to stop. Level up. Sunshine steps. Level 2 to 3. And that was the last of it. How sad. Dorian could have searched 100 times and not found a training match that perfectly useful. At least he'd squeezed 3 levels out of it. But who knew? If that had kept going, if they fought again, how many more could he have gotten? Imagine if he could fight that beautiful troll twice in a life-or-death bout, thrice even, or more. His sunshine steps might hit intermediate. They'd already ratcheted up his speed a shocking amount. At intermediate, level 5, he'd outpace nearly everyone he fought. At mastery, level 10, in terms of pure burst speed, he might be one of the quickest gods, even Empyreans, in the multiverse. Alas. Incoming bout request. Oh? 226. Mini training arc. 11. This time, Balder came out swinging. His plan was very simple. Break his stupid fucking face. Then light blossomed at Dragon Boy's feet, made a tiny crimson trampoline, and he vanished, bounced away, and Balder turned just in time to take 4 knuckles to his left cheek. He whirled, he clobbered, he smashed. It felt like trying to snatch a ghost. He hit something fleshy once, heard the oof wrenched out of Dragon Boy, but he was almost punching at random. It wasn't his imagination. Dragon Boy was faster, made Balder feel like he was wading through mud. Balder hissed. What was wrong with him? Why was he so fucking slow today? And then he thought about how it must look to Dragon Boy, how Dragon Boy must be hitting him and giggling and hitting him again and giggling more. The crystals on his back flared puke yellow. He screeched, "Fuck!" Level up. Sunshine steps. Level 3 to 4. Victory! Balder screamed so loud his voice cracked and went hoarse. A third wall came down. Rematch! He couldn't believe this shit. He refused to believe this fucking worm shit. Victory! Now Dorian was getting a good sense of the technique. His feet were like a loaded cannon. The more chi he put into it, the faster he could launch, and the faster he launched, the harder his fists connected. He tutted. Sure, he'd taken a few clean hits. He was sporting a nasty bruise on his stomach. Another made every move of the arm a lancing pain, and his eye had been blackened by a mean elbow. He looked like he'd fallen down a flight of stairs. His opponent looked like he'd fallen into a meat grinder. It was so deeply unfair. At Sunshine Steps Level 1, the fight was anyone's game. At Level 2, Dorian had a marked advantage. At Level 3, he felt like a bully. Now, at Level 4, this was getting sad. At first, it was like Balder was trapped in an invisible box, and there was a wrecking ball bouncing off the walls of that box at lightning speed, ricocheting, hitting him God's knew where again and again and again. And then it started to feel like he was being stoned by an angry mob. The blows came in so fast, from everywhere at once. "Arr!" he roared, swiping at air, again. As it turned out, Balder's anger was not as unquenchable as he'd thought. It was starting to petered out a little more each beating, neatly turning into an equal amount of bitterness by some nasty alchemy. He was having a horrible day. It had been horrible to start. He woke up wrong. He knew it the instant he opened his eyes. Just felt wrong. Off. Not himself. And then the meetings, those awful fucking meetings, they sapped all his energy. If they'd fought yesterday, he would have beaten Dragon Boy into the dirt. He'd beat 1,000 fighters far better. This little shitfuck. He was nothing, like a mouse pawing at a lion. Balder just needed to get in a few good shots. Just a few... The world went black. Fuck! Victory! Level up. Sunshine Steps, level 4 to 5. I've hit intermediate. No one at God could match him now, save for those specialized in speed, and he was hardly a speed specialist himself. His build was a tank, meant to chase down and clobber. Training a powerful burst Qigong technique was practically unfair. Victory! For some reason, the kind troll was offering Dorian the same wager Dorian had offered, except tripled. No downside if he lost, 300 high-grade spirit stones if he won. And, like clockwork, incoming bout request. Dorian sighed happily. Truly the world would be a better place if everyone was as generous as Mr. Troll. Except... Victory! Victory! Growth was visibly slowing, which was too bad. It was too easy now. No longer was he at the edge of his powers, and besides, he was past that honeymoon stage. From intermediate to mastery, just like from God to Empyrean or Empyrean to God King, was a far more serious slog. The stronger you got, the harder it was to get stronger, that was true. But it also got harder to get stronger faster, too. Really, you could bundle all of mortal to demigod into one phase. Call it the starter phase of a run. This, if he was lucky, could be done in under 10 years. God to Empyrean? 100? Dorian was cheating with fate's help, and he was still nowhere near his peak godly potential. Empyrean to God King, even for Dorian, who'd made the journey a half-dozen times, could take upward of 500. For the average Empyrean, best not to think about it. Without heaven-defying luck, heaven-defying talent, heaven-defying resources, it simply was not happening. That and a heaven-defying foundation. Shortcut your way through God with a shitty chi base, shitty bloodline, and a shitty easy Tao, and you'd soon find your growth screeching to a halt at early Empyrean. Technique growth curves were less steep, but even so, you could only fight so many bouts a day in the Spirit Pavilion before your soul was too taxed to simulate more, and Dorian would not waste whatever few he had left. Perhaps it was time to switch? Try stacking a few levels on Fist of Falling Star, Rising Moon? Balder had finally cracked the little shit. Just when the tiniest worm of doubt started to wriggle into his mind, tiniest shadow of a worm of doubt, actually. Scratch that. There had been no doubt. No worms either. He was always going to figure Dragon Boy out. He was Balder fucking Devilhand. This time Dragon Boy seemed much slower when he came in. Or rather, Balder was processing him much faster. He'd gotten a read on the boy's moves. His mind, a fearsome mind, he'd always thought, had taken in all that information the boy had so foolishly handed him, all those movement patterns, those subtle habits, and now it was slowed down and spread out in his head. Really, all this time he'd been biding his time, soaking it in, waiting, and now he would strike with vicious ferocity. Dragon Boy didn't suspect a thing. He still leapt in with that same grin. Fast, Balder would give him, but nowhere near the comet he seemed before. His fist streaked for Balder's ribs. He must have seen Balder's own fist rearing up. He must have thought he'd be faster. Ha! Balder saw it flash before his eyes. A vision. A prophecy. Sure, he'd land his little stinger on Balder's belly. He'd land first, and then Balder would hit him so hard his eyeballs burst inside their sockets. You want to go blow for blow with a Troll King, Dragon Boy? In your dreams. Anvil fist! At the same time, he tensed his belly. The skin folds tightened, muscles bunching beneath. A fearsome belly, he always thought, pleasingly hefty and with a good bounce to it. Now it'd bounce the little fucker right off. Then 2 very unexpected things happened in quick succession. The first, the boy's hand lit up with chi. He was using a technique, and an odd one at that. The knuckles gleamed white, but the hand was a big lump of black, like a tiny moon in a tiny night sky. The second, it struck, and it hurt. Like hell! Balder's eyes popped. He choked out a wheeze of air, then a wheeze of spurting blood. Fuck! But his fist still landed, square on Dragon Boy's face. They were both sent reeling, clutching at their hurt bits.
"You cheating fuck!"
he screeched. What? Dragon Boy had the nerve to seem genuinely confused.
"You said you wouldn't use any other techniques. You tricked me. That's all you fucking are. Dirty tricks. If there was a prize for being a dirty, cheating trickster, you'd be the fucking multiversal gold medalist."
Balder knew at some level he wasn't making any sense, but he figured the volume of his argument would make up for it. Aw, Dragon Boy sounded touched. Thanks, bud. You don't know how much that means to me.
"What are you? That wasn't,"
spluttered Balder. But Dragon Boy was on him again, both fists blazing white-black this time, and with a curse he set to defend. Level up, Fist of Falling Star Rising Moon, level 1 to 2. Falling Star was a black comet streaking up a white sky. Rising Moon, a white moon swaddled in black. Victory! Rematch! Level up, Fist of Falling Star Rising Moon, level 2 to 3. The higher the levels, the more his laws flexed their powers. When Dorian threw a fist now, there was a halo of darkness about his shining hand, like his personal slice of night. Each time he punched, the illusion blurred, day melting to night, melting to day. It was disorienting for him, and he was the one throwing the punches. Poor Mr. Troll. One scorching fast, one startlingly weighty yet slow, and you never knew which one you'd get. And they just kept piling on, one after another. Victory! Fist of Falling Star, Rising Moon, level 3 to 4. Patiently, Dorian waited for the next challenge. He'd just about tapped this technique out, he felt. Maybe he could squeeze in a few levels for his stun technique, but no rematch came. Ah, well, Dorian couldn't speak for the troll, who he suspected had a less than stellar time, but he'd quite enjoyed himself while it lasted. It was about time he headed back to the safe house anyway. The heist was in less than a week. Time to see what Sun and Gerard had been up to. "Fuck!" screeched Balder. He wheeled around, then realized he'd run out of walls to punch. There was that one wobbly pillar in the middle, but the receptionist's spirit eyed him nervously. "Sir, please don't punch this. It's the last one left. You'll bring down the whole pavilion." This was bedrock. He'd hit it. He could go no lower. He was trembling. "Challenge him. Same terms." "Your account has run out of funds," said the pavilion spirit. "No more challenges are possible at this time." "Fuck!" Incredibly, impossibly, he was wrong. It turned out it was possible to go lower. Incoming notification. Spirit 13,994, Balder. Your account is under review on suspicion of match fixing. Please hold. He blinked. He sat incredulous in a blank white room. A bearded spirit with black-tinted sunglasses frowned at him from behind a desk. "Greetings, Spirit 13,994. I am Special Investigator Ran of the Spirit Pavilion's Fair Play Division. We have detained you today due to your recent streak of highly suspicious bouts." "What?" "Due to a streak of 16 straight losses." Balder felt like crying, hearing it said aloud. "You have boosted a brand new profile, alias Fuck Me, to the #1 ranked profile among gods in our database." Rand squinted at him. "What have you to say for yourself?" "You're accusing me of fucking rank fixing?" Balder's voice had reached glass-shattering heights. "Do you know who I am?" Investigator Ran was undaunted. "It is precisely because of who you are that this matter has been elevated to my attention. You are the #13th ranked god in the multiverse. Are we to believe that you lost 16 consecutive times to the same man? And my records indicate he used only one technique per bout. Other than intentionally throwing matches, what explanation is there?" Each word was a dagger to Balder's heart. He had no words.
He opened his mouth. He closed it. He opened it. He was doing a good fish impression, but he was having an awfully hard time with what to say. Yes, officer, that man did indeed beat me 16 times. Yes, he did so handicapped. No, you see, I am actually just that shit at fighting. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, he did know. But before he could start, the room had no doors, yet a door still somehow burst open, saving him a great deal of embarrassment. Another spirit with black-tinted sunglasses flew through. "Wait!" "What?" said Ran with a frown. "You should know, sir. His opponent," said the second spirit, "has another profile, one the department has a long history with." "Oh?" The spirit whispered something in Ran's ear. Ran pinched his nose and sighed. "Oh, it's that asshole again." Another urgent whisper in his ear. No, there's no cheating. Clear the charges. Let the troll free." Balder didn't know whether to feel more relieved or confused. More whispering. "Yes, I'm serious. And cross-check for second aliases next time, will you? Heavens." The second spirit looked alarmed. "But—" Yet more whispering. Ran looked miffed. "No, the win streak could be entirely legitimate. On his other alias, he once beat a fellow top 10 ranked Empyrean 31 times in a row, made him deactivate his profile." Whisper, whisper, whisper. "And no, only using one technique isn't proof of anything either. Trust me," sighed Ran. "He's just a prick." 227. Final Preparations 1. They were back at the warehouse. Dorian found Gerard sitting on a high-backed chair, sipping tea, legs tastefully crossed. Sun was hanging upside down off one of the lamps, scatter-gunning apple seeds. She waved cheerfully when she saw him. Gerard offered him a curt nod and a raised brow. "You're 4 minutes and 16 seconds late," he said. "Blah." Dorian dismissed him with a wave. "Perfect punctuality is a sure sign of a bore." "Sir, you do speedruns." Dorian wagged a finger at him. "I am a changed man." "Of course, sir." "So, what have all of you been up to?" He rubbed his hands. "Gerard, care to go first?" "I have planted all but one of the bombs at Ur's weapons depots, which serve as the weapon and armor stores for all Jez's forces. They are now at the ready. I hope to plant the last one in the palace itself. If all goes well, by the time Fate's and Jez's armies clash, Jez's forces will find themselves quite deprived." "Very good." "I've also commissioned a vampirism antidote." With a magician's flourish, Gerard produced a bubbling purple vial in one gloved hand, "as well as a hyper-concentrated sample of Jiangshi venom, graciously donated by my good friend Sao." In the other, a needle tipped green. "Excellent!" Dorian grinned. As usual, Gerard was nothing if not competent. All his tasks done as assigned, on time, with no fuss. "Is that all?" "No, sir." Gerard cleared his throat. "I completed my tasks 4 days early. I spent a day traversing Ur's various canals and sites. I found the city not to my liking. Too messy. Away from my gardens, I needed something with which to occupy my time. So I have adopted him." He pointed, and Dorian just noticed the bulbous thing at his feet. The moment he noticed it, he wondered how he hadn't noticed it. It was one of the ugliest things Dorian had ever seen. Maybe his subconscious selectively edited it out to spare him the sight. "This is a Yulwa toad," said Gerard. "I have named him Gerard Jr." He rubbed the toad's warty head. The toad burped happily. "Great." "Gerard Jr. needs to be taken for walks 4 times daily. He must be groomed and washed in the morning. His paws also require deep cleaning daily, once in the morning and once in the evening. He can only digest certain species of fly. He is also allergic to most species of plants and animals, so kindly refrain from feeding him. I will take care of that."
I see. Here are a few fun facts about the Yulwa toad, said Gerard. A few toads have such remarkable affinities for space laws as the Yulwa toad. They sleep in 19-hour cycles. They can also mimic human speech, like parrots. Gerard Jr. burped in agreement. If you would like to know more, I have taken the liberty of writing up a pamphlet. No, thanks. Pray tell, why did you choose to adopt this thing? Will it help on the heist? No, its main virtue, among its many virtues, is that it is very cute, said Gerard seriously. Gerard, that is the ugliest thing I have ever seen. The toad gave a sad gurgle. Indeed, it did look very sad. Gerard frowned. They looked very much alike, then. Sir, I must ask you to apologize. Seriously? Gerard kept frowning at him. This isn't how it works. You're my servant. You don't tell me what to do. Sir, Yulwa toads are among the most intelligent toad species in the multiverse. They have vibrant, richly emotional inner lives. You cannot simply go around hurting their feelings. It isn't nice. Fine, Dorian sighed. I'm sorry, Gerard Jr. Gerard Jr. burped angrily and turned away from him. Dorian debated feeding it one of Son's carrots as soon as Gerard was out of sight. He gave Gerard his driest glance. Are you done? Yes. Right then. Son, how about you? I hope you've made as good a use of your time as Gerard here. Even better, she grinned, spitting out a seed. There's so much tasty stuff here. I must have tried 10 kinds of sausages. And so many fruits. Some of the best pears I've ever tasted, so tart and crisp and juicy as morning dew. And the carrots. Oh, heavens, the carrots. The bread, too. Fuck. She was drooling a little. Heaven is being stuck in a time loop endlessly, replaying the first time you bite into a loaf of Ur bread. I also replaced 3 of my spatulas. Oh, also, there's this seasoning, curcumin. It's like salt, but sourer and feisty. Have either of you tried it? Oh, yes. Gerard wrinkled his nose. A smidge strong for my taste. I can see that. Son nodded. Well, I'm a big fan. I brought a shaker and some whale meat. Want to try? Terribly sorry to interrupt this delightful food chatter, said Dorian. I meant updates about your assigned tasks, Runt. How goes the cultivation? Ah, that. Yes, Son scratched her head. I will get on that promptly. What do you mean you'll get on that? How much have you done? At least she had the decency to look guilty. Her ears drooped. Runt, you've had a week. I can explain. It's part of the process. You have to let these things marinate. You see, my cultivation speed is inversely proportional to how close the deadline is. Ask any of my siblings. Grandpa Wukong used to set monthly cultivation checkpoints for us. It took them a month. I'd cultivate just enough to pass them in the hour before midnight. Son grinned wistfully, like she was recalling a treasured childhood memory. Oh, they hated me for it. 4 of them tried to assassinate me in the middle of the night, they were so mad. Almost managed it, too. Did you at least try? Yeah, I did, I swear. I just get bored very easily and distracted. You do realize if we're to have the faintest hope at getting in the vaults, we'll need you to shapeshift. Shh, said Son through a mouthful of apple, which took some impressive lip dexterity. Have some faith. I've got this. You can count on me. Ow! That was Dorian, hauling her off the lamp by the tail with a clenched fist. Her big, upside-down, frightened eyes met Dorian's right-side-up, narrowed ones. This is what's going to happen. I am going to babysit you. You are going to sit down and not stop cultivating until you've hit the 30th transformation. Understood? She blinked and spat an apple seed in his face. He was so surprised he didn't even dodge. It crawled a slow, wet trail down one cheek. Sorry, Son yelped. Reflex. You're very frightening, you know that? Understood? The corners of her mouth drooped, her eyelashes fluttered, and she gave him a look that would have put kicked puppies to shame.
Dorian was entirely unimpressed. "Ah, fuck you, you old cunt," she sighed. "Fine." Gerard gifted her a potion of supreme knowing to boost her Tao comprehension. "It should speed matters," he said, "though you shall need to make the jump from early to mid-god. In a week, I do not see how this will be possible." "In my experience," said Sun brightly, "few people can comprehend the full scope of what I'm capable of. That includes me, actually. I surprise myself constantly." Then it was just Dorian on Gerard's chair and Sun cross-legged on a straw mat. He regretted not asking Gerard for a manacle and chains, she was shifting about so much. "This is itchy." "Quiet, runt." 3 minutes in. "Can I use the restroom?" "No." Sullenly, she began munching on another apple. "Hand me the ring," said Dorian. "No food until you're finished." By the look on her face, you'd think he'd asked her to carve out her still-beating heart. Dorian sighed. "Come on, it's for your own good." She squinted at him. "What are you doing?" "Plotting your untimely demise," she gritted out. Dorian rolled his eyes. How was he, of all people, the adult in the room? A sunshine step landed him an inch from her face. She yelped as he snatched the interspatial ring right off her finger. "Stop acting like a child and cultivate, will you?" He sat back on the chair, crossing his arms like a stern headmaster. "Fine," Sun sighed. "My grand plan, annoying you into leaving me alone, appears to have failed miserably. I'll do it. And to his surprise, for the next 2 hours, she did. She sat down, closed her eyes, and meditated. He was so surprised that he went up to her and poked her in the face 30 minutes in. "Ow! What was that for?" "Just checking. I was starting to think you'd replaced yourself with a doppelganger. Carry on." "That felt unnecessarily mean." He grinned. "Have you met me?" 2 hours passed before either of them spoke another word. It was Sun who broke the silence. "Done." "What?" "I'm done. Food, please." She made a lunge for her ring, but Dorian pulled up his hand at the last second. She ended up flat on her face. "Show me." Grumbling, she closed her eyes. And then her fur receded, her body shrank, skin darkened, took on a shell's gloss. In seconds, she'd become a beetle with the aura of a mid-god. Then it all went in reverse. She was Sun again seconds later, looking up at him expectantly. "Well, so you have." He smiled. "Well done." He handed her the ring. In seconds, she had bread in her mouth. Early to mid-god in 2 hours? It was only Tao. She'd need to grind up a lot more chi to ascend. It wasn't like she could make Empyrean in an afternoon. Still, this was obscene talent. Dorian had suspected she was talented, of course. She was chosen by the Jingu Bang. She was the Wukong heir. Even so, you do realize if you put your mind to it, you could hit God King in a century. "Huh, nice," said Sun, like he'd just made a comment about the weather. She kept on munching. 228. Final Preparations 2. An airship streaked across the sky, a golden infinity etched onto its prow. In it were 3 creatures of Empyrean power. The first was the Skywolf, a werewolf dressed in a hunter's leathers, knives sticking out of dozens of pockets, some small as a thumb, others big as a head. They jingled at each move. He hummed tunelessly to himself as he polished his claws with a handkerchief. Then there was the 9-tailed fox. She was calm, but not like the Skywolf. She was like a vat of boiling, scalding water with a lid clamped tight over it. Her eyes were closed, as they'd been for most of the journey. Kaya was supposed to be leading this expedition. Trouble was, she had no clue what that meant. She'd try talking to both of them to start with. Neither of them seemed very interested in talking back. After her third flailing effort, the wolf had sighed, the way you do when you're made to explain something so obvious it ought to be self-evident. I can't speak for our dear friend Nuccia there, he'd said, but I am here because my master promised me a great sum of money for Dorian's head. He grinned, wolfishly. He's not paying me to make conversation, or, to put it more clearly, I am not interested in being your friend, little girl. Fuck off? He winked. Her face had burned, but at least she was used to it by now. Felt like the whole world had been telling her to fuck off these past few months. The hours slinked by in stale silence. Whatever. Kaya was used to silence now, too. Used to being alone in little places with only her thoughts for company. If only they weren't such angry little things. Dorian. The name had her gnashing her teeth. It felt like the bottom of a whirlpool she was slowly circling. Dorian. A name she'd never called the creature she thought was her brother. There was the anger and the bitterness, true. But she felt something new as the city of Ur poked out of the horizon. Big slabs of black stone wall, mottled purple like a skin rash. The spire of a castle rising out of the middle like a rusted needle pricking at the sky. They were close, and she was nervous. Soon they'd meet. She knew it. She felt it tugging at her like a string of fate, and she forced down a lump in her throat. "Who are you?" she whispered. Somehow she had to know. Memories welled up in her. Waking after that flood dragon attack back in Rust Tribe. His laugh, so pure, so free. "Hey, sis, you're awake." His playful grin. "I made something for you." And he held up a bowl of bone broth, the very same she'd made for him the night of the scorpion attack. "You holler at me whenever you need something. Don't you move a finger, all right? I'll take care of everything." She'd hugged him. She was flooded with relief, tears pricking at her eyes. She was alive. That was cause enough for relief. But there was something else, something she wouldn't put a finger on until after, thinking back on it. It was the first time she could recall her brother actually caring for her. It was so unlike him. She'd burst into tears. So unlike the sullen, sulking, spiteful golem prowling Jez's halls now, her true brother, Io. She'd been so happy when Jez had introduced her to him, and then so bitterly sad when he'd shucked her off and frowned and said, "Ugh, get off me! Why are you here?" And she'd realized with a shock that her beautiful idea of her brother, the one rose-tinted in her memory, was someone so much closer to Dorian. Some awful, guilty part of her wished Jez had never resurrected Io, wished he'd stayed the perfect brother of her memories. She should have known something was wrong. There were so many signs. Another memory welled up. At the festival, when Io, Dorian, had saved her, the tribe had bound her up and he'd come back for her. Why? He didn't need her. She didn't help him a whit. But he did anyway. And then at Azcan, cheering her on after every teensy breakthrough, even though they both knew nothing she did amounted to much. But he made her feel like she was worth something anyway. Making a special trip to surprise her with ice pops just 'cause he remembered her sweet tooth. Maybe it was all the bitterness around that moment, making it seem so much sweeter. She'd felt like she was drowning, there was so much self-loathing in her. And then him, breaking through the tent flaps like sunshine through dim clouds, grinning, holding out those pops. "Hey, sis, look what I found!" It was the single sweetest memory she ever had. And how bitter it all seemed when she found out who he really was, how every tender gesture had all really been a fake, a ruse, and she, dumb, silly Kaya, had fallen for it. Tears welled up in her eyes even now. There was a foreign tenderness in her chest, a shocking feeling after all these horribly angry months. She knew why she was nervous. She had to know. Was any of it real? Right then, she was having a horribly tough time matching the Dorian she knew to be real, the liar, the trickster, the destroyer of lives, the bringer of disaster, the scourge of the multiverse, the Dorian Jez had opened her eyes to, the Dorian who'd replaced her with some equally silly girl the moment he got a chance. With her brother, who wasn't her brother.
Dorian had ruined her. She knew that now. If he hadn't been there, there would be no dragon at that festival. There would have been no meddling gods, no crazy accidents of fate. Maybe she'd have married Hento. Maybe they'd have started a family, still wandering out there in the desert, and maybe she'd be happy. Maybe. Maybe her being here was all his fault. It certainly felt good to think it. You can sip on rage and bitterness and hate, let it ferment in you like wine. You can let it grow hot in you and fuel that golden coil deep in your belly, and the hotter it grew, the hotter she felt. The hotter it grew. And it felt good, so good to let it all out. She wanted to hurt. She wanted fire. She wanted burning. She wanted things to burst apart, exploded, destroyed. She wanted to ruin him just like he ruined her. She wanted him to hurt, and she knew it would feel so good to do it. She groaned. A headache was starting to split her skull from the inside, like two sides of her head couldn't make peace with each other. It didn't make sense. You can't hate and love someone at the same time. She wanted so badly to hurt him, but she also wanted so bad to not want to hurt him. She didn't know what she wanted. Maybe she'd know when they met. Was any of it real? She sniffled. Very soon, she would know. In the sky ahead, a one-eyed girl rode a three-legged white tiger, the Princess of Ur. "I've been expecting you," she said. "The trap has been laid. This way." In the week leading up to the heist, Dorian managed to grind his sunshine steps to level 6, a level past intermediate proficiency. Now, in his fights, he paid lip service to the laws of physics. Gravity was an afterthought. Each time he stepped, it was like an invisible trampoline launched him away, and each launch chained nicely into the next, faster and faster, and suddenly it was like being stoned, blows raining in from all angles, too fast and too furious to keep up with. All you could do was cringe and whimper. When paired with his new Fists of Falling Star, Rising Moon, also up to intermediate proficiency, it was overkill at God. Throw in Supernova Fist, his stun technique, and he might even dare challenge for a top spot at Empyrean. Then he thought about Gerard in his true form and winced. Maybe not quite that high, but close. Enough that if Gerard held off Ur's elites, he cleared out the riffraff and the bombs blasted them a clear route out, this nutty little heist plan of theirs might just work. 12 hours before the heist. When Sun walked in the room before the final pre-heist meeting Gerard insisted on having, Dorian did a double-take. What the hells? Lean cords of muscle now ran down her arms. Her forearms looked like gauntlets, and her legs were stocked with slabs of muscle. Somehow, in the space of 2 weeks, she'd gone from rail-thin to noticeably hefty. Dorian supposed all that food had to go somewhere, and despite her astonishing metabolism, her rate of intake had skyrocketed, what with all the food in the markets. "What's up?" said Sun. He gestured at her vaguely. "You've been training?" "Nah, I've been eating dawn to dusk all week." She looked down. "Oh, yeah, this tends to happen when I eat a lot. I get a lot stronger." "Of course you do," Dorian snorted. Apparently, heaven lavished all her gifts on the one creature destined to waste them. "How much stronger?" She scratched her chin. "Probably about as strong as that Tauti a while back." "Are you saying if we just keep feeding you, you'll be able to beat down Empyreans with your fists?" "I've never tried. Maybe?" Sun scratched her head. "I mean, that's a lot of food, even for me, and I need to keep eating or it'll all go away. I'm not sure I can eat that fast." She shrugged. "If you get the food, I'll give it a go." Just then, Gerard strolled in. "You're late," said Dorian. "I am precisely 2 seconds early," said Gerard. "I would have come even earlier, but I was finishing up these." He held 2 pamphlets. "For reference, just in case. They include detailed notes on the plan and an array of fallback options in case things go wrong.
Said Sun. You should know the longest book I have read was a 3-page technique manual, and I quit on page 2 because by then my brain felt like a tub of warm pudding.
Not to worry, Miss Wukong. I have taken this into account. Your pamphlet is a picture book with minimal text.
He passed them out, though Sun still held hers at arm's length, like it might bite her at any second.
Flip to page 1, if you please. Gerard adjusted his glasses. Let us review the finalized plan.
229. Final Preparations 3.
Repeat it, if you please, said Gerard.
I've got 2 vials, said Sun. One's the vampire poison, one's the antidote. I'll take the poison first, sneak in with the cargo, and take the antidote once I'm in. She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. I might talk and act and pout like I'm a toddler sometimes, but I'm not as dumb as one. Give me some credit.
Which is which?
She thumbed open the pamphlet, but the page was smudged with the leavings of some particularly messy chips she'd been eating. She glared balefully at her stained fingers. Purple one is poison.
Good job,
said Gerard. He tossed her a carrot. She leapt up and caught it in her mouth in one big chomp.
And how will we communicate?
Speakers can't...
She gagged on the carrot, swallowed it. Speakers conches. She held up a shell. We'll whisper in these. They connect to paired conches. We all have one.
Very good.
He tossed her another, and up she went. It was like watching someone train a seal. She licked her lips.
And what are these?
He pointed to 3 silverish cubes with tiny metal legs sticking out of them, like spiders with the bodies swapped out. The ward breakers. I put them on the wards and, well, they break them.
How?
They've got blood samples from each of us. I'll break into the ward rooms once I'm inside and put them on the wards. They'll tell the wards to ignore our signatures.
Very good. For this you deserve 2 carrots.
He threw them, and Sun launched herself happily about, like they were playing fetch. Dorian would have found it embarrassing, but frankly, on this run alone, he'd sucked a man's toes to get what he wanted, and that didn't rank in the top 100 least dignified things he'd done. Who was he to judge? This really shouldn't be working on me, said Sun, grinning. But it is.
For teaching men, pets, and children alike, the principles are the same, sir, said Gerard to Dorian. You motivate them by giving them what they want.
Then to Sun again.
And what then?
We meet up in the lobby once they let you in, and then we'll try breaking into the vaults.
And what's our backup plan?
If we don't manage it, we'll just plant one last bomb inside, attend the auction like normal auction goers, get out, and blow the whole city to bits. Gerard smiled.
That is the last of it. Very good. And now you, Dorian.
Dorian frowned. Sun had run up and punted him in the shins. What is it? Also, may I commend you on the recent improvements you've made in regards to your leg strength? That hurt. She crossed her arms. Then she opened her mouth and pointed at it. Gerard blinked.
I must apologize, Miss Wukong. I've run out.
I hope you die alone. Gerard looked rather put out at that.
In any case,
to Dorian now.
What is your alibi?
Wealthy merchant with connections to the Fabro Kingdom. If asked, I will present my fake ticket. I am to keep my mask and suit on at all times and to not cause trouble, lest the God King of Ur and the many Empyreans in his honor guard take notice and bash our face in.
Good, Dorian,
said Gerard, and handed him a chi elixir.
That was a joke, my liege, he said. Please laugh.
Ha, ha.
Thank you.
He brushed an invisible speck of dust off his pristine collar.
The auction will begin 3 hours after the goods arrive. With great luck, we will get in and get out before the organizers are aware they've been robbed. With average luck, we will get in and steal the goods, trigger an alarm, and blast our way out of the palace and the city via a route of chi bombs.
And with poor luck, we die? Said Sun.
Well, yes.
She threw him a thumbs up. "Just making sure we've got it all down."
"My thanks, Miss Wukong."
"We should go over which goods we'll prioritize." Dorian nodded at Sun's pamphlet, where neat illustrations were drawn up by hand. The first were elixirs, the icy blue of frozen lakes. "The Millennium elixirs come first. They're likely the most valuable goods at the auction, which means they're likely also the most well-guarded. Each one could boost Dorian's bloodline by 1,000, equal to 1,000 years of accumulated bloodline. With just a handful of elixirs, he could be of equal bloodline form to a monster like Meng, or Gerard for that matter. Instantly, by raw power, he'd be the unquestioned #1 at God. He'd be a formidable force even among Empyreans, well on his way back to his prior stature. "And tied for first," chimed in Sun, "Chiron's ribs. They say it's the most tender centaur meat in all the multiverse." "You'll get your ribs, Runt. Don't you worry."
Good.
"I'd better." Sun crossed her arms, puffing out her chest. He suspected it was meant to be intimidating, but it landed somewhere north of cute.
"Or there will be consequences."
Fate sat before his scrying mirror, awaiting a very important visitor, sweating so much his brow looked positively dewy. He was alone in his general's command tent, which was sealed shut and warded off thrice over. Outside, a host of orcs stood guard with sharpened axes, growling at anyone who strayed too close. For this was top secret. Today was the day of his meeting with his mole in Jez's camp. Right now, he and his merry legions were on the march. The army of orcs and rocks and worms and demons, the free tribes of hell, and it was no secret what they were after. The critical city of Ur, the heart of hell from which trade of all kinds flowed, and whose rivers connected east to west, to north to south. It was Ur that stored the munitions for Jez's armies. It was Ur where Jez's army would shell up and refuel and use as a springboard to strike at the rest of hell. All Fate's hopes hinged on taking Ur. Take Ur, bomb out their weapons and supply depots, and this could prove to be a turning point in an admittedly very sorry war effort. Oh, how they desperately needed a turn. Outside, Grand Chieftain Talak, bless him, the big oaf, would be chest-thumping and hooting and putting some fire in his soldiers. The rocks would be sharpening their feathers, and the whales storing their blowhole blasts. But there was still a feeling of despair lingering about like smoke over the camps. This Jez fellow seemed nigh invincible. Everywhere he struck, there were no half-measures, only crushing defeats. A city seized here, a whole kingdom sundered and surrendered there. If they couldn't take Ur, the simple blow to morale. Fate stopped himself. If, he huffed. He would not count them out just yet. They were a scrappy bunch, these hell folk he'd helped rustle up, and his scouts said by sheer numbers they held a slight advantage over Jez's armies, and they were a day ahead on the march to boot. If his folk in Ur, Gerard and Dorian, if they pulled through, it would make all the difference. A shrill sound like steel scraping steel stole his attention. A figure resolved in the scrying mirror, masked, black-cloaked. Fate gasped.
"Thank heavens! I was beginning to worry you wouldn't make it."
"Are we secure?" said the figure.
"Yes."
And the figure pulled off the mask.
"Greetings, Fate,"
said the Emperor of the Jiangxi, Saliaris, and one of Jez's 2 high generals of all hell. Fate's heart did a little stutter when he saw the vampire's face. He looked almost panicked. Saliaris, cooler than a frozen lake in a blizzard, that one, had his brows drawn up in a squirming bunch, corners of his lips pressed tight.
"So good to see you, old friend."
"I regret I was unable to come sooner." Saliaris shook his head. "You have no idea how difficult it was to establish this connection through to you undetected. No matter. I come bearing urgent news."
"What is it?"
"Your strike team in Ur is under threat," said Saliaris coldly. "Jez has sent in the 9-tailed fox, Nujia, and the Skywolf.
With them is Kaya, stocked with enough chi to down an Imperium. And it is not only them. They have alerted the God King of Ur to the presence of a certain God King reincarnate they know to be trespassing on his territory. Fate gasped. Oh dear. They suspect he targets the auction, and they stand ready with some nasty surprises. A trap has been set within the royal palace, ready to be sprung the instant he sets foot within. He is your agent, yes? Well, in a manner of speaking. Tell your men to blow the city and get out, now, snapped Saliaris. I tell you now, Fate, this plan of yours cannot be allowed to fail. The army of trolls, orcs, rocks he has rushing to Ur now draw their powers from 2 adjoining upper realms in the network. It will be like facing an army triple its size. Ur must fall. If Jez's forces are offered a chance to resupply and gather arms, he will wipe you off the battlefield. I understand. Fate nodded, quick as quick. It shall be done post-haste. We planned on blowing the depot in the royal palace, too. No time. Get out, Saliaris pronounced each word precisely. It may already be too late. This needn't be said, but if you fail now, our acquaintance is over. I've strung together a loose alliance of rebels in Jez's network, but first they need proof, Fate. They need proof the man can bleed. Only then can I embolden them, and more, to make a serious try at insurrection. If not, he breathed, it's over. Do you understand? Yes, said Fate, cotton-mouthed. Good. Pardon, isn't Nujia one of your fighters? Can she— Nujia is one of Jez's fighters, said Saliaris bitterly. She is a contract killer. Her loyalty is first to money, and Jez has the coffers of kingdoms for Dorian's head. Nominally, I am her commanding officer, but if I were to show even a hint of insubordination to Jez, she would not hesitate to turn me in. It was hellish enough delivering you this message, Fate. I'm afraid I can offer you nothing else. Do not fuck this up. The image in the mirror vanished. Fate took a long, slow breath, trying to put all that news into place. He choked on it partway through. When had Gerard said they planned on beginning their infiltration? A chill crept down his spine. A dawning realization. Oh, no, 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 no. He tripped and scrambled his way to his portly little desk, scrabbling for the peak speaker's conch on top. Gerard! He cried. Gerard! Dear heavens! Pick up! But he knew he was too late. 230. The Heist. 1. Sun found herself bouncing a peach core off a wall, chucking it with her feet and catching it with her hands. Peach cores weren't very elastic as balls went, but you worked with what you had. And she had Gerard, reading as he always seemed to be. Nice enough, but he didn't seem the talking type. And there was his toad, Gerard Jr., looking as though its greatest ambition in life was to sit still and stare flatly ahead. I'm bored, she said at the air. And then she closed her eyes and held up her arms, as though the multiverse would drop a cure straight into her waiting hands. No such luck. She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. They were waiting for Dorian to finish up one last scouting trip before they went off, and she didn't know what to do with her hands. Or her feet. There was this tingling hollow in her belly, this itchy dryness at the back of her throat. They were stuck in that awful purgatory of time, the heist just far off enough she couldn't do shit about it, just close enough she couldn't stop thinking about it. She rolled around on the ground. She had a thought. What if she was a slug? Slugs had no worries. She folded her arms on her sides, squeezed shut her eyes, and started to ooze about as best as her limbs allowed. I am a slug. Slug son. That is I. It sort of helped. Then her head hit something hard. She blinked. How, Slugs still had to respect walls, sadly. There was a sigh, a flutter of pages flapping shut. Gerard eyed her over his reading glasses.
As far as she was aware, he had perfect vision, but he didn't need to swing his arms as he walked or leave up his pinky when he drank tea either. He seemed to do a lot of things just to do them, this Gerard.
"Are you all right?" said Gerard.
"I am a slug," she informed him.
"Oh dear." He set the book down. "Are you feeling feverish? Should I seek help?"
No, I'm bored."
"Ah." She picked at her nose. They looked at each other. "I will go out on a rather short limb," said Gerard, "and assume you would not like to hear about the life cycle of the ginkgo tree."
"What's that? Can I eat it?" "So," said Sun, fishing desperately for a topic, "how's this thing between you and Dorian work? You've got to do everything he says?"
"Sort of."
"What's that mean?"
"I'm bound to him by soul contract, but every 3,000 years or so he offers to release me from it." Gerard shrugged. "I've never taken him up on it. Perhaps one day, but it has been 3 terms, and I've been pleased with my time so far."
"Huh.
After a few millennia tending the same gardens, the same estate, you get used to it. There is a pleasant routine to it." A ghost of a smile on Gerard's face. "I enjoy the structure, the sense of purpose."
"So you choose to take orders from someone and do their chores." She munched thoughtfully on her carrot. "Can't say I get it, but hey, I'm glad it makes you happy, Mr. Gerard."
"I prefer to think of my role more as a caretaker." Gerard patted Gerard Jr.'s head fondly. "You see, Dorian is like Gerard Jr., though less cute and significantly more troublesome. On his own, in the wild, he would simply perish."
"Eh?"
"Dorian is a very itchy creature, not particularly stable. He must be in constant motion at all times, running, as it were." Gerard shrugged. "In a way, he is similar to me. If I am left without a routine, without a structure, I tend to unravel. I tend to start breaking things. We ground each other quite nicely."
"Ah." Most of this was going over Sun's head. She got him, as in she got what he was saying, but she sensed she was lacking a few millennia's worth of life experience to get him. Still, she nodded, since Gerard was getting that wistful, faraway look in his eyes old folks sometimes get, and she knew she was up for a ramble. Rambling for old folk was like taking a big dump. They always seemed to come out happier at the end. "I enjoy the slow, hard work of caring." That ghost of a smile again. "I like who I am better as Gerard the butler than the creature I was before. Until I met Dorian, I was no more than a rabid brute. It is at his estate, and with his help, that I learned to mend things rather than break them, you see. For that, I owe him my life." "Wait, that dingus taught you to mend things?"
"Surprising, isn't it? Dorian was not always the way he is. There was a time he was—" He frowned. "A little like you."
This was possibly the most horrifying thing Gerard could have said at that moment.
"What happened?"
gasped Sun.
"Did someone stick a long stick in his ear and wriggle it around really hard?"
"Nothing like that. Just time. Time and perspective."
Gerard tickled Gerard Jr. behind the ear, and the toad purred in a very not toad-like way.
"The passing of the ages teaches some gods to value the things they own, the connections they make." His hand receded. "For others, it teaches them not to care. Lives, so vanishingly short, grow weightless, meaningless. What else is there to do than to make something to do, something to care about? Something like starting over again and again, making your own purpose, a time to beat, to stave off the unbearable lightness, all in hopes of recapturing some zest for life you once had." He shook his head. "Put another way, Dorian is in the midst of a most severe midlife crisis, Miss Wukong, and his midlife crisis conveniently leaves his estate empty for thousands of years, where I am free to care for my gardens and tend to my libraries. I provide a home for him to return to when he needs it. I support him when he needs it, and he charges me no rent. It's worked out nicely for the both of us, I think."
Sun chewed on all that for a few seconds. Makes sense, but why are you here now? Isn't it all gone?
Gone?
Gerard pursed his lips. There was a twitch at the corner of his mouth, like he knew a secret Sun didn't. Old Man Fate stretched a very thin line of fate between this plane and the unstuck space to pull me out. A very obscure, treacherous line, nigh impossible to follow line, to be sure. But who's to say? That estate, our home, may not be fully lost. Dorian soon returned. There's Empyreans at the door, he whistled. A row of them. They've ratcheted up security since I was the last at one of these. How many? Said Gerard. 24. That amounts to nearly all the Empyreans Ur has in reserve. How odd. Yeah, but it is Ur's signature event of the year. It's not so surprising they want it well manned. All it means is we'll need to take a little more care. He was feeling that giddy rush of energy now, tingling at his fingertips, making every step a little hop. He grinned. Are we ready? 2 nods, one curt, the other jittery. Right then. But just before they were about to set off, Sun put a hand on his arm. She looked up at him with big, moon-like eyes. You will make it through, she said earnestly. It's just a phase. I believe in you. What? Behind her, Gerard pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Ignore her, sir. And they were off. They stood on the rooftop of the hotel, overlooking a canal that wound lazily up a street. It stopped at the royal palace, and on this canal was a barge of impressive girth, manned by a score of shuffling guards waving pointy spears. Crates were stacked along its length. This is it. Dorian looked Sun in the eye. In your transformed state, with cloaking, you should be able to sneak in with little trouble. Take the vampiric drug once you're on the boat. It's extremely potent distilled. It should go quick. Sun saluted them with a grin. She looked not the slightest bit nervous, which was reassuring. I'll contact you by conch. See you on the other side. And then she was a beetle, and then she was gone. They had a very brief window. The notes Sun had gathered made that clear. The auction went on a tight schedule. Goods came in. The auction took place 3 hours later. That 3-hour gap was what they counted on. With luck, they'd get in and get out before the officials were any the wiser. Dorian and Gerard now stood in a short line before the palace, dressed in identical suits, masks fitted tight to their faces. Auction-goers waited behind and in front, sagging with gold, wafting tufts of silk, velvet trains slinking across the polished cobbles. Trills of genteel conversation drifted about. It was the guards that captured half of Dorian's mind. They stood around the outer fencing in full suits of armor, each blasting Empyrean auras, nearly glowering. Most seemed vaguely humanoid. Most held spears with lightning blue spasming at the tip. They seemed less like they were keeping watch and more like they were expecting an attack. Maybe it was Dorian's overactive mind. Maybe he conjured ghosts from shadows. It was perfectly understandable to be on high alert on such a high-profile night. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling something wasn't quite right here. Ahead, the auction-goers were waved through one by a particularly large guard with a feathered helm. Less than a dozen more, and it would be their turn. He turned to Gerard with a frown. The barge had been waved through more than half an hour ago. What's taking her so long? 231. The Heist, 2. Warding Chi wrapped the cargo boat in giant cobwebs as it wound up the channel. Guards shuffled about on the deck, scowling at nothing and everything, looking straight on. People seldom remembered to look up, even those paid to pay attention. And even if they looked, what did they see? Specks of dust and smoke and ash floating about. Nothing to worry their precious little heads over. So maybe one of the specks was a little bigger, and if you squinted, maybe you could make out some prickly dots at the bottom of it. If you really listened, was that a buzzing noise? But then it had wafted overhead, straight through the wards, settling over the mounds of crates, passing clear out of mind. Or so Sun hoped. She gasped. The cloaking had held up. She was here. Now she scanned the crates. She needed one with an air hole, somewhere to squeeze in. There! She buzzed in. Figures. There was a plant in here, hairy, spiky thing. She transformed back, keeping the cloaking drawn tight. She took a moment's pause, waiting for an explosion of alarms or for soldiers to come pouring out of nowhere. Nothing. She did a happy little dance. Then she got out a knife, cut a leaf off the plant, and tasted it. She wasn't even really hungry. It was more on principle than anything. She wrinkled her nose. Awful. Whatever it was, she was pretty sure it wasn't meant to be eaten. Maybe it was poisonous. I mean, if I'm about to die anyway. Now for the tough bit. She got out the vampire poison vial. It was hot purple, and it gurgled menacingly at her. Her hand was trembling as she got out the syringe and drew the liquid in. She had to simulate a vampire's bite. So, needle. She held it now, and boy, was that a big fucking needle. The light caught it just right, and it twinkled at the tip, like it was winking at her. Deep breaths in and out. She thought about stabbing it, injecting it. Easy in, easy out. Pinch, push, done. Simple. She closed her eyes, mimed it in her mind, imagined it done again and again. It was a trick Gerard said to do. She'd said, I get really anxious, and he'd said something like, oh, blah, blah, some tome of psychology says imagining a thing desensitizes yourself to it. So now here she was, imagining. Because, try as she might, she was having a great deal of trouble convincing her fingers to suck it up and inject the thing. This is dumb. If anything, she was even more scared now. She opened her eyes. Had that needle gotten an inch bigger? Royal Palace! 200 strides! Yelled the voice from outside. Oh, shit. She had to be dead by then. You can do this, she whispered. Come on. The liquid gurgled at her. Oh, screw you too. The boat chugged closer. She dredged up Grandpa Wukong's scowling face. What would he say if he was here? Little ninth, frozen again. And he'd sigh. How disappointing. But what else can you expect from a weakling pissing herself in a cave, too fearful to stand and fight with her family? The rest of us are dead so that you may live. You, Sun the glutton, Sun the wastrel, you who least deserves it. Fake Grandpa barked a laugh. Truly the multiverse has a sense of humor. She jabbed it in and pressed down in one smooth, hard motion. A beat. Ow! She whimpered. Then she blacked out. She woke up bleary-eyed. Her ears were bleary, too. Everything seemed soft and mushy. Her tongue was horribly dry. She died, and now she was alive. Huh. It was, as resurrections went, thoroughly underwhelming. She rubbed her eyes, squinting, and the world resolved. She was still in the crate. Her plant friend was still there, but there was very little light filtering through the air hole now, and what air wafted in was stale. I'm in! Yes! Then a pain shot up her arm, and she winced. Ow! Her skin was mottled, half-painted, streaks of white streaking up it like cracks up the surface of a frozen lake. Shit! The antidote! She yanked the vial out of her ring and swallowed it in 2 gulps. Thank heavens the cracks instantly shrank back. In less than 10 breaths she felt almost normal, save for a dull ache up her arm where she'd stabbed in the needle. Why had she gone so damned hard? She shrank down to beetle form again, and out the air hole she went, and instantly came face to face with a guard, which was such a nasty shock it almost stopped her little beetle heart then and there. They made eye contact, a bored-looking lizard man with a spear, tonguing his gums. He moved past like he hadn't even seen her, probably because he hadn't. She'd made eye contact with him, but she was a beetle, a black beetle in shadows, and her interspatial ring, worn around her like a belt, was matte black with no shine to it. You'd think with all the harrowing, life-threatening shit she got up to, she'd be used to this sort of thing, but whenever she was mid-job, she always felt like a kettle filled with water just a few degrees from boiling. It was very unpleasant. She resolved to get out of here as quickly as she could. Up she went, to the corner of the storage room she'd seen drawn on the maps, the same maps to the floor plans to the palace she'd stolen weeks earlier. This barge hadn't been sent with the highest caliber goods. These were the auction's appetizers. The highest caliber goods were shipped out weeks in advance and had oodles more defenses, sealed in a room so airtight it might as well be in an alternate dimension. This one was still connected to the vents. And the vents, down an L-shaped, lightless metal path, were connected to the wardroom. It really was warded, she saw when she got there, but her cloaking was now at the 30th transformation, and she was tiny. Those with Wukong blood were the best pretenders in all the multiverse. Grandpa got to top 2 in the multiverse, and most of it was off concealment and distraction. It was a rare sort of creature that could get into the wardroom of the royal palace of Ur. To go this route, they'd need to both have cloaking abilities of a very high caliber and the ability to resize to be very small at will. Sun felt the royal palace could cut themselves some slack. She grinned, as much as a beetle could grin anyway. It was an even rarer sort of creature that was ready for her. That was when she noticed it. Her eyes popped, as much as a beetle's eyes could pop anyway. Oh my... fuck. That's a lot. She sensed in the distance a writhing mass of chi. She shouldn't have been able to. The rooms were insulated, and so were the walls. She couldn't sense almost anything past these vents. But that mass still stood out stark, the way the hazy outline of a volcanic eruption still shone through thick cloud cover. She started counting and quickly lost track. So many layers of wards it was mind-bending. And stationed outside, faint but there, peak Empyrean auras. That was the room with all the treasures. Well, she sure was glad that was Dorian's problem to deal with. Her job was almost done. She slipped into the wardroom. "What's taking her so long?" said Dorian. Just then, Gerard patted his suit pocket and pulled out a conch shell, glowing softly. "What lucky timing. This is her now, with good news, I'm sure." He held up the conch to his ear. His expression froze. There was a long pause, and Dorian saw the blood start to drain from Gerard's face. "What is it? Has she been caught?" "That was not Sun. Sir?" Dorian's own suit pocket grew warm. At the same time, he and Gerard pulled a second set of shells out of their pockets. "It's done!" This was Sun. "I've put in the ward breakers. You're good to go. Oh, and Dorian, I found the treasure vault. It's a real piece of work. There's like a dozen layers of wards on this thing, plus a small army of guards outside." Dorian whistled. "That is a piece of work. You'll have to do one hell of an ass pull. See you soon." It went dead. "Sir!" Gerard grabbed him by the shoulders with uncharacteristic intensity. It felt like he was snatched in the claws of some giant bird of prey. "Yes?" "We must leave. Now!" He leaned in. "Jez knows you're here. He suspects you have designs on the auction. We cannot enter that palace. It's there he plans to spring his trap in full, and I fear we've already been drawn in." For a second, Dorian's mouth hung half open. He snapped it shut. "You're sure about this?" "It was fate who told me." "Fuck." Now that he cast a second glance about the city center, at the suspiciously well-defended city center, bursting with Empyrean guards, he saw just how many were positioned near the exits, ready to cut off any route of escape. They had fenced off the public, letting no one in or out, waiting like the open jaws of a beast trap. Waiting, but not moving in. Yet. But they know I'm here. All they're waiting for is a signal. "What shall I do?" whispered Gerard. "I stand at the ready, sir.
Say the word, and I shall detonate all the plants at once. We can carve a bloody path out of this city."
A hunger shadowed Gerard's face now. His pupils were startlingly small.
"Hold on," said Dorian, kneading his forehead. "Let me think."
Suddenly, it was like he'd been slapped awake. His mind had been swimming in heist plans. It felt like whiplash trying to wade out of it and into this steaming mess. He frowned, eyes darting, soaking in the whole of the city's center, the scope of the problem. And what a hell of a problem it was! If ever there was a time for one hell of an ass-pull, this is it. There were a few major issues with blowing their way out of here straight up. When Dorian had suggested it initially, he hadn't expected the majority of Ur's most elite fighters to be bunched in striking range. Making a mad dash for it now could be suicidal. And then there was the small matter of Sun being stuck in the royal palace. His soul contract forbade betraying her. Would this count? The mere thought was making his soul prickle with tension. Not a good sign. And then there was still a tiny, wheedling, utterly absurd voice in his head lamenting that, never mind his own survival being in incredible jeopardy, he was forced to scuttle his heist plans. How many millennia Kinzo's elixirs would have saved him? So close. Gah! It wasn't like he'd be able to get through that vault in the palace anyway. He gasped.
"We may also try sneaking out," Gerard was saying. "They've sealed off the exits, but—"
"Gerard," Dorian said softly, "I have a spectacularly stupid idea, and I need you to listen to me very carefully." 232. The Heist 3.
"I think I have a way to crack the vault," breathed Dorian.
"Well, not exactly. Indirectly. The way Sun describes it, going in straight up is probably impossible." Gerard had a look of twitching horror, cracks tickling the edges of his mask of calm. It was a look Dorian was used to getting from him, but seldom in situations quite as dire as this.
"Now?"
said Gerard, which for him was the equivalent of, "Have you lost your fucking mind?"
"Sir, we must get you out of here."
"And you will," said Dorian, like he was a trainer trying to calm an agitated beast, which was pretty close to the truth, come to think of it. "It is simply a matter of timing." And he put a finger to his lips, like he was pondering which flavor of cheese to get for a sandwich, rather than making a decision on which his life, and possibly the fate of the multiverse, hung in the balance. "How far out is Fate's army?"
"Days, sir. If we rush, perhaps we can make it within 3. Why?"
"And how fast can Fate dispatch, say, a strike force?"
"Perhaps on the morrow if I tell him now, but they won't be close enough to assist now."
Gerard, calm." Dorian shot him a lopsided smile, radiating, he hoped, the sort of masterful confidence he was so good at faking. "Everything is under control." Pity Gerard had been with him so long. He wasn't fooled for a heartbeat.
"This is no run, my liege. This is final."
"I know. That's why I need you to listen so this goes precisely as planned. I'm taking a gamble." Dorian brandished a finger. "My gamble is that they won't move me."
"Pardon?"
"Jez and his army are coming to Ur for battle. My gamble is they'll hold me here at the palace at least for a few hours. Or days. He will come to me. Logical, no?"
"What are you saying?"
Gerard's tone had gone a little screechy, like a strangled fowl. Dorian looked him dead in the eyes. "I'm counting on you, and Fate, and even the runt a little. Do you understand?" He wished he felt even a shadow of the confidence in his grin right now. As a gamble, the odds were solid. Still, though, am I really about to do this? It felt wrong for a reason that was hard to articulate, like throwing oneself off a cliff and trusting the net would be there. Dorian was a man for cliffs, but not nets. Where possible, he preferred to break his own falls. The only creature in the multiverse you could truly rely on in the end was yourself. Yet he knew the net would be there. Of course it would. This was silly. Do I trust Gerard? Of course he did. And the runt? And fate? There was nothing to think about, was there? He swallowed. Follow my instructions very carefully. It was proving monstrously difficult for Gerard to peer through the boiling haze in his mind. He had to ease his fists into unclenching, talons morphing back to trembling, itching fingers. There would be no killing, not at this precise moment, at any rate, and he forced down the throb of disappointment. He was no slobbering brute. He was a man of principle. There was a job to do now, and he would do it, and do it well, and that was that. He gasped, loudly, loud enough that it cracked across the city center. He pointed a trembling figure, and just as loud, squawked, "Look!" He was not one for grand emotional displays, but he could summon them when he needed them, especially when it was less summoning and more leaking. Dozens of eyes followed the line of his finger, down to a barge moseying up the channel, where a figure swaddled in dark robes clung to the hull. The figure gave a shrill squawk, then leapt before the guards or the crowd could react, but Gerard was there already in a spasm of space. "Halt, villain!" he yelled. The figure tried running, but he slapped on 2 spatial seals, deadening his legs, and at last, with a flourish, he tore off the figure's mask. A flurry of gasps. "It's Dorian!" cried a voice, quite unnecessarily. Dorian gave a shout. He wriggled, he thrashed, he made a show of it. "Curse you!" he roared. "I was so damned close, and I would have gotten in too if it weren't for you." "A pity for you I was here to apprehend you then," said Gerard calmly. "And a victory for the justice of Ur, I should think." By now the guards had been shocked to their senses. A few lizard men crept up on them, spears quivering with indecision. They seemed as baffled as the rest of the crowd. Mostly they seemed shocked that the legendary fugitive, crowned with a 12,000 high stone bounty, was wriggling like a grounded fish before them. A few were muttering urgently into the insignias on their lapels. Then a lizard man whose lapels sported shinier insignias than the rest stepped up. "It is him," he said. Then he blinked, clearing his throat and leveling his gaze at Gerard. "You! Pass him over! We will take the criminal from here. Our thanks for your service." "It was my honor and pleasure, sir," said Gerard. "The laws of Ur are paramount and must be upheld. Without its laws, what does Ur have?" "Yes, of course," said the lizard-man guard with poorly disguised impatience. "The outlaw, if you would." "Pardon?" Gerard tilted his head. "Of course, justice is its own reward, but it does occur to me that there was to be a bounty for the capture of this most heinous of criminals, wasn't there?" "Bounty?" The guard blinked, like he'd never heard of the term before. "A bounty. 12,000 high-grade spirit stones, I believe." The guards did not look pleased at that. "Now, look here," said the lizard man. "We don't wish for anyone to get hurt. Hand him over." "And of the bounty?" A hesitation. "That is not in our purview. The criminal is. I say this to you but once more, guest of Ur. Hand him over." "You, in front of all of these witnesses," Gerard gestured to the crowd, "would deny me my due compensation. Has the kingdom of Ur no shame, no face? Was not Ur built on law and order? The most righteous place in hell, they say. A heaven for commerce. Would such a place violate its principles so easily? Surely not." Rumblings of discontent from the crowd. A most constipated look was forming on the guard's face. Just then the air split open at invisible seams, and out of a gaping maw of darkness stepped a one-eyed woman. By the frills on her dress alone, you could pick her out as a princess. "Enough!" cried the first princess of Ur. She turned one frosty eye on Gerard. Gerard didn't flinch. "You will have your compensation, auction-goer," she snarled. "Let it never be said the God-King of Ur does not keep his word." She threw him a gold-banded interspatial ring, which he snatched in one hand. It took a flicker of will to inspect it. Inside, set in neat rows, were spirit stones. Not the raw kind. These were cut like blocks of ore. They looked like miniature galaxies trapped in glass, tiny whirlpools streaked blue and white and purple, radiating a power that could only belong to a spirit stone of class. "Take him!" snapped the princess. And this time, as the guards rushed forth, Gerard let his master free. They locked eyes but once more, and he strained to convey in that glance a single thought. "I will come for you, old friend. I swear it." Dorian winked. "I know." Then they pulled him into the void, and that was that. "You may proceed," said the royal guard. Nodding, Gerard took back his faked papers and stepped into the true test. The wards. Sun had done her job. They didn't so much as flinch as he passed, and he was through. "I think I have a way to crack the vault." Dorian's words echoed in his mind, and Gerard was taken back to a scene mere moments before. "I always thought it'd be a long shot, infiltrating the most high-security vault on the night of the auction, and without knowing what its defenses even are." He shook his head. "It's too much. The best way to crack that vault is not to crack it at all." "I don't understand, sir. Do you mean to abandon the heist?" "Heavens, no. We're simply doing an impromptu change of plans. Rather than steal from the vault, which, now that we know is trapped, is even more impossible, we'll do 2 proxy heists that produce the same effect, and, hopefully, foil our good friend Jez's plans while we're at it." And Dorian's eyes had taken on that dangerous glint only seen in geniuses and madmen. "Step 1, you turn me in." "Shh, let me finish. You turn me in and collect a bounty on my head. 12,000 high-grade spirit stones, eh? An outrageous sum. Outrageous enough to afford the crown of the auction, the Millennium Elixirs. You attend the auction and take Ur's best good with its own money. And while you're inside the palace proper, you plant your bombs. This is the first heist, stealing the goods." A second finger shot up. "The second heist is stealing me after the auction, from whatever prison they've stuffed me in." "For all you know, they could spirit you away 10,000 li, or execute you on the spot." "Possibly. But why go 10,000 li when the most secure place in Ur is a stone's throw away? Somehow I suspect they'll stuff me in the royal dungeons. Jez isn't the killing type. He's more of a gloater. Oh, the security will be immense, wards galore, but nothing a well-placed anti-chi bomb can't nullify, eh?" Dorian's eyes narrowed. "If worst comes to worst, tell fate to send a strike team for me. His army's close. He owes me. I am not perishing here for his silly war. Soon we'll walk out of here with the elixirs, unscathed, with Ur blown to bits, Jez's armies vanquished, and fate's forces taking the city." He said it in such a Dorian way, with the absolute confidence of a seer proclaiming a prophecy, that Gerard nearly believed him. "You realize you sound utterly mad." "Of course." It never ceased to amaze Gerard how his master managed to magic utter nonsense out of thin air. The thing was, it amazed him even more how often it seemed to work. "Are you sure about this?" "Oh, you know better than to ask me that." Dorian smirked. "But if we do pull this off, can you imagine the look on Jez's face?" 233. The Heist. 4. Dorian felt oddly calm as he was shunted into the void in chains, a small legion of Empyreans clustered about him. His body was brimming with energy, but his mind was crisp and still. The world filtered in clear, sharp, bright. He felt in control, somehow, despite the preponderance of evidence otherwise. They emerged at a windowless cell, equipped with a grand total of 1 bench. Nothing else. A holding cell. Impossible to tell where, but he suspected they were in the royal palace, perhaps in its dungeons. Traces of chi, the good stuff, the stuff that trailed great treasures or great warriors, trickled down from above. Maybe, just maybe, There was a jolt in his back, and he found himself sprawled on the floor. He'd been kicked. Above, upside down, was the face of the first princess of Ur.
Is this the part where you beat me up?
Someone else has requested the first crack at you,
she sneered. She turned to her men.
Lock the cage, bar the doors. No one comes in or out without my say.
Yes, princess,
they bellowed. And then he was left alone, hands and feet bound with chi suppression cuffs, awaiting judgment or salvation. He kicked up his feet, found the most comfortable posture he could on the too short bench, which was still not very comfortable at all, and sighed. Kaya was a damned mess. She didn't know what to think. She didn't know what to do. She stood now before the door to his cell, hands sweaty, teeth clenched. The guards were starting to look at her funny. She had to go in. What was she standing here for? Waiting did nothing. She had to see him. She had to know. Before she could think about it any more, she shoved her way in. And there he was, reclining on a tiny prison bench like a king on his throne. He looked up, took her in, and froze. A blink of surprise.
Oh, hey sis, you're alive?
She couldn't believe it. She gaped.
That's what you have to say to me?
And then what he said hit her like whiplash, and suddenly she was furious.
And don't you dare call me sis!
Gold boiled hot in her. Gold light washed over the room, and all the while this psycho lay there smirking. Fucking smirking! She kicked him. He didn't move to dodge, didn't so much as flinch. Just let her gold-wreathed foot catch him square in the stomach. He gasped. Then he wormed over the side of the bench, gasping and choking.
Fuck, your kick has gotten a hell of a lot stronger.
She was speechless as he propped himself back up. He grinned weakly.
All right. Kaya, then. Fancy seeing you here, eh? We sure are a long way from the desert.
Fuck you.
I deserve that.
He winced, massaging his ribs.
It is nice to see you're still alive and kicking. Excuse the pun.
She didn't know what to think. She thought meeting him would give her a better idea. In her head, Dorian was this unfathomable thing, this ancient giant. She figured speaking to him would be like speaking to some alien spirit, far beyond her comprehension. But he sounded just like her brother.
Dorian,
she forged on, voice a little brittle.
That's your real name.
Guilty. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She dreamed of this moment. She'd rehearsed dozens of back and forths in her head, but somehow, now that he was here in front of her, she didn't know what to say, what to do. Where had her anger gone? He wasn't supposed to sound like this, smile like this, act like this. Why wasn't she angry? It was so easy, looking at that disturbingly familiar, laid-back smirk, to forget who he really was. She had plenty of reason to be mad. Plenty of goddamned reason.
You took my brother from me, she began. You took my tribe from me. If it weren't for you, I'd still have my life. But now I'm fucking here with nothing because of you.
There was that old reliable anger, finally sparked to life, boiling hotter and hotter.
Whoa there! In my defense,
he yelped.
I found him pumped full of scorpion venom in a ditch. Kuruk's doing, I believe. We passed each other in the space between life and death. I had no hand in that.
His eyes were so big, not pleading, just surprised. She had no reason to believe him. So why was she hesitating?
And as for your tribe,
he shrugged. After what they did to you at the end of the festival, do you really want to spend the rest of your life around those folks? They turned on you in a blink. He spread his hands helplessly. It was such a human gesture. Look, he sighed. I've screwed over a lot of people. In fact, I screwed over almost everyone I met on that run. Then he scratched his head. Except, I don't know, Maybe it's this body's residual affection, or maybe I just found you charming, but I always had a soft spot for you. I tried not to screw you. Really."
"You're lying,"
she snarled. "Why else would I go back and save you from that flood dragon, or free you from Rust Tribe as they held you hostage, or help boost you in our time at Azcan? None of these things particularly helped me." He shrugged. "I'm not pleased with how things have ended up either, believe me. But I'm not a perfectly rational being, however much I wish I were." A soft smile on his lips. "And one of my, call them irrationalities, was you, sis." She was speechless. She was trembling. She wanted to hit him. She wanted to hug him. The world wobbled before her throbbing head. "On that note, how have you been?" asked Dorian, a playful glint in his eyes. "Any news? I see you've gone over to Jez's side. Is that how he's been tracking me?"
She groaned, massaging her temples. "You're trying to confuse me. Stop it! Shut up!"
He looked alarmed. Then he mimed sealing his mouth and held up his hands and waited for her breathing to settle.
"How?"
she said, voice still a little ragged.
"How are you so unserious? At a time like this? You're caught. You've lost. You're done."
"Maybe so." Dorian reclined further, stretching out on an imaginary pillow. "The thing is, once you've done what I do, speedrunning, that is, this eternal recurrence, you see, life is a silly thing. None of it is worth taking seriously."
"Is that how you think of me?" she whispered. "Is that how you think of the people you hurt? Small, insignificant things?"
Truthfully, and she had to suppress a flinch at the way he looked at her, big, almost sad eyes, startlingly earnest. "Yes, but it's also how I think of my life, sis. There is no life worth taking seriously. Live long enough and you'll get it. Life is a very small, silly thing. Some people insist on puffing it up with hot air like a balloon. Fill it with such banal things like caring and love, but they don't realize it's all pricked just as easily. Like that." A crisp snap of the fingers. This was not at all how she'd thought this encounter would go. She stood there and didn't know what to do with her hands.
"So it's all a joke to you? All the people you kill? The lives you ruin?"
"It's more like none of it really matters. Believe me, sometimes I wish it did. But that simply is not the multiverse we live in."
"You really believe that?"
she asked hoarsely. He shrugged, and she was utterly out of momentum. She had nothing.
"Is that what you tell yourself so you can sleep at night?"
She didn't know where it came from, but she said it. That got a reaction out of him. A furrow of the brow, hesitation, almost like a gap in his blasé armor, or was she imagining it? For it was gone in the next instant. It was gone, and he laughed. "Oh, silly girl." He shook his head, shoulders shuddering with mirth. "You can't actually think I still have a conscience, do you?" And now she really was out of things to say. They stared at each other, her clenching and unclenching her fists. "Look," he said gently, leaning forward. "If you want to hurt me, I understand." He spread his arms, closed his eyes. She took a step back.
"You're a fucking monster,"
she snarled, hating the tremble in her voice. And he was, just not the kind she'd been expecting. "Believe me," he said sadly. "I know." She couldn't take it anymore. The room had gotten chokingly humid, stiflingly hot. Sweat was blurring her eyes. She ran out, and trailing her, a long, slow sigh. As Dorian watched her go, he had an epiphany. He put his finger on it, his soft spot for her and why he had it. Maybe it was some residue of Io's feelings, or maybe it was the same reason he liked Gerard, or Sun. Maybe he was charmed by people who believed in things, in goodness, in caring, in other people, even when it was so obviously, tragically misguided. Maybe it was even a little bit of envy. Interesting. Crossing his legs, he settled down to chew on the thought. Far above, the auction would be underway. By now, the most prized goods ought to be up for grabs. Somewhere high up, Gerard was doing his bidding. Tick, tick, tick. Far afield, the armies of Fate and Jez were marching for a brutal collision. The bombs were planted, the plans set. It was time. 234. The Heist. 5. Gerard tapped his conch as he strode a tight gait, felt it heating up under his palm. When he spoke, his voice came out tight, too.
"Fate," he said. "I need you."
"What is it?"
To his credit, Fate did not bother with why or how. He heard the urgency in Gerard's voice. He knew something had gone very wrong indeed.
"Dorian has allowed himself to be captured to make certain your plan succeeds."
"What?"
"He languishes in the dungeons of Ur as we speak."
Gerard measured out his surroundings with narrowed eyes. He stood in a lobby whose floor was one unbroken slab of rich crimson gemstone. Above hung an explosion of chandeliers, catapulting shafts of light to the floor and betwixt one another in a dizzying show. Conversation bubbled about, soft and tittering, the auction-goers awaiting the main event. Too many ears, prying eyes. He hunched in, hoping he didn't seem too out of place, and growled into his conch. "I am preparing to plant a bomb in the palace itself. It should take down the wards proper. The moment I manage it, I need you to send a strike team for the royal palace." His eyes flickered to the guards. They were everywhere, framing each doorway, and each one was an Empyrean, and one of quality at that. How many could he realistically take, out of practice as he was? Perhaps 4, 5 at a time? A hotness in him, a hotness he kept under lock and key, liked to think he could take them all. Yet he was not that young, reckless demon anymore, and it was no longer only his life he risked if he failed to stay clear-eyed. It was focus, reason, and precise execution that would win the day now. There was also the matter of the God King of Ur. The auctioneer ranked top 50 in the multiverse. Even at his peak, Gerard would have had trouble with him, and they were on his territory, mired in his militia. To win now, he would need timing and subtlety, and a not insignificant amount of help.
"When can you arrive?"
Through the conch he heard a clattering, a panting, a flurry of shouts.
3 hours,
came Fate's voice.
"Perhaps 4.
About when the auction finished, Gerard guessed. It would have to do.
"I'm coming, Gerard, fast as I can. I swear it to you. Stay put."
The line went cold. Slowly he lowered the conch. Fate's army was perhaps a day out now. They were poised to meet Jez's forces on the morrow. It was no simple feat to rush out a strike force while the rest of the army was making last-second preparations. But Fate knew, just as he did, that if this plan did not succeed, all other preparations would amount to nothing. Gerard was not a high-strung man. He used to be, in his youth, but he liked to think he'd mellowed some in age. Only now he seemed to be unraveling. It started back at the city center. A hotness in him had leaked out, strained him at the seams, and it was proving devilishly hard to sew it back up again. He was itching, he was thirsty, and he would find no satisfaction here. Now, swaying in the lobby and waiting for the auction's start, hearing the tapping and scraping of heels, the clink-clinking of glasses, seeing all that light bounce about in infuriatingly random patterns, he felt a little unmoored. When he was bumped, he had to keep from transforming then and there. He whirled around. A tiny figure stood there, looking up at him, a furry tail curled in a question mark. "Hi," said Sun. He forced his shoulders to sag. "What's up? Where's Dorian?"
"There's been a change of plans. Follow me."
He turned, made to stalk for the auction hall. Another bump.
"Why are you doing that?"
he said evenly. She scratched behind her ear sheepishly.
I'm trying to get your attention, Mr. Gerard. Last time I tried tugging on your sleeves, but you weren't such a big fan of that, so... Bumping? Is bumping okay? I can try tapping, but it'll be a little hard to reach.
Bumping is fine. Can't you simply call for me?
It's a little too distracting, isn't it?
Sun leaned in conspiratorially.
I'm trying to be sneaky.
He sighed.
Very well. What is it?
So, where is he? Dorian, I mean.
I suspect he's currently in the dungeons of this very palace. He's gotten himself captured. On purpose.
Oh.
There was a long pause.
How screwed are we?
It is difficult to say. Best not to think about it, I imagine.
Okay, said Sun. Then I won't. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it.
Follow along, then, and make no moves without my explicit permission. Let us head to the auction hall. The festivities are about to begin. And thank heavens for it, too.
The lobby had gotten too hot for his liking. His senses were starting to laugh at him. The world drifted in, warped and distended, as though caught in a heat wave, and he was suddenly intensely aware of the thicket of bodies about him, their fleshiness, their softness, each running hot with blood. There was something hateful about these bodies, something horribly restrictive, like water welling behind a dam, begging to be let out. A well-placed slash, and it would all gush. Such satisfying release. Gerard caught himself, stilled, frowned. He breathed in long and hard, and did not breathe out until he stoppered the feeling.
Hells, he whispered. He tightened his collar, white-knuckled. Some demons you did not summon unless you could offer a sacrifice. They found a booth near the back of the Royal Theatre. Sun propped herself up on a seat, dangling her legs like a child on a swing, while Gerard sat bolt upright, hands clasped firmly, imagining just how horribly messy, not to mention embarrassing, it would be to lose control here. Sighing, he removed his glasses and set to polishing them with his handkerchief. It was important to keep his hands busy. That way he knew precisely where they were and what they were doing. It was not a large theater, but the density of important folk here was quite high enough that a small military milled about the premises. Royals, dignitaries, and other high-worth individuals were scattered about in booths ranged in semicircles below, all waiting breathlessly in the dim lighting. Then a spotlight shone on the wooden floors of the main stage. A portly humanoid figure with a twirly mustache stood there, hands clasped behind his back, grinning wide, displaying a checkerboard of gold teeth amidst white. The auctioneer. It had been some centuries since Gerard had seen the God King, and he looked exactly the same. But Gerard knew the man, knew him for what he was. They were alike, pristine exteriors, yet prone to fits of violence. If they were to make it out of this place, they'd cross this man's path sooner or later. He had never personally fought the auctioneer, but he did not relish the prospect. Well, the sane compartment of his mind at any rate. The auctioneer trafficked in laws of metal, more specifically heavy metals. To be struck by this portly, unassuming-looking man was to take such a brutal force the soul was often shattered inside the body. "Welcome!" boomed the auctioneer. The word hushed the crowd. His big hands were clasped firmly as he regarded them, letting the silence hang there, grow weightier. He was a showman, this one. Then he spoke. "It is my joy and honor to host you fine fellows for this year's royal auction." For a crowd made mostly of demons, the response was strangely civil. It was all polite clapping. This crowd was not the rank-and-file, blood-and-guts creatures hell was stocked full of. This crowd would stab you in the back, sure, but with class. The bidding began. "Lot 1, Fang of the Earth Drake. A must-have ingredient in any poisoner's brew. It'll make a nice mantelpiece decoration if that suits your fancy. Starting price is 20 mid-grade stones. Do I hear any offers?" "Lot 2. The waiting was starting to unravel Gerard, second by second, but it would not have him. He swore it.
The test of a disciplined mind was its capacity to endure. It had become a matter of identity. Who am I? I am Gerard. I do not spill wanton blood, nor do I leave trails of wasteful destruction. I am precise. I take care in what I do, and I am proud of it. Identity could withstand far more than willpower alone. And so Gerard tethered his defense there, for he knew willpower would not last out the hour, but it merely bought him time. Identity, placed under sufficient duress, would also crack. He knew who he was, but he also knew there would come a point when he did not. What then? He felt a bump. It shook him out of a stupor. Sun looked up at him. Yes? She nodded down at the stage. Lot 33, Chiron's ribs. Some claim the most tender ribs in the 9 circles of hell. A must-have item for any connoisseur of meats. Starting price, 100 mid-grade stones. He threw in a bid and won it, to her delight. Then she curled up for a nap, as though her part of this whole ordeal was done. Finally, Lot 120, this auction's crowning items, God King Kinzo's Millennium's Elixirs. 235. The Heist. 6. Lot 120, this auction's crowning items, God King Kinzo's Millennium's Elixirs. There was a chorus of creaks and shuffling fabric as the auditorium sat upright at once. All eyes were on the auctioneer now, and he was soaking it all in with an oily smile, a sponge for attention. Each glance bloated him a little more. Starting bid, 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. More money than most gods would earn in a lifetime. Who would be in the market for elixirs such as these? Only those old monsters, creatures such as, if Gerard was permitted some hubris, himself, could afford them at considerable expense. And those old monsters hardly needed a few extra millennia of bloodline. Gerard was in stage 4 of his bloodline, and stage 5 was eons away, an impossibility so distant it did not merit the slightest consideration. So there were only true buyers, collectors and investors. The former was no true threat. Past the mid-thousands, he suspected they would quickly drop off. But what of those who were like him? Those with deep backgrounds, who bought them not for personal use, but for the use of the next generation? A prodigy, perhaps. Each great family in the multiverse overflowed with them. My dear guests, let the bidding begin, chortled the auctioneer, throwing up his fat meatball hands, each as big as his head. 5,100 high stones, came a gruff call far below. Booth 27, 5.1 thousand, 5.1. 5,300. Booth 32, 5.3. Gerard detested this auction format. He blinked and checked himself. Ordinarily it would merely miff him, but he was in that sort of mood, driven by pure passions, the thrill of artificial competition, especially as bidding wars sprung up. The only competition then was which party was foolish enough to line the auctioneer's pockets. The bid inevitably ended far higher than the true value of the good. It became a matter of pride. Inevitably, the winner had that perfect intersection of wealth and poor judgment. 5.5! 5.6! He sighed. He supposed it miffed him more because of what he was about to do. 10,000 high stones, he articulated clearly, loudly, making sure his voice rang across the whole of the theater. His words left silence in their wake. He permitted himself a small, grim, satisfied smile. It was he who would play the fool. He had no pride. These elixirs were immensely valuable, but 10,000 high stones could purchase a lower realm. But there was no point in holding back, nor dragging out this charade. They were here for but one thing, after all. When you meant to do a job, you did it well and absolutely. You left no quarter for doubt.
My, 10,000 high, crooned the auctioneer. He slapped his meaty thigh, mightily tickled. Would anyone care to match the gentleman in booth 112? A figure shot up, humanoid, but judging by the aura, the shape of the tail, and the horns, either a dragonoid or a dragon in human form. Gerard saw only the mask, but he could imagine the expression beneath. There was a fighting set to those shoulders, a certain telling tenseness. 10,500! A young voice, clear and strong. Possibly a disguise, but odds were this was some young master, heir to one of the great dragon clans of hell, perhaps even the multiverse. There were several powerhouses scattered about the upper realms. The dragons and the phoenixes and the qilins and the tortoises all belonged to the same family, but most were like the outer sect of a clan. But the highest caliber bloodlines, those of the legendary beasts, were as the inner sect, or the core disciples. They could afford not only to travel here from the other side of hell, but also to rig up stupendously expensive interplane portals to attend exclusive functions such as this. The Wukongs, once upon a time, had been one such bloodline, though by the position its final remaining heir found herself in, a truly spine-defying posture in which she somehow managed to nap, you'd hardly know it. His quarrel now seemed to be with a promising heir to the dragon clan. 11,000 high, said Gerard, like it was not nearly the sum total of his budget, like he had endless stones to spare. 12,000, snapped back the heir just as fast, as though for each sliver of confidence Gerard projected he would return it double. An outrageous sum, and by the gasp that rankled the crowd, everyone present knew it. Gerard's eyes narrowed. The question was, which of them was bluffing more? 14,500, intoned Gerard. It was a figure he was not totally sure he had, and it was like he detonated an explosion at the center of the theater. No one spoke, not even the heir. But he did spring to his feet moments later, after the aftershock had settled some. Very good, spat the heir. Very good. And he tore off his mask, exposing a draconic face. This one is Xin Ming, of the noble strain of coiling dragons, young master of the multiversal clan of dragons. He dragged a forked tongue across two bared, shiny fangs. The elixir is most critical to my development. It would speed my growth across the third stage quite handsomely, which would be most beneficial to my advancement up the Empyrean rankings. I mean to match Boulder by the end of this century, you see. Might I request the fellow in booth 112 show this one some face and retract your bid? The clan will remember this favor. Always the same with these young masters. They made such brazen requests, and with such curious methods. To truly succeed in a request, you had to consider the other party's wants before your own. A request was, in truth, an act of caring, an act of consideration. But these younglings led with their desires, making a great show of boring their interlocutor to tears with their great and long-winded hopes, and only then tacking on the other party's wishes as an afterthought. It was a way of speaking groomed by having the world fall at your feet at your every whim all your life. Gerard had no patience for him. He stayed silent, though he dearly wished he could give the little cretin the tongue-lashing of his lifetime. A hotness was brought to boil in his gut. I see. Xin Ming's lips curled. At least have the courage to face me, then, and deliver your rejection man to man. What, are you a coward who hides behind a mask? Have you not the guts to face me? The courage. Gerard snorted, and the midnight rock within him snorted with him, and he paled suddenly. No, no. The auctioneer seemed perfectly content to let it all play out, to Gerard's great horror. Stay put. His fingers dug into his palm hard, but they were no longer fingers. They were talons, and they drew blood.
Red, leaky blood, the same blood that was within all those succulent, bulbous bodies below, the same blood begging to be let out. He was desperately itchy. And then the cretin had to go and say it.
"I challenge you," he barked. "Show yourself, coward! Have you no face?"
Oh, heavens, no. Sun sensed she woke up at a really bad time. Gerard's arm was half skin, half feathered. His eyes were shivering so fast she was worried they might burst like crushed tomatoes. Blood dripped from his taloned fingers as a voice issued from below.
"I challenge you! Show yourself, coward! Have you no face?"
Now, there were times when Sun was useful, and there were times when she was not. Most of the time she was not useful, she'd learned, painfully. Those times she tried to stay out of the way as much as possible. That led to the most treats for the least work, anyway. Now, every single fiber of her being screamed at her was one of those times. Yet it was plain this was very, very, very bad. Gerard was about to unload, and if he unloaded now, well, that was a god king in the audience, and their bombs hadn't even been planted yet, and this just couldn't happen. She knew it instantly. But what could she do? They were going to die. Oh, fuck, they were going to die. The plan had been going so smoothly, somehow she'd let herself relax a smidge. And with Gerard here, saying things in that smooth, controlled Gerard way, she figured he had things all figured out. Things would go. But things were not going. They were going very badly, in fact. Fuck. The gravity of her situation hit her like a bucket of ice water to the face. She didn't know what to do. She was looking at Gerard and watching him, mouth half open, like you watch a man hanging by his fingernails on the edge of a cliff. And for the life of her, she couldn't see a way to pull him back up. And if she couldn't pull him back up, they were fucked. They were really, really fucked. And she couldn't see a way to pull him back up. She couldn't see a way to... She couldn't see... She was choking. She desperately wished Dorian were here. He'd know what to do. But instead, they had her. Little ninth, scum of the Wukong line, a waste of good fur. Why were there tears in her eyes? This was so stupid. They were going to die. Gerard, nice, caring Mr. Gerard, and Dorian, who had some redeeming qualities, she was sure, who was her friend, at least, all because she was... She rammed her head into the floor as hard as she could. Ow! Ah, there. She grinned, a little woozy. Even she was getting sick of listening to her shit on herself. She could figure this out. Of course she could. She was Sun Goddamned Wukong. Which didn't mean very much, but it was the sort of attitude Dorian would have taken into it, and his mad confidence somehow made mad things work. That was what they all needed right now. Now that she checked out of prey with foot caught in trap mode, it all seemed so obvious. In fact, she'd already figured this out. She'd just done it to herself. Suddenly, she was rather relaxed about the whole thing. "Mr. Gerard, please hold still for exactly 3 seconds. Trust me." She dearly hoped he was listening, since, if he dodged, this was all over. He tensed, which might have been a good sign. Then she thwacked him over the head as hard as she could with the Jingu Bang. 236. The Heist. 7. The theater was silent, waiting, all eyes on booth 112. The auctioneer marinated in the tension, working his meatball fists around one another as though trying to congeal them into one giant meat club, smiling his oily little smile all the while. But soon it was clear no response was forthcoming. The auctioneer gave a little sniff. He had little cause for excitement in his daily routine. In fact, he'd done his very best to legislate the excitement out of it. This was his gift to the common demon, to serve as the sober proprietor of Ur. It was his solemn duty to play the lawman, the police officer, the judge, the warden. his weighty burden to be reviled for it by every one of the hypocritical savages who prowled about his territory, enjoying the startling absence of knives in their backs after every barter, and cursing him under their moldy breaths all the while. All he received as compensation was that puttering warmth in his heart, knowing he was providing great service to the ungrateful folk of hell. That, and an almost unbelievable amount of money. Speaking of, it was looking like the excitement which had been quivering so promisingly on the horizon was sinking out of view. His guests would not cooperate. Gah! Slowly he let his fists unbunch. Should there have been a spark, an ember, a fire, why, he is the honorable proprietor, the auctioneer, the righteous keeper of the order, would be forced to step in. And it would have been within his rights, in fact, his duty, to beat one of the offending parties, perhaps both, to death with his bare fists. The bare fists was not strictly necessary, but he always liked to administer justice with a personal touch. He'd been speculating as to the texture of that dragonoid heir's brain matter for most of the past 30 seconds. He could not get it out of his head. He wondered how it would feel under his fingertips, like a slug, or perhaps like squeezing a glove full of sand. Alas! As often as he stood atop his high spire, gazing down at the thousands of tiny dots below and imagining puppeting them all on tiny strings, he could not actually control them. Though when Jez made his visit very soon, that would soon change. The auctioneer cleared his throat. "The bid stands," he said. 14,500 high stones. Do I hear any other offers?" The young dragon heir spat, plopping down with a scowl. "Nothing." "Sold to the gentleman in booth 112. The gentleman in booth 112 groaned and promptly threw up. "Ack," said Sun, who had been trying to drag him up from the floor. She hadn't thought it'd affect him that much. Then again, when she'd hit Dorian, she'd been about 20 times weaker and also a full cultivation tier lower and much less advanced in her Tao. And also, she really had gotten Gerard very clean, like she'd hit some pressure point in the skull or something. There had been a long echo of metal, her bong vibrating so sharply she felt it all up through her arms and shoulders, chattering her teeth. And then here was Gerard, projectile vomiting all over his pristine suit. Sun paused. Now seemed a particularly bad time to ask him what it was she was supposed to do, given that he seemed rather busy with all the... He retched up a small pond. His eyes were pools of dark horror. He seemed to be stuck in his own personal hell. He kept retching. Anyhow, yes, a bad time, but that was about the one good idea she could squeeze out of her brain. Which was, she felt, pretty good already, given the circumstances. As far as she was concerned, she had exceeded expectations. She still didn't really have the faintest clue what was going on. Dorian was in prison, there were bombs still to be planted, and now Gerard was, well, like this. Probably best to wait on the poor fellow to finish up. Sun liked maps. Maps were awesome. She kept dozens crammed into a thick pocket of her trusty backpack, which she'd sadly had to leave behind for this adventure. With a map, you knew, say, the floor plans of Ur. You knew exactly where you started, where you'd end up, each bit along the way. Only thing was, she'd gotten so used to having them that now, with no maps and no clue of where she was, she had zero sense of direction. And Gerard, who had the closest thing to a map, was busy hacking. He'd emptied out most of his intestines and graduated to hacking on air now. He groaned, but not in the way that people groan. He groaned like a king, disappointed that his duck was served a little too salty. He glanced down at his soiled suit in dismay, tried to produce a handkerchief, realized it was soiled, since his gloves were soiled, found himself in a conundrum, and sighed.
"Thank you," he croaked. "Good thinking, Miss Wukong, though I fear I may not be of much use for the next few critical hours."
Hurriedly, he produced a bright blue vial and downed it. The veins on his neck took on the color, tracking into the veins on his forehead, and he breathed slowly out.
Good. Swing.
His face spasmed.
You will need to allot me some time to recover, I fear.
Oh, she relaxed. Waiting? I can do that. And, sorry.
No, no, it was the correct decision.
More spurting coughs.
Soon we will be attempting an assault on this palace.
Gerard's bloodshot eyes met hers.
I will need to stay and recuperate my powers. In the meantime, I need you to do a few things, a few very important things.
He swallowed.
The first, you will find in this ring.
He slid a black, thick one off his forefinger.
One chi bomb. I want you to plant it at the wardroom. Can you do that?
Gerard needed her. Dorian needed her. Her friends needed her. How was this even a question? Of course, she said.
Good. And the second, and this may prove significantly more challenging, though with your cloaking and subtlety, I suspect you can manage it. Kinzo's Millennium Elixirs will soon be delivered to this booth. We must put them to use as soon as possible. This is what you must do. It is like a drum beat, isn't it, Salieris?
Jez tilted his head to the rhythm of thousands of stomping feet, his army making the last trek to Ur. As of now, he sat in his study, seeing the action unfold through a scrying glass from his main body, here in the labyrinth. But soon he would be with them.
Indeed, said Salieris. Positively musical.
Jez laughed. There wasn't much funny in the statement, but sometimes you laugh the way you graciously accept a gift from a friend, no matter what it is. Jez never could tell whether Salieris was sarcastic or sardonic, but it was his policy to treat what everyone said as genuine, all the time, and if it ended with some egg in his face every so often, what was the harm? He was always so much better at making connections than second-guessing them. It was how he made so many friends, which he felt was proof enough that his methods were good. Look at how far they'd come together, after all, about to topple the last great obstacle to the realization of his grand vision. Fate. Troublesome, earnest fate. In another life, Jez felt they could have been great friends. Perhaps they still could. Once fate, too, joined his brethren in prison, or submitted to the infinity, which he did not hold out much hope for nowadays.
Fate has sped his march, Salieris was saying. He will be upon Ur by the morrow.
Then we will match his pace and meet him there, said Jez.
And can I count on your presence, sir?
You can. Not in my main body, of course, but I shall be there, and I shall lend you my army and grant you a great boost to your powers.
I take it you've prepared an adequate vessel to possess?
Jez smiled. Oh, yes, I've found few better. She truly has taken to my powers extraordinarily well. Dorian now sat upright, having given up the pretense that the flat bench was even the slightest bit comfortable. At some point, you had to confront reality. They had stripped him of his interspatial ring and all his gear, and cuffed him with anti-chi chains, and really rendered him completely ineffectual, which meant Dorian had nothing to do but sit there, stare at the ceiling, and think. It wasn't a space he liked to stay in long, stuck squatting in his own thoughts. He had a history of going a little nuts. For the damnedest reason, his mind kept circling to Kaya. Maybe because it was the most recent bit of stimulation he'd gotten, or maybe the foolish girl had genuinely ticked him off somehow. He couldn't tell which it was. She had all these high-minded thoughts, all these hopes and expectations, such childish things that did not survive first contact with reality, things that shattered when dropped. All she'd done was thrown some temper tantrum at him, and he'd laughed her off. She'd called him a monster, too, which was also quite funny. Perhaps there was a time he would have scoffed at the label. Monster? Try realist. Words like monster and hero were the naive, simplistic framings of a coddled mind. These things did not exist. These things were tricks of perspective. He was no more a monster than anyone else. He followed his nature. Was that such a crime? But there came a point, probably in the last few thousand years, when he'd stopped protesting and shrugged and said, "Yeah, I'm quite the horrible person, aren't I?" He gave up the pretense. At some point, you had to confront reality. You are what you are. He sighed. There really wasn't much to think about here. Idly, he searched his brain for intellectual balls of yarn to bat around. A strange thought occurred to him. Wasn't Jez much the same? It was like he and Kaya shared the same 9-year-old's conception of the multiverse. Every creature who lived to survive, lived to grow powerful and old and godly, let go of such silliness. Except him. And now the rest of the multiverse was made to deal with it. Then Dorian noticed a sliver of movement at the edge of his consciousness. He looked up. Where there had been nothing before but flat stone running up to a flat stone cell door, now there sat 7 vials of roomy white liquid. 237. Heist 8. Dorian bent down and inspected the mystery elixirs. "Drink me" was written in Sun's distinctive scrawl, and there were exactly 7 vials here, the same number of Kinzo's elixirs on offer at the auction. He picked one up and gave it a little swirl, saw the liquid flow slowly, but it was subtly different from the way sludge or mud moves slowly. It seemed rather that there was a delayed reaction inside the glass. The liquid was of its own time. Millennium elixirs, in the palm of my hand, in prison. Imagine that. It didn't matter how old you got. There was a spine-tingling thrill to holding something at once immensely precious and immensely fragile. Dorian scanned the floor for a hint of beetle, but there was nothing. Sun had magicked these in and vanished, presumably to plant the bombs and execute the rest of Gerard's plan. If Dorian had to guess, he was being handed these now because they'd need him as close to peak as possible once the serious business began. Still, he took a moment to marvel at the silliness of it all. He'd really pulled off a heist while still in prison. Was he really about to consume his misbegotten goods in his cell, too? He was leaving the God King of Ur with no face. First steal his own bounty money, then use it to steal his prized elixirs and humiliate his guards while he was at it, and blow up his whole operation on the way out. Chuckling, Dorian uncorked the first vial and downed it. He appreciated this one. A light and subtle texture, almost tasteless, like heavily watered-down milk. It went down easy, but when the liquid settled into his core, there was an instant reaction. Level up, bloodline quantity 5.0 to 6.0. Level up, bloodline quantity 6.0 to 7.1. His head, the spot where his nubbly little horns attached, felt searing hot. So did the spot where his tail attached to his ass. His chest and back tingled too at the scales, flexing slightly. Suddenly it felt like his blood was pumping twice as fast and heating up all the while. Even his feet were inexplicably sore. Level up, bloodline quantity 7.1 to 8.3. Level up, bloodline quantity 8.3 to 9.6. He leaned back, groaning softly, and knew what it was. Sudden onset growing pains. Rank up, Dragonoid, base form to first form. Things were shifting subtly within him. His body felt to him like an engine. There was the boiling core of him, and his bones felt like steel girders in his body, his muscles twitching fast as thought. As he felt high, his horns had grown to the size of small sickles, and fresh new spikes rose along his tail, prickling up his back. Scales merged on his body, crusting into full plates, blemishless and impenetrable. Yet there was also a sense of sleekness to him now, like polished metal rather than jutting crystals. Unbroken flow lines ran up and down his body, marking out a crisp, lean, aerodynamic body. There was a light burning down the shoulder blades, a hint of what his body built toward. Wings. Flight. This could end up messy. Dragonoids wouldn't reach the size of true dragons, but one at full size could still strain the size of this cell, which would be quite noticeable to any guard standing outside, which, as ways this whole scheme could fall apart went, would be among the most pathetic. Luckily, evolution was a malleable process, at least in the growth phase. The will could mold where the body's energies went, and so Dorian tried to settle his heartbeat, take long breaths, cycle against the seething flow of blood to slow its churn. A little less size, a little more density, hardness, durability. Level up, bloodline quantity 9.6 to 10.9. Level up, bloodline quantity 10.9 to 12.5. He had a design in his mind. Most dragons were serrated creatures, especially the big ones, who practically had mountain ranges running up their backs. They slashed their way to victory. He wanted something less cutting, more concussive. This body was about to be a fiend of close combat, something hulking and brutal and frighteningly fast. You could block the cut of, say, a sword with a shield and come out just fine, but block the strike of a hammer on that same shield and your arm was apt to go numb. Immediate, direct destruction. There were certain advantages brute trauma offered, advantages he intended to make good use of very soon. Level up, bloodline quantity 12.5 to 14.2. Level up, bloodline quantity 14.2 to 16.5. The liquid had taken off its coat now, settling into Dorian's core proper, and all his blood was rising to a quick boil. Footsteps. His eyelids fluttered rapidly, then fixed on the elixirs, and he hoped for a second more, maybe. Just maybe. No, it was coming for him. Shit! He dove for the elixirs, but there was nowhere to hide them. Serpent senses! His bloodline technique had gotten several times stronger now he'd shot up a form. 3 seconds of time stretched out over 30. Nowadays, he flickered it on almost by instinct at the start of pretty much every battle, an invisible and constant boost. He uncorked 6 bottles in quick succession, then drank them all, gathered them in his hands, crushed them, applied a little dragon's breath to make it slightly more digestible, and drank the contents straight from his palm. Evidence vanished. It wasn't a lot of molten glass, but it still didn't agree much with his throat. Then it felt like his skull was about to split open. "Fuck!" he hissed. Level up, bloodline quantity 16.5 to 24.3. A third horn was forcing its way out of the middle of his head. Not something he particularly wanted, but his body was being rather insistent on the matter. Whatever. He'd curve all his horns backward like scimitars, make flight easier and headbutts more vicious. The door cracked open, and the curious head of a lizard-man guard peered in. "So?" croaked Dorian. The guard squinted at him. "You!" "Yeah?" The guard seemed slightly puzzled, probably because Dorian looked slightly different, but he was hoping the lizard man would take a few seconds, chalk it up to poor memory, and leave it at that. And he did. The head poked out. "He's still there, in the flesh, not an illusion or nothing." "He'd better be," snapped a gruff voice. "If Lord Jez arrives and everything's not perfect—" And the door slammed shut. The voices trailed off. He dearly hoped that meant Jez was coming with his army to fight Fate's army. If the man showed up in his God King body, his prospects just took a dire turn. Level up, bloodline quantity 24.3 to 39.5. "Ah," moaned Dorian, eyes glazing. Every inch of him hurt. He felt like a piece of steel being smashed on an anvil, then stretched out, heated up, and smashed again. 7 millennium elixirs at once really had been quite the... Level up, bloodline quantity 39.5 to 65.4. He was aware, dimly, through a haze of throbbing pains, that blacking out right now would be very bad, so most of his efforts now were spent on trying to not do that. If he did, he might wake up with a several hundred strides long body crammed in this tiny cell, or not wake up at all, come to think of it. Level up, bloodline quantity 65.4 to 93.8. Rank up, Dragonoid, first form to second form. This body really wanted to be huge. It screamed to expand, and he was still counter-circulating as best he could, trying to play down the beating of his heart. He recalled now the torch dragon he'd fought, a creature of the fourth form, a mountain unto itself, its head the size of a castle. When it died, you could have reared a small town in the space of its skull alone. Now he was trying to compress all that weight, all that power, while staying about the same size, clinging to this body's human roots as best he could. Level up, bloodline quantity 217.3 to 288.5. Level up, bloodline quantity 288.5 to 368.2. It felt somewhat like human puberty. Before he'd been walking about in an infant dragonoid's body, now he was rocketing to adulthood. Everything was simply growing harder, denser, stronger, sharper. He wasn't even through his first millennium elixir, and the dragon's breath in his chest was already double the strength it had been, at least. It had been demonic before. Now, naught but the most durable of holy metals could hold before it. His claws for nails were quickly growing to be the quality of mithril knives forged by god-king blacksmiths, wicked sharp and gleaming. His tail was a cord of writhing muscle, crowned with a spear-like spike. Everything about him felt sleek, streamlined, like his body was slowly reforging into one honed legendary weapon, exactly how he'd envisioned it, but a weapon with some heft to it. Muscles had exploded up his arms and legs, densely braided with fibers. He had at least doubled in width. He had no clue about his weight, but the deep thud when he shifted his body gave a hint of it. He grinned. Level up, bloodline quantity 643.9 to 705.9. Level up, bloodline quantity 705.9 to 743.2. Rank up, Dragonoid, second form to third form. Wings. He felt them now. His body only grew heavier and heavier, and now new bones sprouted behind his back. As muscled as the rest of him, but with this new build they'd need to be modified. These could not be little gargoyles' wings. These needed to be great tarps, wings that could bear aloft a frame as dense as his own, wings he could wrap around himself at a moment's notice like a cocoon. Wings techniques would bounce right off, wings powerful enough to spur tornadoes with a flap, wings you could throw techniques off of. Yes, there was where his size could go. Giant, beautiful wings, webbed, that could fold right atop his back in a lovely shell. Footsteps. Again. He froze. If it was the same guard, well, he looked a great deal thicker, shinier, and had a few more bits sticking out. He seriously doubted he could convince the lizard man there wasn't something nefarious going on. But the guard stopped a pace away and knocked. "May I come in?" It wasn't a guard. It was Kaya's voice. He relaxed a fraction, then looked down, remembered his current state, and said the first thing that came to mind. "No," he yelped. "I'm indecent." Ah. The sound scratched his brain wrong. It was Kaya's voice, but that was not Kaya's sound. "Then we can conduct our conversation here, if it pleases you." What? Those were not Kaya's words, nor her tone. There was a pervading sense of wrongness to it, and he knew what it was instantly. An icy coldness prickled at his chest amid all that heat. "Jez," he said with a snort, the only creature who would actually abide Dorian's ridiculous excuse. "Yes, I'm sorry for borrowing your sister's body. It is only that I could not be here in my God-King form, and, well, hers is a remarkably good vessel for my powers. It makes her quite comfortable to inhabit. She'll be returned shortly, I expect." "I see," said Dorian evenly. "To what do I owe the pleasure? Here to gloat, are you?" "I'm here to put an end to things." A deep breath on the other side. "My life as I know it started with you. It's fitting that we meet here once more, at the end." Level up, bloodline quantity 743.2 to 804.8. 238. The heist, 9. Jez gave a sad chuckle. It occurs to me we've never truly held a conversation. As ourselves, I mean, with all our pretenses stripped away, and yet our lives have so deeply affected each other's. Doesn't that strike you as strange? Not really. Frankly, I'm happy keeping it this way. A sigh. You are about to be locked away, Dorian, in a prison in the labyrinth, forever, where you can harm no one again. The infinity is about to join every plane of the multiverse and make each plane its own great node through its infinity hearts. Soon the multiverse's last great holdout, fate's forces, shall fall, and I shall sweep the rest of the upper realms. So you have come to gloat. If you like, you may call this gloating. He sounded amused. I think I've earned a little gloating. Fair enough. I'm here to thank you, in a way. You, Dorian, you are who taught me that it takes violence to reshape the world. You taught me that sometimes to love the world is to hurt it. Dorian had nothing to say to that. Was it his fault that Jez was the way he was? Please, if it wasn't him who taught Jez this painful lesson, someone else would have. It was the way of the multiverse. I wish for you to know, what I do is only out of love. And Dorian couldn't suppress a laugh. Oh, come on. Pardon? The worst part is, I think you really mean it. Level up. Bloodline quantity 804.8 to 865.3. He waved aside the notification, gritted his way through the panes. You truly do believe what you're saying, don't you? Of course I do, said Jez. He sounded baffled. You don't love me, Dorian snorted. You don't know me. You don't know almost every creature in the multiverse. How can you claim to love us? He shook his head. You throw around the word so easily. Love. It's so cheap you'll give it out to anyone. As opposed to making love so expensive you give it to no one but yourself, said Jez. Or do you even give love to yourself, Dorian? I don't need to know you to love you, said Jez softly. I don't even need to like you to love you. The fact that you think and feel and live just like I do makes you worthy of love. Yeah, that's shit. I don't expect you to understand. It doesn't really matter, does it? Dorian yawned. You've won. Congratulations. You got anything else? Level up. Bloodline quantity 865.3 to 913.5. Do you hate me, Dorian? It came out in a whisper, so soft Dorian thought for a second he'd hallucinated it. Why do you care? He said it without venom, genuinely curious. I worry sometimes. More of this soft graveyard whispering. Kaya says she thinks I'm ingenuine, just like you, but I know what I feel in my heart, and I do feel love. To you, to all the creatures of this plane, and the rest of the planes of the multiverse. All I wish is to break this endless cycle of cruelty. All I wish is for us to be linked in soul and life. I just want us all to be happy, the way my mother and father and sister never got to be. Is that so hard to believe? Dorian was struggling to see how this child at a confessional got to be the preeminent threat to the order of the multiverse. Really? What did he want? A head pat and a cookie? But good feeling alone shatters when it makes contact with the real world. Good feelings must be backed by hard action. And so, I do. And I hurt people. So many people. To get where I am now, you must cultivate an eagerness to do the violent, necessary things. Things utterly against the principles of the infinity, which aim to make a community of peace and harmony. Another sad chuckle. Dorian was now starting to see how this child got to be the preeminent threat to the order of the multiverse. I don't want to hurt people, Dorian, whispered Jez. But what other choice do I have? If I don't hurt people, people will hurt people. People like, to be blunt, people like you. Level up. Bloodline quantity 913.5 to 966.8. But it never resonated with me. This justification, it felt so weak, an excuse to wash my hands of the blood. These men and women and children, they did not need to die. They died to fulfill my vision. Jez's voice sounded wobbly. And who am I to force my will on these poor souls? Who am I to force myself on the multiverse? Isn't it a bit late to be having these doubts? Dorian snorted. It is never too late to doubt yourself, said Jez. These doubts have been with me since the beginning, and they've only grown more intense as I, too, have grown. Study history. To be in my position, especially as I gain power, is striding down an increasingly narrow path with thousand-stride drops on either side. It is so easy to descend into tyranny or megalomania. Doubting myself is the only way I can find sure footing, the only way I can know what I do is true. There was a breathlessness to the way he spoke. Oh, don't worry. You seem plenty megalomaniacal to me. Perhaps I am. I try not to be. But perhaps past a certain level of power it is impossible to resist, sighed Jez. I ask myself these questions every day, and then I ask myself just one more question. One I guess I can put to you now. Am I a monster, Dorian? Probably best I sit that one out. All Dorian could think was, why are you asking me? Truthfully, I don't know, said Jez, his voice wavering. And that scares me, Dorian. You have no idea. It scares me more than anything. And then there was a thunderous crash, followed by a painfully loud boom, which saved Dorian from having to hear any more of this strangeness. Level up, bloodline quantity 966.8 to 1032.7. But it was not from his bloodline quantity crossing 1,000, which was impressive in its own right. It was from several chi bombs exploding at once. Sirens went off, shrill and bleating, first in this cell, then a second somewhere high above, then a third out in the distance. There was a flurry of curses and shouts, footsteps trailing off into the distance. Dorian grinned and stood, stretching out his arms, giving his new bat-like wings a little flutter. Shit was about to go down. Dorian whistled as explosions went off one by one. Felt a little like when he'd been a boy on parade day, listening to all the firecrackers go off. A celebration, though with just 3 happy parties. Everyone else was busy screaming by the sound of it. And he was waiting on the other 2. Any moment now. A surge of shouts outside his door. Oh? Blasts of chi, the smell of smoke, stone shattering, boots clattering, and then clink, clink. What a lovely sound. The door eased open, and Sun poked her head in. They grinned at each other, that grin only troublemakers knew, that grin you wore when you got away with something, and this was something big indeed. But she was all business a moment later, bounding across the cell and slapping a cuff on his chains. It had an anti-magic effect. They cracked right open. Come on, she yelped. Gerard needs your help. Gerard did indeed need his help, and quite badly. They burst into a corridor. 3 Empyrean guards lay badly mangled, strewn haphazardly on the floor with their guts strewn even more haphazardly about them. Then there was Gerard, standing over them. The corridor was not big enough to hold his full transformation, but even half-transformed, his wings blocked out the whole corridor, so dark you couldn't see them, really. They only looked like a yawning nothing, a void. You could only pick them out by the edges, feathered and sharp, huge talons curving cruelly at the ends. His suit was badly stained. Long gashes ran down his chest, spurting blood, but his face showed none of it. Instead, there was only a hyena smile. His eyes were 2 lurid yellow marbles behind cracked lenses. 10 Empyrean guards attacked him at once. Chi and law carved through the air, and Gerard laughed, blood dripping down his front, and flapped his wings. A gale of spatial law struck them head-on. Spatial whirlwinds bloomed in the air, caught their attacks, bent their chi like gravity bends light, sucked them into maws in the air, gaping like open wounds in reality itself. And it wasn't only their attacks. A corpse was sucked in. Light fixtures broke off, whirled twice in the winds before vanishing in the void chasms. It was his signature attack. And he used it now because he saw Dorian and Sun standing right behind his attackers. Dorian smashed his new hammers for fists together and struck. Fists of falling star, rising moon. He hadn't truly appreciated the degree to which his physique had improved until that moment. You knew you reached a certain level of physical power when strange things started to happen the moment you moved, like the laws of physics no longer knew what to do with you. There was a sonic boom the instant his heel left the floor. Then there was no in-between. One moment he was here, the next he was there, gone at the speed of thought. His fist, blazing fiery chi, sank into the metal, and it did not behave like a metal. It behaved, and felt, like a sort of very dense liquid. His fist simply went in, and it bent with it, and he went farther still, and in it went, and all the while the guard stood there frozen in his own time. Fascinating. Needless to say, Serpent's senses was on. How this would have gone mere hours before was, he'd hit the man's back, the man would go flying. But the man only started to move at all once his fist was already halfway into him, and by then he'd had a little wiggle and felt some wet sacs, organs probably, bursting. Gingerly, he pulled the fist out. And then the man went flying. The poor guard started to turn only then. Hard to turn and keep your footing in the face of Gerard's assault. They were still Empyreans, and no physical slouches of their own. Their eyes blew out wide, their faces contorted to snarls. On a multiversal level, their reaction times were still quite impressive. Still, though, for him, he grinned. Too slow. 239. The Heist. 10. It was unfair. In open terrain, things would have been more even. There would have been room to maneuver, to strike back with explosive techniques. But here, trapped in such close quarters, there was no getting away, especially not with Gerard on the other end, whipping up a literal storm. His fists fell upon them the way a rock slide falls upon a herd of unsuspecting deer. Knuckles, sinking into cheek of a lizard man, feeling the bones groan and bend and give, seeing an eyeball squish, flatten to a veined pancake, then burst in its socket, then the head whipping back, the body keeling helplessly after. Lances struck him, chi sharpened to a killing edge, tipped with poison laws. They hissed as they met his scales, tried to sink in, but could find no purchase. This was the body of a third-form torch dragon. Usually only Empyrean legendary beasts had physiques like this. These little tries had no bite to them. They could only nibble at the edges of his scales, making meaningless white scratches on the surface. Then he struck. He caught one in the gut, another to the jaw, a third to the nose. So much of bodies is fluid. In his moods, Gerard was obsessed with the idea. Just sacks carrying fluid, pushed down in the right places with the right force, and it all came bursting out. There were only 4 Empyreans left. The trouble was they'd gotten their bearings. Now bright green chi shields orbited them, and when Dorian tore into them, they flared against his fist, crackling but not breaking. By their pained grimaces, the effort did seem to drain them. He hissed. Something stinging, horribly sticky in his eyes. An acid? He pawed at his face. Then it felt like he'd been hit by a battering ram. He was driven hard into the wall, sagged to a crouch. "Dorian!" It was Gerard, standing at the other end and beckoning wildly, eyes still bloodshot. Sun stood by his side. "Come!" Level up. Bloodline quantity 1,582 to 1,832. He remembered his objective then. The point was not to beat up these guards. Of course. The point was to escape. He dashed for it, but just as the guards made to follow, he turned and threw them a little parting gift, specially made for occasions like these. Supernova fist. The world went painfully white. There was a shockwave of shrill sound, endlessly ringing. Eyes and ears were instantly knocked out. He was delighted to hear the wild screeches behind him. Then, chi pinging up the ceiling as he ran, attacks gone awry, astray. They wound their way through the corridors of the dungeons, moving so fast the upwelling of air sent stray chairs flying. Moments later, they burst into the light. The dungeons had been dark. The overground was surprisingly not much better. All the light fixtures had been shot out, the chandeliers hanging limp above them, the work of chi bombs. The only light was the twilight filtering in through the window frames, pooling eerie purple on the floor. In the distance, there was a chain of booms like growling thunder, the sound of more chi bombs going off, the sounds of warehouses full of weaponry blown out. They'd emerged at a chaotic scene. The tall, narrow, stained glass windows had shattered. Party guests were clambering through them to freedom. And then there was a host of what looked to be the King's Guard, a handful of high-tier Empyreans in swankier gear than the fellows down in the dungeons, looking hopelessly lost, trying to direct the traffic, and failing. And there were two at the head that seemed strikingly familiar.
"Nugia,"
breathed Gerard. And there she stood, 9 ethereal tails fluttering behind her, a wildfire of red hair framing 2 hungry golden eyes.
"Is that the Skywolf?"
croaked Dorian. He stood, arms at his hips, head cocked a little, mouth twisted a little, looking just a little amused.
"Well, shit."
"The prisoner!" a guard shrieked, entirely unnecessarily at this point.
"Dorian! He's escaped!"
"Damn!" hissed Gerard, and he spit out a gob of black blood. Between them and the open doors and the blown-out windows were a half-dozen Empyreans, plus 2 of the multiverse's best Empyreans, both ranked well in the top 10, against a wounded retiree, a god, and a monkey girl whose combat value was questionable, to put it kindly.
"I'll take Nugia,"
breathed Dorian.
"You take the wolf.
Sun, I don't know, try to harass the guards?"
"On it,"
said Sun. She had on her determined face, cheeks puffed out.
"Very well."
Gerard winced.
"Most of my energies are spent holding a spatial lock over the palace, to stop wraiths of the Shadow Realm from coming to their assistance. I shall hold him back, at least. Any more I cannot promise."
"That's all right," said Dorian. He breathed out one thin stream of steam. "I'll do the rest." He had just one advantage as he charged the lot of them, the element of surprise. 1 god-level creature against their masses was unthinkable. Before they knew what had struck them, he'd crushed a head and liquefied a gut. Whatever he was now, God was insufficient to describe it. He must be the number 1 ranked god by sheer power. That was a given. But even among Empyreans, this body, with this amount of chi? Dragon's breath! An explosion of black laced with red. Someone screamed, and the scream was one of 3 horrific stages, high-pitched, then mid, then crackly and low and warbly as the vocal cords melted in real time. But then there came a humming. A second fire met his own, a blossom of red gold and just as fierce, holding his to a stalemate.
"You are not the only one who likes to play with fire."
It was Nugia, her 9 tails cackling bonfires behind her. To one side, knives whirred and talons flashed. Metal slithered on metal as Gerard and the wolf began their duel in earnest. To the other, there was a bonk and a yelp and flashes of gold as 2 Empyrean guards stumbled after a screaming monkey girl.
"Dorian, Dorian, what a delightful stroke of fate. I have scalped many a legend in my day, but never a name as big as yours."
And she licked a purple flame off 1 curved nail. He dashed at her, and she was gone. She burned up, vanished in a smoking pyre, and he felt a vicious tongue of flame lash him up the backside. Grunting, he whirled around. She studied him impassively. Sunshine steps! He was a handspan from her in a blink. It was his single fastest attack, faster than any chi strike. Pure, brute, fleshy force. Fist of falling star, rising moon. His fist struck air. He blinked in surprise. And then he was blown off his feet. She'd exploded, blistering his face and arms with stinging embers. And when that fiery ball of chi and law smote to nothing, Nugia wasn't there anymore. But this time, he felt her coming. He pivoted and held up his arms, let the flame lash off the scales, harmless. Nugia was looking at him like an insect that just kept wriggling out from under her boot. Funny, since he was looking at her the exact same way. A conundrum. He couldn't seem to get his hands on her. She literally melted away whenever he got close. But he'd chosen this matchup for a reason. She was a sorceress of fire, and the one creature whose heat tolerance you did not test was a torch dragon. In his current form, he figured he could shrug off most of her strikes, and so far he was proven right. She couldn't hurt him, he couldn't catch her. In a real battle, maybe she could keep evading him, wearing him down, and eventually bring him to a knee. Maybe. But the objectives here were different, weren't they? This was not one-on-one. Now Dorian leapt for the Skywolf. He heard a growl of frustration from behind. A net of golden fire bloomed in front of him, and he simply crossed his arms before him and barreled right through it. It hurt like hells, like he'd run through a burning thorn bush, but he gritted his teeth and ate it, and heard a second growl, this time with a satisfying note of panic. The Skywolf was sporting a thick gash down his midsection. A cut opened up his cheek. Gerard stood on wobbly legs, leaking from dozens of places, drunk from blood loss, one eye swollen shut, but he was smiling. They were locked in a delicate and vicious dance, a dance that could prove fatal if just one side misstepped, if, say, a dragonkin broke their concentration. Before he could interfere, Nugia flared into being before him, hands stretched out, the beginnings of a technique simmering on her fingertips. Some sort of shield, no doubt, to halt him in his tracks. But he'd been expecting her. He'd sunshine-stepped the instant he saw her smoldering into existence. His fist shot past her outstretched palms, and his knuckles learned the texture of her cheek. Crunch! A fox's high yowl. He tried gripping onto her, lining her up for another swing, caught a fistful of fur before the rest of her went up in smoke. Damn! The Skywolf's head swiveled at the sound, alarmed, and Gerard's talon took his head off. One clean swing. Or rather, it tore open that diagonal plane of space on which his head sat, leaving a jagged, gaping gash in the fabric of reality, a gash that happened to sit neatly between the wolf's head and the rest of his body. It slid off, still frozen in a look of surprise. Attaboy! Gerard gave a warlike screech, full-throated. Dorian's smile went ear to ear. In his prime, he had no doubt Gerard would have trounced the fool in the time it took to burn an incense stick, but a few millennia of rust did that to a man. The fox was not dead, just badly bruised, clutching at her cheek and glaring at Dorian as though trying to set him on fire with the sheer intensity of her gaze. But her eyes flickered to Gerard, and she did not advance. Instead, she turned up her nose and flared out of existence. That's the thing with mercenaries. Their loyalties are easily bought, yet so easily lost. Warriors for fair weather only. Help! He'd almost forgot about Sun. Her voice echoed out from under her pan, where she was doing a reasonable impression of a turtle. 3 Empyrean guards were trying to blast through it, smash it, and prise it up all at once, and doing a spectacular job getting in each other's way. Dorian cleared his throat. The Empyreans frowned at him as one. He raised his hand, still full of Nugia's flaming red cheek hairs, and let them fall gently to the floor. Somehow you could hear the sound of a guard swallowing. Dorian saw the little calculation playing through their heads. Delightful thing about Ur, too. It was so mercantile, so contract-driven. Even the guards were akin to mercenaries, and they certainly weren't paid enough for this. Sure enough, 3 heads turned and ran. Dorian sighed. You can come out now. He lifted the lid of the pan. Sun shot out like an arrow and fastened her teeth around his ankle. She gnawed on it for a good 2 seconds before her eyes rolled up and saw his unamused face. Oh, you won. I wouldn't celebrate just yet. A new voice, one Dorian hadn't heard before, but Gerard stiffened instantly at the sound. A plump man stepped out from a crack in space, casually ignoring Gerard's spatial lock. 24 paces in front of them, blocking their path to the exits, blocking the paths of the 3 unfortunate Empyrean guards, too. The auctioneer, gritted Gerard. Ranked top 50 God King in the multiverse. 41, the man said, grinning an unnaturally shiny, unnaturally large set of teeth. that was more teeth than any human mouth ought to have, gave his smile a rather shark-like look, especially as he gazed down at his own guards in the middle of deserting. They must have known their fates were coming. But the guards struck back anyway. Spears of poison law dashed out. The auctioneer's hands grew and grew and grew, like balloons inflating. The spears sparked off his palms, made a bright ping sound like they'd bounced off hard metal. And then the auctioneer scooped them up, screaming lizard men 3, whose screams were promptly cut off as his hands clenched to fists. And then he started to work his hands around one another like he was molding clay, and Dorian could only imagine the sheer scale of the pressure at the center of it, like the forces that made new metals at the heart of stars. There was a sound like bones crunching at first, and then like grains of sand squished about. Fearsome laws of metal wreathed his knuckles, gave his hands a gruesome glow. When he opened his palms again, with a flourish like a magician performing a trick, a flesh-metal putty slithered out onto the floor. An alloy. The God King of metals loved gold, silver, and bronze above all, but he still delighted in playing with the baser metals. The auctioneer smiled. "Ta-da!" he said. "Who's next?" 240. The Heist, 11. "I'll play up, you give support," breathed Dorian. Gerard nodded grimly. "What about me?" said Sun. "You? I don't know. Do something. Make yourself useful." "Okay." She scurried off. Dorian frowned. God Kings, the highest tier of cultivation, truly stood apart. Even the highest-ranked Empyreans were only on par with the typical God King. God Kings were masters of their domains. The common wisdom, even among gods, was never to challenge one on pains of imminent death. No matter how many gods you had, no matter how strong you were, only God Kings fought God Kings. He couldn't draw this out. He had to. "Well," said the auctioneer, still gnashing his hands together. His grin was oily and relaxed, like he had all the time in the world, even as his city was blowing up around him. "If you won't come to me, I will come to you." Even with serpent senses at full tilt, even tensed and braced, Dorian still barely got his fists up in time. He took the blow on the plates of his forearms. Crack! It wasn't just the force of it, though that was monstrous enough. He was struck by a swath of law, laws of breaking, laws that made the hardness on his arms soft, brittle. He was struck by a sudden sense of massive weakness, the way a fly might feel an instant before the swatter connects. He was flying, flipping through the air, struck a mass of crystal. Chandelier? Barely righted himself mid-air as he landed in a crouch, breathing heavy. The scales on his forearms were laced with spiderweb cracks, but the bones had held, if barely. Still, utterly inappropriately, a background hum of messages kept popping up. His bloodline, still going. "Level up. Bloodline quantity 2,745 to 3,133. "You're still standing?" The auctioneer made a statement sound like a question. Then he nodded, managing to seem impressed and disdainful at once. "Nice." Gerard struck. Jagged tears rippled across the air, arching for the auctioneer's head, but he simply held up a hand and flicked. Gerard's strikes were thrown back whence they came, gouging into the pillars behind his head. Sun had yanked him down at the last moment. She was whispering intently at him, something Dorian couldn't make out. He had no time to think of them. The auctioneer was on him once more, beckoning with a forefinger, and law shimmered in the air. And he was pulled. Whole body, and not just him. The rubble around him started to shoot at, no, drop toward the auctioneer, like their gravities had changed directions. Shit! Sunshine steps, and at the same time, supernova fist. It was like he'd summoned a thunderbolt, and to his satisfaction, the auctioneer gave an annoyed little hiss. He managed to kick free of the warped gravity zone, somersaulting to a halt. They couldn't waste time on this. He wasn't about to win a one-on-one against the auctioneer. Styles made fights, and even if he wasn't 2 full tiers of power below, he simply matched up badly. Steel and ground aspected fighters always gave firefighters headaches, and Gerard, wounded as he was, could hardly hold up for long. Could they run? Behind were the dungeons, dead end. Ahead, just past the auctioneer, blown-out windows were laid out invitingly. If only...
"Sir," Gerard coughed. "Just need... hold out." "Eh?" "Son is seeking help. Just last half a minute. I will cover you."
"Got it. Say no more." Dorian whirled around and threw up his hands, making his eyes pop wide as he could, mouth gaping wide, so wide he seemed to have startled even the auctioneer. "Commence stalling tactic number 38. "Wait!" he screamed.
"What?" said the auctioneer.
"Are you sure you want to do this?" said Dorian with a stern frown. "Have you thought this through? Before we finish, there's something you should really know."
"Oh?" The auctioneer cocked his head. "What is it?"
Dorian opened his mouth. Then his brows drew into a furrow. Shit. Hold on. I seem to have forgotten." Dorian grinned sheepishly. "That's on the tip of my tongue. Just give me 22 more seconds." The auctioneer beckoned at him, and gravity yanked him sideways, and that was the end of that. He was committed now. Might as well go all out. Sunshine steps. In an instant, he stared into the auctioneer's amused face from a stride away. The auctioneer was still looking amused. How'd you get there, little Dorian? When his fist of the falling star hit the man square in the nose. Level up, fist of falling star, rising moon, level 5 to level 6. It felt like he'd punched metal, which he really should have seen coming, in hindsight. He lashed out thrice more, landed 2, one to the auctioneer's cheek, another to his stomach, got a third caught in the auctioneer's own fist, and each time his fists made hollow clangs. By the end of it, the only indication he'd struck at all was the slightly miffed expression on the auctioneer's face. His face itself was depressingly unmarked. Dorian was pretty sure he hurt his own fists in that barrage more than anything. The auctioneer's hand had caught his own. He tried pulling it free, but it was like it had been cast in a block of iron. He stamped at the auctioneer's chest. Not the slightest reaction. Ripped at him with his tail, tore up his clothing, and left a fine mesh of white lines across the shiny muscle. Was this how those lizard man guards felt, facing him? The auctioneer grinned, and his hand glowed. Ah, shit. Crunch. Then there was no hand to command the end of his arm anymore, only a blob of incredible pain. "Dorian!" A spatial slash tore down from above, but the auctioneer ignored it, instead reaching leisurely for Dorian's head. The slash severed Dorian's own hand at the wrist. Hissing, he kicked off the auctioneer's chest, backflipped thrice, and landed in a crouch. Then his eyes flickered down to his new stump of a hand, which felt surprisingly hot all of a sudden. Come to think of it, his forearms felt hot too, like there were coursing rivers of lava under his skin. They'd healed. Chi and bloodline rushed to the wounds, and now there was a pink nub of flesh budding at the wrist. The idea of a hand slowly coming again to fruition. Neat. Not how he'd have liked to discover how far his powers of regeneration had come, but he'd take it. "Sorry," wheezed Gerard. He was reduced to hunching over, clutching at a dark stain on his ribs. "It's fine. It was the right choice."
"Sir,"
Gerard looked pained.
"I will hold him off. You can make a break for it. Perhaps—"
"Nonsense," said Dorian with an airy wave. "There's no need for self-sacrificial antics just yet. We'll both get out of this in one piece, eh? If only Sun and their help would materialize. Any moment now." As luck would have it, the auctioneer also looked bored of all this waiting. He yawned. "I'm bored of all this waiting," he announced, as though to make things official. "Let us put an end to things, eh?" And his steel-toed boot tapped the ground, and suddenly he was the center of gravity, of the world. Everything fell toward him. Things from behind, things from in front, above, to either side, Chairs and chandeliers and swirls of broken glass and helmets and armor and chunks of torn-off pillars and dust, so much dust, that everything sadly included Dorian and Gerard. Gerard hissed. His arms grew vast and avian and feathered once more, and he beat back once, twice, thrice against the current, gaping spatial tears, but still dragged inexorably in. Dorian tried kicking off. Sunshine steps, but it was like leaping away with a rubber cord tied around his waist. Somehow all his fighting amounted to very little. All he managed was the illusion of progress. So he sighed, turned, and braced himself for the inevitable. Chi rushed to his fists. A technique circulated within, ready to blast, and his throat ran hot with dragon's breath. "Hey, Gerard," he said. "About that offer."
"A little late now, I fear,"
gritted Gerard in the midst of heavy flapping.
"Ah, figures."
God Kings really were made different. The gap was simply too much. Maybe if Dorian got his hefty build to Empyrean, maybe if he had time to assimilate his bloodline a smidge more, get to stage 4. Level up, bloodline quantity 3,204 to 3,611. Thanks, bloodline. Still a few thousand off from evolution. Still a few thousand off from having a hope in making any difference in the outcome. Maybe, all the way to the grave. It really did take a God King to fight another God King, which he'd known before he took this fight, which he knew even now as he prepared his body for one last outburst. Only God Kings fought God Kings. It was a general rule. But he always liked to operate under the assumption that the rules did not apply to him. A small fraction of the time, this came to bite him in the ass quite painfully, and this seemed to be shaping into one of those times. As they slid toward the auctioneer's grasping palms, he gave Gerard one last annoyed hiss.
"Half a minute? It was merely an estimate."
"Ah!" The noise at the end there was on account of the figure who'd appeared behind the auctioneer. A short, stout, white-haired figure who seemed somehow exempt from the auctioneer's gravitational pull. He cleared his throat.
"Excuse me,"
said Old Man Fate, eyes twinkling. The gravity dropped, and thousands of chunks of metal and stone and flesh dropped with it. Quite a clamor. And the auctioneer turned, and his face lost all expression. In fact, he seemed suddenly rather pale.
"Fate,"
he whispered.
"But you were not supposed to be here. Yet here I am."
Fate spread his hands helplessly.
"That is the thing about fate, isn't it? It finds us whether we like it to or not."
Now, Fate was a tiny figure, and a very kind figure, a figure Dorian had known for a very long time, had in fact made a sport of mocking to his own face, a figure who took his mockery with hapless smiles and tiny little shrugs. It might be impossible to offend the man, which was why it was so easy to forget how others, his enemies, knew him. Old Man Fate ranked number 7 God King on the multiversal rankings, one of the most fearsome duelists in all the multiverse. You could literally count on 2 hands the creatures more frightening to have as an enemy than him. When you lost a duel to the death with Fate, you did not die. You unexisted, which is something infinitely worse. You ceased to exist, not only in the present, not only in the future, but also in the past. Fate had been ranked number 9. Twice he had fought peers in the top 10. Twice he'd been challenged, it was rumored, and twice his hand was forced. Now no living being could remember the faces or the lives of the creatures he'd beaten. All there was to record their existences were their legacies, like footprints of an extinct species. 2 creatures of world-shaking power, beaten down and scrubbed so thoroughly from time no one could so much as recall their names. You did not fight a God King unless you were a God King, but even as a God King, you did not fuck with Fate.
"You're late,"
coughed Gerard. 241. The Heist, 12. Fate bowed.
Sorry, he said, wincing under Gerard's stare like he was some fresh serving boy who'd made a silly mistake his first day on the job. I'm here now. You're safe. You have my word. It was poor timing that a bomb, maybe the loudest thus far, rocked the city at that moment. In the distance, plumes of thick smoke spurted up. You should know, breathed the auctioneer. The Jez is in the city. He will be here shortly, and he has no fear of your name. Unlike the auctioneer himself, evidently, who had to flick 2 unruly beads of sweat from his eyes. You should leave, if you know what's good for you. I never have. It's one of my failings, I confess. Fate shook his head. Sire, you have my friends. I would ask that you hand them over. That is that, as far as I see it. I will not be moved on the matter. Another explosion, a muffled thunderclap, and a puff of distant smoke as the auctioneer scratched thoughtfully at his chin. Behind him, a spire in the skyline groaned, went sideways, thudded to the ground. You've made a mess of my palace, he said, turning narrowed eyes on Dorian and Gerard. You've broken my laws, and I have it on good authority you've planted and detonated bombs in my city. He jerked his head at a tower of smoke. Hard to tell which one, there were so many now. So I feel perfectly within my rights to hold them, and so I will. He licked his lips and smiled that slick, confident smile, and Dorian knew then fate had him. He didn't even need to look at the hunched tightness in the shoulders, the cautious crouch, or the taut back. No one truly confident in their position felt the need to flaunt it. What do you have to say to that, oh great fate? Fate gave a helpless little smile, his signature. I sense this is one of those times words won't resolve our conflict. He inclined his head. Would you like to dance with me, sire? So politely, so calmly, and he said it with so little menace, almost like a nervous schoolboy asking out a girl. Yet the auctioneer went stiff. The tiny darkness of his eyes pulled in, and Dorian could sense the vicious undercurrents buoying the moment. One wrong move, and it would all erupt. He hesitated, then, Will you give me no face? He said, gnashing his teeth. In my own city, no less. Fate considered his words. I'm afraid not. He brightened. If you like, I can compensate you for the damages, though. Perhaps we can discuss this over tea in a few weeks' time. It would be my honor to host you. By the look on his face, the auctioneer had half a mind to go, but Dorian saw the other half in his cold, dead, sly eyes. I sang nursery rhymes bearing your name, he whispered. As a boy, my mother whispered them to me. Don't be late, don't you dare wait. In all paths you tread, both small and great, seek out old man Fate. Why, said Fate, you're making me blush, sire. I think I ought to follow her advice. And he pounced, fists swinging. Fate yelped, eyes bulging. Like in this tense confrontation, he somehow hadn't been expecting it. Knowing him, he probably hadn't. Now, the auctioneer was fast. Very fast. Faster than even Dorian, maybe. So fast he moved like teleportation, and the only thing that proved it wasn't was the shriek of air marking his passing. But Fate was fast in a different way. Fast in a way a physical creature simply could not match. It was not that Fate was fast. He was simply not where he was. Indeed, he was somewhere else, right in front of the auctioneer. But he hadn't moved. He was always there, in the past, the present, and the future. Dorian's eyes had been wrong, seeing him somewhere else. And the only thing that proved he'd moved at all was the dustings of laws of fate where he'd been and where he was now, winking like he played a fun little joke on reality. There was a massive needle in his hand, a sewing needle for giants that he gripped like a spear. He and the auctioneer passed one another in midair, and all Fate did was prick him, pulling a thin green line through the auctioneer's skin. And then they landed, and turned, and stared at each other. What have you done? There was a quiver in the auctioneer's voice. He tried righting himself, but the movements came out herky-jerky. His fingers shot out straight. His legs and arms would not bend. He took one step and toppled over, clanking to the floor. I have changed your fate, sire, said Fate.
There was a hitherto undiscovered structural flaw in your cultivation technique, I'm sorry to report.
He shook his head.
You see, all this time you've been cycling through a defective meridian. It has caused a great deal of metal poisoning in your system. I fear much of your body has been made metal as a consequence. Fate does enjoy its ironies.
The auctioneer tried to curse him, but his voice came out warbled. His tongue did not wiggle like a tongue. It wiggled like a bar of gold. Dorian doubted the effect was permanent. As soon as the threads of fate holding him in place unwound, it too would fade. Still, though, he sure was glad fate was who he was. Fate beckoned now to Dorian and Gerard. He smiled.
Come, friends, let's make our way out of here, shall we?
It was all gone. Jez stared. Warehouse 6, the last of his stores, a smoking, sparking mound of slag and ash. Crates full of missiles, armories worth of swords and scimitars, battle armors and healing elixirs and chi elixirs and spirit stones to fuel it all. Mid-grade stones stacked in the hundreds of thousands. All gone. Just like the last 5 storehouses he'd gone to check up on. And just like that, the legs had been cut out under his army. Whoever had done this was surgical. They knew exactly where the stores were, and they timed it exactly before his army's arrival, leaving them bereft and undermanned. But how could they have known? Jez shook his head. One warehouse he could understand, but no one troop had access to multiple arms depots. This had to have come from higher. A traitor in his ranks? A lieutenant? Perhaps even higher. He pursed his lips. What a bother. It seemed he'd need to divert some more power to this node cluster to push his assault through. He hoped fate, he assumed it was fate behind all this, hadn't sacrificed too many men to push this mission through. What a sad waste, when the outcome would be the same regardless. But you could hardly fault the beast caught in the steel trap for thrashing. He felt for fate and the rest of the resistance he'd thrown together. Truly. But surely he must see the inevitable. A god as wise as he ought to. Must he throw these temper tantrums? Surely he must see that because of him good men would die. Streaks of red flashed overhead. Frowning, he turned to face the royal palace. Were those phoenixes? Oh no. Outside, Ur was in turmoil. A host of Empyrean phoenixes did battle against a motley of threats. There were lizardmen guards riding rocks. There were the shadow-wreathed limbs of wraiths swiping at them out of random cracks in the air. Littered on the ground were yet more guards. Dorian recognized the limp body of the first princess of Ur, burned so badly he almost didn't. All about them the monsters, tourists, citizens of Ur, had taken one look at the mess, saw all law enforcement either tied up or dead, and promptly shed any veneer of civility. Brawls careened through the streets, Jiangshi tore at minotaurs, rocks tore limbs off drakes. Madness! Come, come! Yelped Fate. He made a hand gesture, and 2 phoenixes dove from the skies. Third form legendary beasts with proud, sun-tossed manes and feathers the color of autumn leaves. Phoenixes were among the fastest mounts in the multiverse. They were also among the proudest, which meant very few ever got to mount them, only those they deemed worthy. Though apparently fate had secured an exception for their party. Sun was already atop one, clinging onto its neck with hands and feet both, face pressed in, eyes squeezed tight. Every inch of fur on her body was straight as a pin. She looked vaguely traumatized, but she still took a brief break from her death grip to smile, frazzled at Dorian and Gerard. "Oh, you made it!" "Barely, but yes," said Dorian, sliding atop his mount. Gerard clambered behind, coughing lightly, and Fate strapped them in with thick knots of rope like he was hog-tying prisoners to a tree, which, judging by what Dorian remembered of how fast these suckers could get, was entirely justified. "Take them back to camp," said Fate, and he secured 2 nods from their mounts. "Go!" They shot up like firecrackers. So fast, Dorian was sure one of his eyeballs had popped out in the launch. Certainly his ears had popped. Then they came to a stop just as fast. A net of strong gold chi crisscrossed the sky before them. A cage spun out of thin air. Dorian's phoenix mount whirled around, puzzled, and he saw the culprit striding across the air toward them. Kaya, or rather, Jez. Her eyes glowed gold, but it was her expression that really gave her away. A deep frown, bordering on angry, something like a disappointed father. His eyes were watery, Dorian noticed. He was itching to grin, itching to poke the man, but something told him this was not the time. He had a strong enough sense of madmen to know when they were about to snap, and Jez looked on the brink of something ugly. Not murderous rage, perhaps, like he was used to from these types, but something more disturbing. "Why must you force me to hurt you?" whispered Jez, staring down two of his most hated enemies. Fate held his gaze. "Why must you resist so?" "You don't need to hurt us," said Fate softly. "Please, I implore you, sire, let us go. Find it in your heart. I know you can. This needn't devolve to violence," even as violence boiled everywhere around them. But Jez simply shook his head. "I want you to know," he said, "that I take no pleasure in this." Jez's finger touched the air, drawing a line. Where his finger passed, a weapon was unsheathed, like he'd drawn it from nothing at all. A blade whiter than white, older than time, incandescent in the light of the dusk. 242. The Heist. 13. Everyone on Fate's side seemed to harden all at once, bracing for impact. Some creatures cringed at threats, others rankled at them, and it was clear which kind the Phoenix were. They always were a proud sort. A great big one took a break from batting at a wraith's hand to rear up, screeching at Jez. "Do I have the honor of addressing Erlo, the Prince of Phoenixes?" said Jez mildly. Dorian knew the name, and it was a weighty one. Where had he ranked in the Empyreans list? Top 10, for certain. Maybe top 5? The Phoenix spat at the ground, but rather than spit, a cloud of embers flew out.
"Intruder!"
he whispered, but in his bird's voice it still came out as a shriek.
"You shattered our ancestral estate in Zenith."
"No," said Fate.
"You killed my emperor."
"No," said Fate, louder this time, but again the prince ignored him.
"And now you come to me in a body of Empyrean chi, and you dare threaten me?"
The prince laughed, and the piercing sound bounded through the city, a cry choked with fury, a challenge.
"It is good that you know my name. A man ought to know his killer."
He burned up. Feathers went up in flame. His great gold beak turned molten. His whole body was suddenly like one of the suns Hu Yi had shot down from the sky. One great burning grievance, carving an angry arc through the air, straight for Jez's head. Jez stared straight into the light. Then he dipped his head. Eyes fluttering. Almost mournfully, he slashed. The meteor was impossibly bright. Jez's slash was brighter still, a brightness so fierce it brushed up against that lesser brightness, the whole of the Prince of Phoenix's being, and sliced it apart, the way a lighthouse's beam might slice through a dark night. Fate's gasp could not be more horrified. The Phoenix beside him, Sun's mount, only laughed. "Don't worry, Erlo's only getting warm. Look." Erlo's light was clumping back together, making a shining ball, a small sun, and from it 2 fresh wings spurted out, catching fire as they did. The light dimmed, unveiling the rest of him, and there was Erlo once more, the Phoenix reborn. A little smaller, maybe, a little less bright, but the hate in his eyes was still fresh. He opened his beak. Then his eyes bulged. Blood beaded down his chest in a line. His body slowly sagged open, and underneath that blood, buried deep in his torso and stretching all the way down his body, all the way to his tail, was a shining white line. Sun's mount was not laughing any more.
"Impossible!"
he croaked. And Erlo screeched one long note of pain and burst into flames once more. The wound was inside him, was carved into his being, and was remade, but split open yet again at the seams like a taxidermied animal, screeching, thrashing at the air all the while. The horrible cycle recurred. Death, rebirth, death, each time reborn a little less bright, a little less big, but the wound in him stayed no less bright and no less big, and the angry notes were growing a little less angry now, a little more frightened, as that great legendary beast whose bloodline blessed it with immortality came face to face with the specter of true death, for its own infinity had come in brutal contact with a vastly greater infinity. Jez walked up to it, pressed a hand to the head of the suffering creature, shook his head one last time, that insufferably kindly look in the lines of his face, like he was some doctor treating a fatally wounded animal and not the butcher who'd carved it in two. Gently, Jez tapped it, and the phoenix exploded. Matter became energy, seething, white, coursing, crashing energy, and for a fraction of a second, Dorian thought the whole city was about to end up one giant, smoldering scar. Jez breathed in. The energy froze. Not like it had been stuck in time, but rather like a thrashing toddler made to freeze when its father's hard hands get a grip on it. There was a golden lining to the energies that had once been Prince of Phoenixes, and at Jez's inhalation, it flowed gently over to him. In 2 heartbeats, it had all been sucked in. Absurdly, Dorian expected Jez to lick his lips after the matter, or grin wolfishly, but he simply sighed once more. Then Jez raised his sword and leveled it at Fate. Fate had his head in his hands, and when he looked up, blinked down at that blade, his expression was still distraught. But then it started to harden. Fate did not hate people. Fate very rarely grew angry, but when he did, it was a sight to behold. "Flee," he said softly. "I will hold him." Dorian knew Fate, knew what a monster he really was, and even then he was nervous, because what the fuck had that been? Fate wasn't nervous. He was cold and he was angry. He turned, giant jade needle in hand, and launched it at the sky. It wasn't in his hand. It was where Jez's powers had made a net in the air, for it had been there all along. And when it pricked that net, the net shuddered, its strings fraying, peeling apart from one another, losing identity, structure, the things that bound them together coming undone. Suddenly there was a hole in the sky. "Flee!" No sooner had he said it did the phoenixes launch for the gap, and no sooner did they launch did Jez slash yet again, this time at Fate, a tyrannical golden shockwave that grew wider and more spastic as it sped through the air. Fate's needle was in his hand again, and he met that shockwave with the tip. There was a sound like a plucked harp string, clear, bright, beautiful. The shockwave did not break. Instead, it flashed downward just as fast, as though that had been its direction all along. It splashed into the royal palace. The dome was neatly decapitated. The last thing Dorian saw before the phoenixes took him past the ghost streams was Fate's pale, sweaty, panting face, but his eyes were bright with determination. And all Dorian could think was, if Jez could do this with Kaya's body as his vessel, what could he accomplish with a God King's? On Phoenix back, the flight took 3 hours over reddish ground, cracked and pitted with lava, like an endless expanse of dry, bloodied skin. Then they pulled into camp. Torchlights speckled the grounds. The tiny, triangle-ish humps of tents emerged. Hoots and shouts from far below. Minotaurs, orcs, and the phoenixes drifted downward. There must have been tens of thousands of those little tents, each teeming with at least a godly aura. Everywhere there was the whirring and grinding of sharpening iron. He glimpsed squadrons of Jiangshi milling about with daggers, saw rocks doing dive-bombing drills in the distance. They descended, and Dorian was pleasantly surprised to find a familiar figure waving up at them from below. It was Fate, survived after all. Very bedraggled looking, each of his hairs gone off in its own direction. His face looked like a dead man's, unnaturally pale, yet bruised at once. But there was unmistakably that God-King's aura still, if sputtering a little. Clearly that battle had taken a chunk out of him.
"Welcome to camp,"
he yelled. The phoenixes swooped to a graceful halt. Fate beckoned, and soldiers came to cut them loose of their straps.
"Someone get our dear friend Gerard a stretcher, please. Off to the healers with him."
"No need," said Gerard, looking like he was trying hard not to wince as he leapt down. "I'll be fine."
"Please, I insist."
Gerard looked too tired to push back. He was soon summarily carted off. "I never thought I'd say this," said Dorian, "but hells am I glad to see you. Thanks for the save, you old fart." He was cut off as fate wrapped him in a tight hug. "And the elixirs."
"Dorian, you're alive,"
said fate, eyes glistening.
"I'm alive. Oh, we're all alive. Isn't it a miracle? Well, save for our dear friend Erlo."
A touch of sadness in his expression, starting at a tremble of the lips, fast to drag at the rest of his face. He drooped. "There was nothing you could have done."
"Well, there is always something to be done,"
said fate with a sad smile.
"No one's fate is set in stone, until it is already done, of course. I should inform the rest of his kin after this. Oh, and it is I who ought to be thanking you."
Fate wrung his hands.
"With your help, on the morrow, when we clash with Jez's 10,000 strong, will we have a fighting chance?"
"Hi." Sun had waddled up to them and was now regarding Fate with big round eyes.
"Hello,"
said Fate. He blinked down at her, then blinked as her face clicked into place.
"Ah, the messenger. Yes."
He shook her hand vigorously.
"My greatest thanks. You've spared us great disaster today."
"I did?" Sun scratched her head. "Honestly, it feels like you did most of the heavy lifting. Neat stuff with the needle, by the way. I was never great at knitting myself." "This is Sun," said Dorian. "She's, what is she? A partner?" The word didn't fit right. He looked searchingly at her, and she helpfully supplied a word. "Hungry," said Sun.
"Ah,"
Fate pointed.
"The mess hall is that way."
Happily, Sun scampered off.
"What a charmingly simple creature," said Fate. "How did you come across her? Is she a servant?"
"It's a long story, and... no, she's...
a friend."
Did he have friends? He figured she was closer to a child he was babysitting. "Sure."
"Dorian, look at you,"
Fate beamed.
"Making friends, having adventures. Good for you."
Yeah. Dorian rolled his eyes, waved him off. "Look," he gestured to the camp around him, wondering the best way to phrase what he was about to say. "I do mean it when I say thank you. For everything. Best to start with gratitude, he figured. That drum in particular was quite the help. I'm well on my way to not being a total embarrassment on the cosmic power scale. But all this," he waved airily at the army camp, "I'm not getting involved in this. No battles for me. I'm nowhere near ready. To be a grunt? Sure, he could probably wipe out a good chunk of Jez's elite. But to go up against Jez's best, or Jez himself, creatures with access to that infinite node network? Hells no. He'd just gotten this new body. In fact, he was still processing Kinzo's elixirs. Level up, bloodline quantity 4,732 to 4,811. Edging steadily closer to fourth form. He was getting there, but there was much work to be done still if he wanted to be ready for the very top.
"Oh, Dorian,"
Fate laughed.
"After all we've been through, spiriting you that message when you first came to Hell, investing all those resources in you, you wouldn't be moved to come to the aid of the multiverse, to fight for all of us on the morrow."
But they both knew Dorian wasn't about to be guilt-tripped. "I'd be moved to take a crack at Jez, sure, when I'm ready. Good luck on this battle, though. And really, thanks for all that help."
"I suspected you'd say that,"
said Fate. He didn't even look disappointed, just a little sly.
"What if we could make you ready?"
"What do you mean?"
Dorian, I would like to make you an offer you can't refuse. He paused. Well, a very good offer. I very much hope you won't refuse anyway.
243. The Battle of Ur. 1. Fate looked left and right, and then leaned in to whisper.
I may have a path to get your old bodies back. Oh? It won't be easy, stressed Fate. But when I moved to save Gerard from the unstuck space, I pulled him from your hidden estate. I was forced to pull some strings, in a literal sense, and though Gerard I managed to pull through, the rest was snapped in the spatial passage. Spun away, lost.
But they're not in the unstuck space, breathed Dorian.
They're scattered across the upper realms, said Fate. Wherever Fate's threads tied them most strongly, there they went.
Wait, don't tell me.
They are each of them somewhere on the plane where they became what they are now. The planes of their ascendants, that is.
Dorian blinked. Ah. To the best of his recollection, most of his ascensions ended with the realm burned to a charred heap, or drained to a dry heap, or pulped to a mashed heap. So I'll have to do a multiversal jaunt, then, to retrieve my bodies. Revisit some old stomping grounds? Dorian rubbed his hands. I can do that? Oh, I can definitely do that. Hells, this is excellent news, Fate. Excellent! What else survived? Gerard was always so fond of those gardens of his.
Well, I doubt they survived the impact.
Ah.
Still, by my count, that's 8 of your bodies, somewhere out there in the upper realms, and 6 of them are on planes that Jez controls.
Ah.
So your mission, and my offer, is this. Fate had this eager gleam in his eyes. Retrieve your bodies, power yourself up, and while you're at it, work with my forces to break the infinity hearts on each plane you visit. Liberate their peoples from Jez's grip.
You want me to play the hero? He smirked. Oh, Fate, you silly old coot. I'll take my bodies back, and sure, I'm certain we can do something about Jez's hive bases on the way.
Lovely, wonderful, awesome.
Fate did a little jig. He looked like a happy garden gnome.
And then, after you're done, we'll meet up back here. Hell is where Jez has imprisoned his god-kings, in the labyrinth. It's also where he keeps his strongest infinity heart to date. We have reason to believe this is his home base. We shall assault it together.
He clapped his hands together.
This is my contribution. A fate map, drawing lines to each body, and bungee cords of fate to slingshot you between realms, wherever you need to go. And all I ask is you aid us in our fight to save the multiverse. Ah, that and our battle tomorrow. That one is very important as well.
Fate chewed on his lower lip.
Lose that, and the rest. We needn't even think on it. We may be done for, I'm sorry to say.
We can't have that, Dorian agreed. Not when I've still got bodies to claw back. Tell you what, I'll do it. On one condition.
Name it.
He licked his lips. Do you have any more of those drums of black chrysanthemum elixir? He wasn't ready for a confrontation with Jez's very best yet, but he still had a stage's worth of bloodline elixir churning away within him, and a lot of space to fill with new chi, and a good, half day or so before the battle began? For him, it was an eternity. The only limiting factor was the size of his bladder. Fate had no more black chrysanthemum elixirs in store, but he did have some drums of top-tier elixir that were nearly as good, that would do the job just fine as far as Dorian was concerned. Chi was fuel. You didn't even need to level up your techniques to make them devastating. Plug them with a ridiculous amount of chi, and the simplest punch could cave in a mountain. Dorian was itching to see just how annoying his flashbang could get once he went through the rest of the drums Fate had just offered him. Could he flash an entire army at once? Could he blind top Empyreans? The same went for his Fist of the Falling Star Rising Moon. He always felt his Eclipse Dow's fullest potential could only really be seen once you went big with it, stuff techniques full of eclipse chi, and let them loose. Tomorrow would, at the very least, make for an interesting experiment. This cultivation system, more than any other, let him play with a mind-boggling amount of chi. Just how far could he push it? Before he went off on his cultivating bonanza, though, he had a visit to make. He popped his head into Sick Ward 46, and there Gerard was, looking slightly grumpy on a white cot, bandages wrapping his head and mummifying his torso. Healing chi pulsed gently through him. He looked groggy, maybe from the elixirs. "Hey there," said Dorian with a grin.
"Good afternoon, sir,"
said Gerard. Then he noticed what Gerard's hand was doing. It was stroking an absolutely hideous toad, which burped, narrowing its eyes at Dorian as he came in.
"I come bearing good news." "And I as well."
Gerard gave Gerard Jr. one more fond stroke.
"Gerard Jr. has survived the fall of Ur."
And by the look Gerard gave the thing, you'd have thought it was some long-lost son or something. Gerard Jr. burped.
"He will need to be walked, sir. Would you kindly?"
He noticed there was a leash on the darned thing. Yeah, sure," he sighed. "But first—"
"Hi!"
Sun popped her head in.
"What's up? You said to come here?"
"Yes, I have a proposal. Gerard."
"What is it, my liege?"
"You and I will be heading to the Dragon Realm. Fate has generously agreed to supply us with portals. There we'll meet up with our good friend, Salus Godhunter, and perhaps liberate the realm along the way if we have time."
"Ah, your bodies have survived, then. Congratulations."
Gerard raised a brow, just a little.
"Did fate salvage any of my gardens? The East Garden, perhaps, with the silver lilacs which turn to face the rising moon?"
"No, I'm afraid those were lost." "Oh, don't feel too bad. I'll replace them for you when we rebuild our estate," said Dorian.
"Very well. With the elixirs in my system, I'll be up to fighting shape in a day, sire. We can set off then."
"Excellent." Now he wheeled to Sun, who had magicked a giant rib bone out of thin air and was struggling to fit her mouth around the end. "How about you, Runt? We can find some use for you, I'm sure. Want to add a few stops to this journey?" She really was proving improbably useful. And she was growing on him, strangely enough. He was finding some optimism, and kindness was a nice counterbalance to the rank sewer of cynicism he squatted in most days.
"What's in it for me?"
said Sun, crossing her arms. She squinted at him. "I will feed you. Whatever you like. Also, hell's really all eggs and meat. Don't you want to try some other kind of cuisine?" She considered this for about a heartbeat.
"Okay, I'm in."
"Glad to have you." Dorian rubbed his hands. "Well, folks, we set off tomorrow. Pack whatever you need. Ransack Fate's inventories ruthlessly. There's just the matter of this pesky little final battle thing he's having me make an appearance in, and then we're off."
"Yay,"
said Sun. She still looked a little confused, like she wasn't sure what she'd just agreed to, but she had the right spirit.
"Indeed,"
said Gerard, who looked like he knew better than anyone what he'd agreed to, and knew just how hard it would be. But Gerard was Gerard, and he did what had to be done. You could wring a complaint out of him if you tried. "I'll meet you all here this time tomorrow, then—"
"Sir?"
Gerard raised a leash to him. Gerard Jr. burped expectantly at him, then started scratching his ear with a hind leg like a cat.
The walk, if you please."
Sure. Finally, some privacy. The toad was walked, the ungrateful little shit. The plans were arranged, and fate had given him his own sealed tent, with blast-proof interiors, he was told. He let some of the bloodline notifications start filtering back through. Level up. Bloodline quantity 5,398 to 5,581. 9 by 9 by 9 went the forms. 9 to the 4th power, 6,561. That was when 4th form would hit. It would be a long night of power-ups. He expected it'd be the crowning one. For now, though, the drums of unmarked black barrels stacked before him would do. 6 in total, and a trusty straw, courtesy of Gerard. Let the drinking begin. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 1% to 2%. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 2% to 3%. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 7% to 8%. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 8% to 9%. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 16% to 17%. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 17% to 18%. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 20% to 21%. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 21% to 22%. A little more than an hour in, Dorian's straw sucked air. That whole drum drained dry. For a little over a fifth of the way past Supergiant, which he was reasonably certain was the highest tier his eclipse laws could support. Then he'd need to sit on his ass and meditate for a decade to get his laws up to Empyrean. That, or find the equivalent of more Dow fruit. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 22% to 23%. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 23% to 24%. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 32% to 33%. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 33% to 34%. On and on they went. And finally, after 6 hours, 3 trips to piss, and all but 1 drum of elixir fully emptied out, level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 99% to 100%. His hypothesis was right. He'd hit a wall at last. He kept drinking, but the chi just leaked out of him. The star of eclipse chi within him was so huge, it struggled to hold itself together. The chi within churned slowly, dense and soupy. The supergiant was too big. It seemed to want to collapse in on itself, become something else. But it'd need a deeper integration of stronger laws, and his simply weren't there yet. Soon, though. He was satisfied. This amounted to a tripling of his chi reserves, give or take. With this upcoming power-up, he was getting close to presuming himself unbeatable under God King. Level up, bloodline quantity 6,403 to 6,582. Rank up, Dragonoid, 3rd form to 4th form. At last! All that effort to snatch Kinzo's elixirs had led up to this, the 4th form of the Torch Dragon line, the form which made their names among the most feared among all Empyreans. First came the fierce throbbing up his shoulder blades as the last of his great bat-like wings emerged from his back. They were now finally complete, and he flared them out, inspecting them. They were pretty things, all right, and when he unfurled them like 2 vast cloaks, they seemed like the masterpiece of some great painter, a mosaic of distilled midnight speckled with bright red stars. Could they really hold his weight? He'd become shockingly dense these last few forms, so much so that every time he took a step nowadays he sank, even into hardened ground. But they were veined with so many chi channels. He suspected there was some kind of ambient cycling at play. He'd test it out tomorrow, all in due time. Level up, bloodline ability. Shield of the Blood Moon, level 0 to level 1. The Torch Dragon wraps itself fully in its wings, which take on an impenetrable quality, nullifying all physical and chi attacks. Level up, bloodline ability. Dragon's Breath to Breath of Ashen Skies. 1 dragon's breath becomes as vast and destructive as a volcanic eruption, changing the weather and bringing its own ashen fallout. 244. The Battle of Ur, 2. Breath of the Ashen Sky. Dorian remembered the last time he'd encountered a wild torch dragon. Ages ago, back when he was Salus Godhunter, asked with tracking down a particularly ornery one that had run wild over the countryside. Some God King's child had been playing with fireworks, and then hit a mountain which had been there for 10,000 years, and then found out that mountain was, in fact, a slumbering torch dragon. The God King hadn't been able to put it down, and it was quickly transforming his idyllic pastoral kingdom into a charred wasteland. So, in came Dorian. This torch dragon had been of the 4th form. They'd had a lively back and forth before it hit him with that breath. One moment he was doing battle beneath clear blue skies and rolling green hills. The next moment he picked himself off the ground, cracked stone grounds, and found himself staring up at the moon. That thing had blasted him so hard he'd not only changed biomes, but also time zones. Curious, he fired up the technique. A rumbling rose within him like a storm gathering in his belly, boiling up his chest shockingly fast, touching the base of his throat. He let it go, alarmed. Let's not blast Fate's camp to bits on accident, eh? There was plenty of time to test this funky new trick, and his wings, in the battle soon to come. For now, how long did he have? 3 hours, maybe? He sat down to meditate. One of Fate's gifts back when he'd been preparing for the heist had been the Divinity Lotus, a great treasure that had boosted his comprehension speeds 16-fold, a treasure he'd utterly neglected, but he figured now was as good a time as any to put it to use, squeeze a little law comprehension out of these waning hours before that final reckoning. Level up, Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, medium, saturation 0% to 1%. Level up, Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, medium, saturation 1% to 2%. Fate's war room was a menagerie of superpowers, more than a dozen peak Empyreans, each of a different species, all splattered with war paints, bound in skins, studded with gemstones. They were all crowded around a long table exploding with maps, Fate at the head of it, yammering away at a giant orc wrapped in scarred hides. It had an axe slung over a shoulder, endlessly dripping either blood or molten rock. Then there was a rock in human form, you could tell by the pupils and the slightly feathered forearms, chatting with a phoenix in human form, whose skin glowed gold. This one caught Dorian's eye since he radiated a god king's aura, the only other god king in the room. Beside him stood a Jiangshi in artisanal face paint, looking crossly over the whole gathering, speaking to no one. He was the second most out-of-place creature there. Then his gaze landed on first place, Dorian, whistling, hands stuck in his pockets.
"Who the fuck is that guy?"
hissed the Jiangshi. Jiangshi voices had this strange quality, always pitched just shrill enough to float over everyone else's conversations. A few heads couldn't help but swivel, following his pointing finger to Dorian, who gave him a friendly wave. The Jiangshi recoiled, which was rather rude, Dorian felt. Fate caught the disturbance.
"Who? Ah, yes. Everyone, hush. Please, meet our secret weapon."
Now everyone's eyes were on Dorian, and most were narrowed in suspicion.
"A god," said that same Jiangshi. "Fate, has your blood gone stale? What are we playing at?" "This is not just any god."
Fate waddled over to him and gave him a slap on the back.
"Everyone, meet Dorian."
"Dorian,"
said the God King Phoenix. His head turned, but his neck did not, in that way only birds can manage.
"Like the God King?"
"Exactly like that," said Dorian. "Nice to meet you." There was a nervous rumbling in the room. A minotaur to Dorian's left edged a step away.
"Oh, you,"
said the orc Fate had been talking to. He'd been frowning mightily already, but he managed to squeeze 2 more lines onto his temple.
"Have we met?" "No, but I have heard of you."
He directed his great frown at Fate.
"Keep this man a great distance from my division. I do not wish for my men to be collateral damage."
Dorian's cheek twitched.
"Ah, yes, duly noted," said Fate. "Dorian, would you enter late? I think you'd be wonderfully suited to striking at the enemy from the flank. Catch them by surprise. Yes, I can see it now. You're perfect for the task."
He mouthed a little sorry, to which Dorian shrugged. "Sure, can do."
"Awesome! Let us sum up the plan, then. For the heavies, the King of Phoenixes and I shall stall Jez and Salieris from the sky."
"And I, Tilak O'Shawn, and my brothers shall strike down that foul cretin Yama and his demon hordes on the ground," said the orc chieftain.
"The rest of you, follow Tilak's lead," crowed Fate.
We have crippled their supply chains. We have bombed out their depots. They are left without arms, without elixirs, tired from a moon's march. All that is left for us to do is to beat them back."
A cheer went up at that.
"Yes, yes!"
Fate was positively buzzing now.
"I have just the most fantastic feeling about this group we've got. We shall win the day. I'm certain of it. Friends, let's give it our best."
By his tone, he could have been addressing a summer camp rather than a collection of some of the most brutal killers in all of hell, but they seemed to eat it up all the same. Gerard was still resting. Sun was hiding somewhere in camp, probably the mess hall, since she had a pretty good idea of her limits, which meant it was just him, along with Fate's monster hordes, against Jez's monster hordes, which were quickly boiling over the horizon. The battle was set to take place in a nameless, flat valley. Dorian sat perched on a rocky outcropping overlooking it all on his lonesome. On one side were Fate's hordes, one long line of steel and knotted muscle, giant birds flapping overhead, mostly gods, a smattering of Empyreans as commanders, generals, perhaps captains. On the other were Jez's forces, which looked much the same, actually, except for the thin golden sheen hovering over them all. That and the fact that a good chunk of them were without armor and weapons, courtesy of Dorian and company. And at the front of their respective armies, hovering above them, were the God Kings, Fate and the King of Phoenixes, and on the other side, Salieris of the Jiangxi, Jez, and was that Demon King Yama? Fancy that, an old friend. Dorian almost gave the fellow a wave before he remembered he was supposed to be hidden and sneaky and such. There was a drawn-out moment of calm as both sides regarded each other. Jez drew his sword first, and on his side war horns blared out over the valley. Not a breath later, from Fate's side, horns rang out, equally loud, and accompanying them were the bellows of thousands of gods. And the two tides surged. Above, at the same time, Jez and Salieris flew at Fate and the King of Phoenixes. Curiously, Demon King Yama did not follow. Instead, he dropped to lead a legion of demons at the center of Jez's army, making a tar-colored spear. Below, the two sides met like crashing waves. Above, the two sides met like colliding tornadoes. Fate was nimble and slippery as hells. You could never pin him down to one spot, and everywhere he moved, he trailed strings of Fate, strings which could easily become tripwires. Jez slashed once, twice, thrice with his sword, sending crescent moons of pure energy at Fate. But each time, Fate somehow managed to find the one weak point in the blow, the one spot where all those invisible strings that bound a thing together, that gave it identity, met, and with one well-placed poke, he could shatter it, turn a focused slash into wild, rampaging energies. Still, each slash cost Jez seemingly no effort. Each break it took made Fate pale a little more. Salieris and the King of Phoenixes, meanwhile, held each other to a similar standstill. The Phoenix King raised meteor showers. They blasted into the Jiangxi King's blood vortexes, which trembled yet swallowed them still. The Jiangxi God King seemed content to play only the defensive, like he was biding his time, waiting for his moment. Or perhaps he was just stalling, since it was clear the heavies on their side, the God Kings and Jez in this battle, would win the battle of attrition. Below, the battle was even clearer. That gold sheen made a real difference. It seemed to swell some of those trolls a good third beyond their normal size, and with the strength gains to boot. He saw a god troll wrestle down a god orc, grab its head, then twist it off in a shower of gore. He saw one of Jez's god rocks beat a god phoenix to the punch, literally, ramming a talon through the phoenix's throat and slamming it to the ground. There were small pockets of victory on Fate's side. 2 orcs were dogpiling on an emperor troll, for instance, but the difference in raw, brute power was clear. Plus, there was the matter of the God King, Demon King Yama, apparently resuscitated through Jez's powers. He moved funky, herky-jerky, but there was no denying his devastating force as he and his troop of demons carved a clean furrow through Fate's front line. 3 of Fate's elite Empyreans were trying desperately and unsuccessfully to blast Yama back. The Demon King simply laughed and brushed them off. There was no real strategy in this battle, it seemed, just a brutish, senseless melee. Jez was perfectly happy to simply ram his army down Fate's throat, and if Fate sat there and took it, why not? Dorian stretched his limbs. Slowly, his wings flared out to either side of him, and his supergiant's chi, likely more chi than anyone on the field, save perhaps for the God Kings, started to churn within him. There was one point of strategy on Fate's side, actually. Just one. And it was him. Time to make an entrance. Balder Devilhand was having the time of his fucking life. With one hand, he caved a Jiangxi's head in. With another, he bowled over a charging orc. Then he leapt into a frothing melee, feeling his enemy's weak little tries ping off his skin. Soft little caresses they were. For the sport of it, he waded in, far in, 10 strides deep into enemy lines, and they were all over him like an anthill. 3 god orcs, 2 Jiangxi trying to find a bite on his skin. A minotaur charged him and started wrestling at him, trying to bring him to heel. He simply laughed and flexed, and violently shrugged off the lot of them. The Jiangxi went flying. The orcs tripped over themselves. The minotaur stayed upright, but not for long. Wreathing his hands in law, the crystals on his back seething with it, Balder gave the moron a solid clobbering. His face had been a 3-dimensional square, and now it was closer to a 2-dimensional circle. Roaring, he leapt atop the ruined corpse and beat his chest at the heavens. Golden chi welled within him. All around him, these little soft-hearted gods could not help but flinch back. That's fucking right. "Cowards!" he roared. "Knaves! Who among you dares challenge the great Balder Devilhand?" It was only then that he realized those gods were not looking at him, but rather at something behind him. Eh? There was a dragonoid swooping down from the hillside, giant wings spread wide, and its aura was so vast and so stifling it brought to mind God King Yama's own. But it was clearly a god's aura, a strangely familiar god's aura. Where did he know it from? 245. The Battle of Ur, 3. Dorian flared his aura. He spread out his wings. He put on his toothiest grin. He made damn sure the poor sods in the valley below got a good eyeful of him. And indeed, a good quarter, maybe half of the army was now turning to face this strange new threat. He always was a head-turner. Now that he had their attention, supernova fist. He made sure to put some real oomph in this one, shoved a good chunk of supergiant chi in, and he was paid off with a bang that made him regret having ears. Then came an eye-watering flash of white, which felt like staring directly into the sun on the hottest day of summer. If it was this bad for him, he could only imagine how bad it was for the rest of them. Actually, he didn't need to imagine. He had evidence enough, since half Jez's army dropped to their knees, wailing and clawing at the holes in their faces. Some bled from their ears, some from their eyes, some from both. There was some friendly fire. The front row of Fate's armies had gotten knocked off their feet too. But Jez's got the brunt of the hit, and Fate's back ranks surged to take advantage. Grinning, pumping his fists, Dorian waded into the mess. Fist of falling star, rising moon. He wasn't stingy with his chi now. Each strike had some good heft to it. He picked out his first victim, a stunned Jiangxi wreathed in golden aura, and caved in his face in one heavy, sinking fist. The shockwave alone set a good dozen of his compatriots flying. Dorian crashed through, striking again and again, one fist shocking white, one fist thudding black, and it was like chucking dolls aside. These gods felt weightless. It was goddamned exhilarating. A few stray claws clattered off him. Bolts of chi splashed against his wings and broke like raindrops against an umbrella. So small, so easy. One fist and 6 went flying. Another and 7 more. The battlefield was his sandbox. These grunts, these gods, were simply no challenge at all. He felt like a god among mortals. The legendary dragons had well-deserved reputations for haughtiness, and Dorian could now tell why. Who wouldn't be haughty when you could bend the world as easily as this? Who wouldn't be haughty when your flesh was a divine treasure, when a sea of enemies could wash over you, hacking and slashing, and all you felt was a tickle? Bang! Another clump of bodies went flying. Balder's eyes were still watering, his ears still ringing. What the fuck was that? Their whole right flank was dissolving before his very eyes, and it was the result of one man. He couldn't believe it. One god had decided to crash through, and not one of those weak little shits could hold him back. Simply gave way. Like that. Useless cunts. Balder gave a grunt of frustration. It fell to him to set things right, as per usual. Roaring, wheeling about, he leapt to face the new threat. He closed the distance in 3 big bounds, using the helmets of his soldiers as launching pads. Squeals rang out under him. At least this way they served a purpose. The closer he got, the more that chilling sense of familiarity gnawed at him. He knew this dragonoid, this grinning menace. But where? He chucked the thought aside. Hardly mattered now. His fists rose together in one meaty hammer, blazing with laws, heavy with stony chi. Time to give this would-be war hero a taste of true power. Anvil fist! He cast a broad shadow across the man's head, and at last the dragonoid took notice, looked up, but he was too late. His fist hammered down. But the dragonoid raised a wing almost lazily to meet him, a wing so thin he saw the blood vessels sticking through the skin. Are you serious? Clang! Then his hand was a sharp spike of pain. Balder's eyes watered. Fuck! He roared, cringing back. What the hells had he hit? Triply reinforced cold steel? Oh, said the dragonoid, giving him an appraising look. It's you. Huh? Remember me? The dragonoid grinned. From the Spirit Pavilion? It took a beat, and then Balder felt a wash of freezing horror. Oh no. He remembered now where he knew this man, remembered very distinctly, and he knew just why he was having such a hard time recalling it. He'd spent the best part of the past week trying to suppress that memory. Oh, no! His legs moved of their own accord, kicking hard, trying desperately to get away. But the ghoul in Dragonoid's flesh just smiled and opened his mouth, and from deep within his belly came a sound like a devil laughing. Jez pursed his lips. His battlefield was being torn up, and by a familiar face. Dorian, he sighed. The man was his beginning, his end, and perpetually a thorn in his side, it seemed. Jez would be glad when this was all done, when he could lock Dorian up for good. All this killing, this hurting, it was such an awfully draining endeavor, emotionally more than anything. He hacked up a sword slash, saw fate scramble to counter, and sighed. After this, he would take a long rest, perhaps explore painting or landscaping. Wistfully, he considered the somber purple skies. Truth be told, even this much was taxing on Kaya's body. She was proving to be an excellent vessel for him, but she was no god-king. She was scarcely even a god. It was simply that her mind was hollowed out and shattered, which was a terrible thing, and he felt for her, but it also made her quite convenient to inhabit. A swirling of chaotic energy, a great boiling glut of it. His head snapped down. What? Dorian's mouth was open, and his throat was lit red from within.
No! No! Breath of the Ashen Sky, the Torch Dragon's signature technique, and Dorian served it generously. Let's give half my chi to start off with, more if needs be, but this should get the job done nicely. And the technique screamed out into the world, right atop Jez's armies. It was said in the legends that a torch dragon's breath could change the seasons. Dorian's breath changed the color of the world. The purple skies darkened to dull, leaden gray. A chill swept through the battlefield. And then heat. A new world of heat. An eruption of light. The gods unlucky enough to stand nearest him were charred to a crisp in an instant. There was even an Empyrean in the mix, a minotaur with its mouth half open, and he saw the flesh scoured off its bones, its eyeballs boiled and shriveled in their sockets. Instantaneous death. The rest were like insects, tossed into the wind, horribly burned. The blast radius was massive. It was like a tidal wave sweeping across an ant colony, except rather than a rush of furious water, there was a blaze of furious fire. Fire and choking ash, ash that smothered the skies black. There was no time to scream. And he had no doubt there were screams. He saw them, Jiangxi's mouths hung open in frozen horror, troll eyes popping. But no one could hear them. They were small, insignificant things in the path of a natural disaster, and then they were made nothing, brushed away carelessly, easily, like shavings off a desk. Empyrean lights flickered but held in the storm. Flickered, and a fair few flickered out. Then he saw a golden light flare hotter than the rest, a light which forged through his fresh hell of ash and fire, heedless, striding with purpose. Oh? And then it charged him despite the winds. He was taken aback. He cut off his strike. It had run most of its course anyway. Who's this? A familiar face broke through, a face with a god king's aura. Well, what do you know? Yama! Dorian smirked. Hey there, remember me? It was hard to make out an expression on that stitched-together face, but he was pretty sure he saw hate there, and a lot of it. Dorian! In Yama's hands were two hammers, both pitch black, topped with nasty spikes, and both started to glow, in that strange way black things can. Rather than spread light, they seemed to cast greater shadows, darken everything about them. Uh-oh. Yama leapt, unreasonably fast. Yelping, Dorian covered up. Shield of the Blood Moon! His wings began to glow too, suddenly brimming with eclipse chi as they folded over him, cocooning him. But that was a God King's hammer, brimming with God King's chi, and heavenly laws of death and decay tipped those spikes. Dorian had half a mind to just run for it. Clang! To Dorian's great surprise, those spikes did not punch a hole through his flimsy wings. He felt a shock run up his wings, spread up his arms and back, and a chunk of his chi vanished. But he held. Yama looked as surprised as he was, and Dorian could see him, too, through his wings, which were translucent from the inside. Could see him pound again with his second hammer. Again, and again, and again, and with each strike snarl fiercer, slobber harder, the blood vessels on his eyes standing out starker against the white. Each strike felt like an earthquake in miniature. But Dorian held, and held, and held. Level up, Shield of the Blood Moon, level 1 to level 2. Yama's lips trembled. What is this tomfoolery? He roared. Fate has given you a life-saving treasure, has he? Not quite. The idea seemed to piss the Demon King off more. His next two strikes landed so hard Dorian's knees started to wobble. But fate cannot protect you forever. Two more blows brought Dorian to a knee. As much as he hated to admit it, Yama was right. It was, 20 strikes in, and every inch of him was starting to burn. He couldn't hold out forever. But he didn't need to. King of Demons!
roared a gravelly voice.
"Your enemy is me!"
Yama turned, surprised, to find a peak Empyrean Minotaur barreling at him, swinging a giant axe. The Minotaur chieftain, Talak, with his legion close at heels. Dorian grinned. All that flash-banging and dragon-breathing and shielding had drained his chi reserves nearly dry. But the work had been done. Jez's army was now a ruins, and Fates was sweeping them off the battlefield everywhere he looked. At places one side was so badly in retreat, they were sprinting the other direction. Before the Minotaur had even reached Yama, a Jiangxi Empyrean, some general or another, had hopped into the fray and was charging him with spear outstretched. No! Everywhere Jez looked, broken bodies, routed men, entire companies in fast retreat. No! This could not happen. This could not be allowed to happen. They were so close. His most powerful army in hell, on the brink of total victory, shattered. It could not, would not. You've lost. Fate, a shriveled husk of himself, coughing and hunched, but still standing. It's over, Jez. No, breathed Jez. I have not. I will not. Not now. If they lost here, how much would he need to rebuild? How many more would need to die to see his vision made real? How much longer would it take? And how many of those who opposed him, without and within, would be heartened? He was not blind to the whispers. They said of him that he was soft, that he did not have the will to break and reshape the multiverse. Some of his own men, even his prison guards, in their laxer moments, spoke of a shadow faction, a faction plotting to seize his own network from under him. It broke his heart to think of it. He hoped dearly it wasn't true. The multiverse was no place for soft-hearted men. The last of the significant resistance must be broken here. He needed to do what needed to be done. It was very simple, even if it broke the bodies of his own men. Sometimes to love a thing was to hurt it. He knew that. He raised a fist and closed his eyes, and in an instant the whole of his network, splayed out across the multiverse like stars in the sky, was ranged before him. We need you. O infinity, lend us your strength. And the infinity gave its answer. He opened his eyes to a golden sky. 246. The Battle of Ur, 4. The Orc chieftain's axe bit into Yama's meaty arm, splitting it at the seams. Howling, Yama swung for him, but not before an Empyrean Jiangxi stabbed at the tendons at his knees. Gods were crowding all about him now, firing with all they had, a circle of vicious light. Individually they were nothing, but stacked one atop the other, pouring in from all sides, even a god king was made to struggle. They took him in the chest, the legs, the arms. Roaring, Yama fended off a sweep of the axe, a stab of the spear, two ghostly arrows flickering with Empyrean chi, trying to right himself. Dorian punched him right in the nose with a fist of the rising sun. Yama pitched over backward, and Dorian saw a new emotion on the God King's face. Shock. It was dawning on him that this was more than a mere annoyance. As the strikes poured in, as a fourth Empyrean, a Minotaur, joined the fray, as he took blow after blow after blow to his naked skin, it was clear he was weakening. There was an urgency to his movements now. Yama struggled up to his elbows and knees, even as gods swarmed all over him, hacking and slashing. Then the floor gave out from under all of them. A shockwave of golden chi whipped through the air. The gods on Yama's back went flying like they'd been shot from a cannon.
"Cowards!" roared Yama. "The lot of you! Have you no face? Face me with honor, you fucking—"
He glanced down, surprised. There was something black and sharp sticking out the front of his chest. Dorian's tail. Really, he had to thank all those gods. They'd done the hard work tenderizing the meat for him. And at the fourth form, this body was sharper than he'd thought. It slid right in, like he was sheathing a sword. Yama gaped at it. He seemed to be having a great deal of trouble processing its existence. Or maybe he was just having a moment of awful déjà vu. Brings back good memories, doesn't it? Said Dorian with a smirk. Yama screamed and whirled and swung so fast he nearly didn't have time to put up a wing, but he had little trouble righting himself 2 backflips later. He found himself staring down a bleeding, huffing, wild-eyed, zombified gargoyle god king. Unlike before, it'd take a lot more than that to bring Yama down. But unlike before, the numbers were on his side, and time, too, favored him. Already, Fate's fighters were regrouping, making anew that ragged circle around Yama. Yama's eyes flickered between them, trying to keep them all in sight, but there were simply too many. His face fell. He must have seen it then, just like Dorian had. Seen the arc of the future, and he did not like where it ended one bit. All around him, his armies were ground to dust. It's easy not to fear true death if you've never felt it, but for those who've been through it, it really does hold a special place in your heart. You think it's something painless, easy, like falling asleep, but you fall asleep knowing you'll wake. The true horror of death was the extinguishing of possibility. Life seems so quotidian a thing until it is taken away from you forever. Yama fought harder than ever. On Pythia, in tunnels thousands of li deep underground, there was a cavern. It was a true dragon's den once. Now it was a stronghold where 24 Empyreans stood guard day and night. On the floor of this cavern lay a golden formation, etched like a summoning circle, something faintly demonic. At this formation's heart was a gemstone, larger than any that could be found in Pythia's natural world. It looked like an overgrown icicle, and from its tip flowed rivulets of power, power which seeped down onto the formation's thick lines and drifted lazily along them like water down a winding river. An infinity heart, the locus of the infinity's powers on this plane. It suddenly exploded with light. To either side, dozens of Empyrean guards howled, dropping to their knees. Their auras trembled, gold chi squeezed forcibly from their bodies. Across the plain, hundreds of gods did the same. Streams of gold poured into the infinity heart, and it gorged on them, gathering them in its belly in one roiling sphere, and expelling it to the skies, one great finger of light pointing to the heavens, heading for its master. On Zalaxia, on the fairy realm, on the dragon plane, on Shenzi, on dozens of upper realms, the same scene played out. Golden beams shot up, 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 and the distant skies of hell flared gold. It was a profane act, some act of necromancy. All of a sudden, Jez's army collapsed, driven to the threshold of death, gasped as one. Eyes shining gold, bodies shivering with foreign power, an embarrassment of power, a gluttony of power, power which leaked through the cracks in their skin, filled them to the point of bursting, power which gave them a second life, short but burning dangerously bright. Yama was a beacon of gold. Then he started to laugh, and when he opened his mouth, great clouds of gold chi puffed out. Of the gods charging at him, only Dorian was quick on the uptake. He leapt back with a hiss. But for the orc chieftain, it was too late. Dorian didn't even see the strike, only a blur of motion, a cascade of blistering cracks. Then a second blur as the body, carcass, went ratcheting back. It was lost in a plume of dust. What the? The sky. It was gold. Gold suffused the air like a low fog. And every one of Jez's soldiers it touched went feral. They must have made up a third of the fighters left standing. It didn't matter. They shoved, and Fate's armies fell back. But Dorian could spare little mind to them. The God King before him was bleeding power. So much power he was literally splitting apart at the seams. Yama's eyes were golden lamps. Patches of his skin flaked off him. The stitching on his belly, on his wings, holding his head together was snapping stitch by stitch, but if he felt it, he showed no sign. Yama swept out a hand. This time, gods did not go flying back. Instead, there was a wave of gore, disintegrating matter. That's my cue to run. But before Dorian could take one step, Yama's head swiveled. Two pitiless gold eyes locked on him. Fuck. He had the wherewithal to get up his shield before the hammer blow landed. Wings wrapped around him, a thick sheen of eclipse chi lent them support. He had maybe a fifth of his chi left one moment. The next, he had none at all. Then he saw his wings cave in, the bones shattering, giving way to the head of a hammer which soared through with contemptuous ease and tapped him in his chest. Only the mind-boggling durability of his body saved him from changing phases of matter in that moment. His body certainly wanted to do it. His chest plate was instantly a spiderweb of cracks. Then it caved in. Blood spurted from his mouth, his nose, his eyes, as gold chi tore through his defenses, found its way to his soft insides, and did its nasty work. Jez was burning, or rather, Kaya was. He studied her hand. The skin was flaking off. Her body was not meant to hold this much power. None of theirs was. He suspected it was too late for her now. Her heart was far too fast. So fast it was one continuous sound, a low, wet groan. Her blood ran too fast, too hot. "I'm sorry," he whispered. He could not even grant her a proper burial. "I want you to know, you've died well. Yours is a noble sacrifice." But was it? Truly? She had made no sacrifice. He had made that choice. He let out a low, breathy sigh. Back in Ur's dungeons, he'd asked Dorian if he was a monster. He'd said he asked himself the question every day. It was true, but he'd left the answer out. He knew. He would not admit it to himself. Once this was finished, he would repent and scour his soul, for what else could he do? But only in times like these did he feel the cold shock of clarity. "What have you done?" Fate's voice, shaky. The old man looked frightened. He certainly looked at Jez like he was a monster. All he wished to do was to unite the multiverse in one loving community. It was so deeply unfair. He looked at fate now and knew that in some other life, some alternate timeline, they could have been friends. "I've done what needed to be done," said Jez. "I'm sorry." A meaningless gesture. He wondered why he'd said it. What was the worth of such a small kindness set against the vast horror of what he was about to do? He raised his sword and slashed. And this time, he slashed with everything. Lying on the ground, staring through hazy eyes, Dorian saw the world splitting open. There were no moons in hell. But then there was. A giant golden crescent moon hung suspended in the sky, and at its middle was Fate, needle held tight in both arms. Its tip pricked the moon, held it in place, one god wrestling a celestial body to a standstill. But only for a heartbeat. The needle burst apart into 1,000,000 tiny glittering fragments. Fate gave a strangled cry, and then he and the moon were both gone. 247. The Battle of Ur, 5. There was a deep black smoldering scar carved into the hillside in the shape of a crescent moon. It went so deep you could see a glowing line of red at its furthest depths where it broke into the lava flows. And of Fate there was no sign, not even a flicker of aura. Jez breathed in and breathed out, ash fluttering on his breath as his vessel flaked away. It was done. This body had little time left. He wondered if he ought to be feeling so much satisfaction in this moment, so much peace. It felt awful to bask in another's demise. And yet, Fate was destroyed. Below, his army, immolating, would burn out the rest of Fate's army too, and with it, the last of the true resistance. Hell would soon be his, and the rest of the multiverse would topple soon after. There would be rules, once they were all one. A fair and just system of multiversal laws, a ban on violence, certainly murder. He would put in place an ethos of loving kindness and good faith conduct. All living creatures had goodness in them. This he fervently believed. But all were also capable of great evils. As of now, the world was built around power, but he would rebuild it around community. He could see it now so clearly in his mind's eye, each of those golden nodes a plane, strung together in one unbroken chain. But he frowned, inspecting the chain. Something wasn't right. These lights, these golden lights, the nodes he'd drawn from to fuel this battle, they were flickering like candles in a winter wind. Flickering, flickering, flickering. Out. A third of his upper realm nodes, gone cold. He stood in still shock. It couldn't be, shouldn't be. He had stuck infinity hearts on each of those planes, so long as they lived. His nodes were flickering back up, to his vast relief. But his relief was short-lived. When they flickered on, they flickered white. They made their own white links amongst one another, spurning the gold, a hefty chunk of his network, suddenly dead to him. He called out to them, but they would not listen. "I don't understand," he breathed. "Apologies, Jez," drawled a high voice from behind. It was Saliaris, stepping across the air, flashing his fangs. His smile was not kind. It was hungry. "I shall be taking over from here." And the Emperor of the Jiangxi gave a deep bow. "You're betraying me," whispered Jez. "Correct." "You waited until I was overdrawn, weakened, before you struck." It made a disgusting amount of sense. "And for the last true threats to me to battle themselves out." Saliaris raised a fist, and inscribed on the back was a bone-white infinity. "It seems to have worked a charm, wouldn't you say?" "You would break what makes us strong." This time Jez couldn't keep the tremble out of his voice. "You would threaten our vision of the multiverse." "No, no," said Saliaris, looking up in exasperation. "Can't you see? No one wants this new world order of yours, save for you, Jez. The rest of us are perfectly content preying on each other. We thrive on it. A great deal of us only followed you to leech off of your powers. As it turns out, enough of us exist for a critical mass." Saliaris crossed his arms behind his back. "And they now follow me." Jez grasped for the words, found none. Great chunks of his, Kaya's, body were dissolving before his very eyes. His foot had been reduced to an ashen nub, his arms flaking away fast beneath the elbows. His armies weren't faring much better. The bulk of them seemed to be cringing now, groaning and clutching their heads. They were already overdrawn, and now their powers had just been split. "I thought we were friends," he said numbly. Saliaris laughed at that. It was a laughable thing to say. But what else did Jez have? It was true. "Oh, Jez," the Jiangxi wiped a tear from his eye. "You were never fit to be a ruler, I'm afraid." "Stop this," tried Jez. "Please, I beg of you. You would ruin us." "No, no," sighed Saliaris. He grinned, one sardonic, mocking line. "I would ruin you. But the multiverse is not about you, Jez dear. Do take care." His body dissolved in motes of white light. He was gone. Jez stood there alone, staring at nothing, body breaking apart faster and faster now, whole chunks of flesh flaking to ash, watching his armies gutted, flaking away, his vision of a glorious multiverse flaking away with them. Ash on the wind. That was all. Maybe that was all it ever was. He was choking now. This body had little time left. And he howled, a primal animal howl that reverberated across the valley. His eyes streamed with gold, streamed with tears. The ashes crept up the chest, up the throat. And Kaya Rust, who began her life on a separate plane, in a separate world, ceased to be. Dorian's eyes were wide open. Flattened against the ground, all he could see was the sky, and the figures dueling in it. Now they were all gone. "Fate," he croaked. The old fart was not gone. He couldn't be. It made no sense. Fate was a universal constant. You might as well have told him gravity had been taken away. And Kaya too, after all that. He sighed, resting his head on the smote ground. To one side, Yama was unspooling. He was leaking gold far too fast, leaking life far too fast. The God King was clutching at his skull, sniveling and howling. Something within him had broken. It seemed his body was in full revolt against his mind, and it was winning. If anything, his soldiers were faring worse. Some were already splayed out. So they'd won, and Dorian yet lived. So why was he so disappointed? Maybe he'd liked the old fart more than he admitted, and after all that trouble keeping Kaya alive, well... See, this was precisely why he avoided attachments. Hadn't even been a deep one, really, but it still sort of stung. Now all he felt was a lingering sense of annoyance, at Kaya and at fate for dying on him, and then at himself for being annoyed at all. Then his eyes shot wide open. If fate was gone, what about his upcoming journey to collect the rest of his bodies? Jez sat with his feet in a tranquil spring pool. Its waters were clear, schools of silver-scaled fishes drifting lazily about, blending with the ripples. A small waterfall trickled down a cluster of stones like big black eggs. Above, streaks of white clouds were splashed on a brilliant blue sky. And all of it utterly failed to calm him. He sat there numb, staring, sighed, stood, wiped off his feet, and started on the sandy path out of the room. He'd sat there once with Kaya, not long ago. He shook his head. "He's right," he whispered. Saliaris, that was. Jez was unfit to carry out his vision. Saliaris. The very name had him clenching his fist so hard he drew blood. He was finding it very hard to love that man. He was finding it very hard to love anyone at this precise moment. He stomped his way down the echoing stone halls to his room of cleansing and entered. There was the garden, and there was his whip, mounted at the center of it. Here was where he came to cleanse his mind, to scour himself of negative feeling, to root out rage so that he knew that all he did was with the love and kindness and the goodness of the multiverse in mind, so that he was certain he was not a monster. He giggled. It was infectious, starting from a quirk of the lips, spreading down his chest until it heaved along with his whole body in raucous fits of laughter, until there were tears running down his face. He drew his sword, and in one furious motion, slashed. The pocket dimension was torn asunder. He kept slashing, and slashing, and slashing, a snarl twisting his lips, eyes bloodshot, slashed until that hateful fervor was down to his simmer. And by then, he'd so scarred this world it was on the verge of collapse, just gaping emptiness in reality, like wallpaper badly torn. What was this fucking charade? What was he playing at? Kindness, love, punishing himself over and over, and for what? It all seemed suddenly like some delusional performance. Self-restraint, indeed, while his enemies massed behind him, ready to pounce like the vultures they were. But they hardly needed to. Why, he tore himself apart here for them. What a kindness! There was a time for kindness, after his vision was made real. Until then, he stood and left and stalked with purpose toward the dungeons where he kept his god kings, where he was so insistent on memorizing their names, every one being kind, on keeping torture to a minimum, on giving each and every one an option to stay imprisoned or join his cause. He giggled once more. This time he would not go for a friendly hello. Oh, no. This time he would do what had to be done. Self-restraint. What a fucking joke. All this time he had so fastidiously denied himself certain routes to victory. He would not be made a monster. Oh, no, not Jez, for that would make them just like the rest of them, wouldn't it? No, he would stay true, set an example. But all his morals, all his good intentions, they weren't worth shit if he lost, were they? Saliaris, the slimy snake, he did not understand what he was capable of, what he had been holding back.
None of them did. But they would. Soon. He would make sure of it. Dorian was pretty sure he wasn't going to die, even with his insides made mush and his outsides not much better. Torch Dragon's powers of regeneration were a sight to behold. So at least he had that, he supposed. He sat up, and that was when he heard a wheezing voice, far off and tiny, yet it carried across the battlefield even so. "Hello!" And then a soot-stained blip dragged himself over the lip of the crescent crater. A blip with aura so weak he practically seemed immortal. A blip missing all its lower body. But the upper body seemed cheery enough. Fate was weakly smiling. "I'm happy to report," he croaked. "I'm not dead just yet." He let out a soot cloud cough. The whole battlefield stared at him in stunned silence. Would one of you fine folk please lend me a hand?" He looked down at his lower body. "I seem to be a bit indisposed." 248. The Aftermath. Realm of Endless Seas. The Ever-Serpent floated peacefully in the midst of an empty expanse, as he had for 10,000 years. Water, clear as you like, ran from horizon to horizon all about him. His massive form, even he wasn't sure how long he'd gotten, trailed out behind him. Too many fathoms to count. He wasn't certain how he'd even set about it. Commission one of the cartographers who lived in one of the kingdoms on his belly, perhaps. One of the kingdoms that still thought they sat on a continent. He chuckled, and somewhere 500 men died in what they thought was a freak earthquake. Men. Such silly little things. No sense of perspective. If they could only see their frantic screeching and dashing from his point of view, as mere tiny dots jiggling about, perhaps they'd be calmer about things. That was the problem with the world, in the main. Far too much movement. Dashing about. Disturbance. Why not simply let the pools be still, free of ripples, clear, clean as the bright blue sky? Something tickled at the edge of his mind. He cracked open one giant eye, which proved rather catastrophic for the peoples that had called his eyelid their home. He felt rather bad about it. He'd forgotten they were there. He had a special fondness for them, since they thought the world was a giant turtle's shell and worshipped that giant turtle fervently. The Ever-Serpent was not a turtle, but as models of the world went, it was a hell of a lot closer than the rest of the fool apes living on him. It was nice to be acknowledged. What had he been thinking of? Yes, the disturbance. It was not in the seas, which lessened the degree to which it irked him. It was in the sky, moving deceptively slow, a flare of chi that seemed to be carving the sky in twain. And the chi itself was deceptive, too, for at first glance it seemed ordinary, and then he inspected it and realized that if it touched him, it would kill him most definitely. It was not merely the chi. There were laws there that would destroy the very space a thing existed in, not merely the thing itself. Ancient, forgotten laws. Laws tipping an ordinary-seeming arrow. The Ever-Serpent wrinkled its nose, then wrinkled it a little further at the cacophony of tiny screams that resulted. He had moved at least thrice today, which was thrice too much. He would not move to disturb the arrow. It was not meant for him anyway. Merely passing through this realm on a long, long journey. Besides, it was nap time. The Labyrinth, 9th Circle of Hell. "And then I crawled out of the crater," chortled Fate's ghostly form. "I'm recuperating now, stuck in a sick bed and chugging elixirs, I am. But we won the day, and thanks in no small part to your brother's timely help." He took a bow. "The end. Is that a smile I see?" "Guilty," said Hu Yi with a shrug. "You have tickled me. Quite a tale." "Oh, good." Fate smiled in kind. "Have no fear, old friend. You'll not be stuck in this cursed cell much longer. As we speak, my good friend, the King of Phoenixes, is rallying the rest of our troops.
We've taken Ur, whose God King, by the way, has proved most amenable to switching sides once he saw which way the winds blew. Businessmen, such delightfully unsentimental attitudes. Anyhow, we're well on our way to reclaim the rest of Hell, and that includes you at the end of it.
I see.
Our friend, ally, Saliaris, has done his part too, as you'd predicted. He's wrested control of a significant minority of the upper realms. Many of the middle realms are in open insurrection. Fate pumped his fist. I expect by the end of this season... what is that sound? Fate cocked his head. Pardon, my hearing is somewhat impaired in this form. Are those screams?
Indeed. Hu Yi leaned forward. I thank you for your update, friend Fate. Now, here is mine. It is far too early for celebration. The feeling of good cheer bled out of the room in an instant. Screams tended to do that. Why was Hu Yi still smiling? A knowing smile it was, like he'd expected that scream to arrive precisely then. Knowing him, Fate wouldn't rule it out.
Pardon?
The war has only just begun. He nodded to the walls. The scream spiked. Fate winced. Yes, most definitely a scream.
What's going on?
Jez has run out of patience, or so this is my expectation. Hu Yi sighed. He is thinking like the rest of us at last.
Please, Hu Yi, none of this cryptic talk. What's going on?
I don't know for certain, but I expect he is going cell to cell in this Hall of God Kings and giving each an ultimatum. Join him or face torture. He cannot wrest power so easily from us, masters of our domain. He can chain us, but to gain our powers, he must obtain our consent.
Torture?
Fate swallowed. Not of the physical sort. It is rather difficult to torture a God King. We are well past being susceptible to traumas of the flesh, but certain traumas to the mind and soul, certain concoctions of elixirs can soften the mind, make cracks through which methods of torture can sneak. I have seen elixirs that have poured the weight of time on a mind, force a soul to relive its moments of greatest psychic distresses, the death of a spouse or a stillborn child, for 1,000 years in mental time. And then there is the more brute force way. Subject a soul to enough psychic trauma, and its sense of identity starts to unwind. It is not really a matter of willpower, then. You are lost in so much pain you forget who you are. It is rather easy to convince you of pretty much anything. A lobotomy for the soul, as it were. Hu Yi paused. I expect a number of them will succumb.
That's...
Fate, ghostly as he already was, went a shade paler.
Just how many God Kings are in his custody?
Perhaps 3/4 of all the God Kings on the spirit rankings by now. Silence. Fate's jaw hung slack.
Good sire, he said slowly. If he manages to add even 1/3 of that much power to his ranks in one fell swoop...
He will become stronger than he has ever been, by a sizable margin. Make no bones of it, Fate. You and the multiverse are in trouble. Hu Yi paused. But you have some factors on your side. For one, Saliaris will prove a thorn to him. There is a civil war in the network, and only one can remain. That divide will be decided one way or another. For two, you have the momentum. Jez cannot win the multiverse on his own, no matter his powers. He needs bodies to pour his powers into, and you and Saliaris have just seized a significant minority of his stock. And for three... Hu Yi considered the muffled shriek with an expression nearing derision. Some of us are more able custodians of our minds than others. Some of us have constructed intricate, well-fortified inner citadels impervious to external threats. Some of us shall break, but rest assured, some of us shall not.
Of course, I would never doubt you, Hu Yi, not for a second.
I am not done. Hu Yi's smile was sardonic. That is not a good thing. Jez will realize in time that some of us will never break, or so this is my expectation, and he will see that we are of no use to him alive.
You can't mean...
I do. Watch the Spirit Pavilion's rankings. If you see names suddenly start to disappear, ranks suddenly start to shift, you will know. Are you sure of this? I don't mean to quarrel, but, well, he seemed, for all his faults, a lad with his heart in the right place. Hearts move. The shriek cut off suddenly. But I would not call it that. That is the thing about change of hearts. I have always disliked the phrase. Flip a coin to its opposite side, its hidden side. It is still the same coin, is it not? Hu Yi sighed. I have studied the man for well over a century. I know him better than he knows himself, I expect. He was always capable of this. But you needn't take my word for the existence of his shadow self. You can arrive at it by deduction. All animals are base creatures. Lacking leashes, they will consume all around them, and then themselves. He is, in the end, an animal, and he has no one to leash him. It was a matter of time. I don't accept that dim view of our natures, and you well know it. But now is perhaps not the best time to argue. Fate winced as another scream, closer, seeped through the walls. No, it is not. Hu Yi closed his eyes. Let us hope this is not the last time we speak. I do so enjoy our chats. Ah, and tell me, what of my brother? What next for him? He's stolen Kinzo's elixirs, I expect. Yes, How did you... That's uncanny, you know that. Fate squinted at him. And they say I know everything. Sometimes I really do think you can see the future. I guess better than most. Sometimes my guesses miss the mark, though rarely. You were speaking of my brother. Ah, he's off to collect his bodies, across the many realms. First stop is Salus God-Hunter, I expect. Hu Yi nodded. So I suspected. And how is he? He's recently taken a rather severe beating, but he should recover just fine, I think. No, I mean his mental condition. Hu Yi waved him off. Is he still in his, how best to call it, his phase, perhaps? Pardon? His depression, his antics, with his speed running and so forth, these silly games. You understand my meaning. I expect recent events have been a significant shock. It's high time he got over it. Embarrassing, frankly. Hu Yi snorted, though there was a teasing slant to his lips. It took the Buddha, who, by the way, is a few cells down. It took him but 7 days under a tree to make peace with the ephemerality of the moment, the fundamental hollowness of existence, as it were. How many runs has it taken Dorian? It's like his footwork drills all over again. Fate blinked. I'm not sure that makes any sense. Those movement patterns were a simple box step, child's play. He took a week to master them. Granted, he was 7, and no one had done it save for me in 150 years, but still. I meant the philosophical, never mind. His mental condition, you know, Fate smiled. I think he's getting better. I really do. The End. This book was read for you by Graham Halstead, a member of SAG-AFTRA. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Speedrunning the Multiverse Book 3, a lit RPG cultivation adventure by Adastra339. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.